right, and welcome everyone to episode 18 of the RF Generation Collectorcast. Where we been? I don't know.
The economy has really been booming up in the northwest area.
Yeah, you'll hear in a segment a little bit later an interview with the mighty Crabmaster and his booming sales at his store, right?
Yeah, the Canadian money machine.
Yeah, but
and rare game magnet.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure whenever he gets a chance, he'll tell us all about that fun stuff. Yeah, he likes to wave it in front of our faces now, doesn't he?
We used to just have to deal with it on the forums, and now we get like text messages.
Yeah, I just might as well say neener.
Yep.
I think. But quick introduction. So, as usual, I am your host, Duke.togo, and joining me all the way from the beautiful, great state of Connecticut.
Yeah, it is beautiful here. This it always reminds me of that Family Guy episode where the leafers are all coming in to, like, all the people from New York are coming to watch the leaves change color because it's so beautiful up here in New England in the fall. So at first leaf falls, and then it's watch out for the leafers. They're coming in.
There you go. Maple syrup, is that a thing your way?
Not real. Like, it's one of those things like in, like grade school, like, we all went outside at recess and, like, you drilled a hole into a tree and, got a little bit of syrup. But it's more so in Vermont, Maine, New Hampshire. Whenever we go to, like, the expo, the Big E, which is over Israel's way, every like September, that's where it's just like a maple syrup fest.
I love like pure maple syrup, but
yeah, it's
I
good.
guess this isn't the maple syrup cast, so we can
hey,
we can probably move on.
We do whatever we want.
That's right. Nobody's paying the bill, so we can do what we like.
Crabby's not here to keep us on task.
That's right. Yeah. So not joining us from the Arctic Circle, where all the games obviously seem to live.
Mm-hmm.
Crabby is not with us this time.
Very sad. Which I don't want to blame Crabby for the reason why this recording has been a bit delayed.
It's okay. I will.
We have been trying to find a time that works for for all of us, especially Crabby, with how much attention he's given his store, as he should be. But it just came down to we either had to put it off even further, or go ahead and do one without him. So we're taking one for the team, and if you're a big Crabby fan, just like we are, you can go ahead and turn the show off.
Hey, wait. We'll put that interview in there. So if you're a big Crabby fan, we'll be in there.
I guess you could skip forward, but you don't know where it's going to be. No. You don't know where it's going to be. It could be 30. It could be 38 minutes.
Yeah, we are going to take this opportunity to kind of play around with some things that maybe Crabby wouldn't appreciate so much, though, right?
Yes, this is the Super Metroid Happy Hour.
The Castlevania 2 Suckathon.
Yeah.
There you go.
the Mega Man 2 or Go Home.
There you go. Right?
Right, Crabby?
The Sega Master System is the best system ever episode. Well, I hadn't said anything, so I take it we'll go with that.
He must approve.
Right. So, just a couple places to find us. Bill, where can people locate the show?
Well, every once in a while they can check us out on rfgeneration.com.
Maybe. Well, maybe, where's some other places that people can find us?
Inside jokes. You can go to iTunes.
iTunes.
And then we have a podcast that we're currently recording that you can get at iTunes. And they have RSS feeds, they have all sorts of features, and it's free.
Yeah, and you could rate us if you liked there, right?
It'd be nice. I mean, I'd like to know what you're thinking.
As long as it's positive.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
The positive reinforcement really helps me with my development.
This is all I would say is please just don't go there in a fury and go, no Canadians this episode, 1 star.
Yeah, but they're so nice. They would say, no Canadians, like... That's okay. We really like you guys, but I'm just sorry there's no Canadians this time.
Definitely. And you can find us at collectorcast.com, right?
Yep, and that's I believe takes you to our Podomatic.
That does take us to... And speaking of Crabby, he's just messaged me, so I'll silence this because he's not on this show. So sorry. You're silenced.
So wait, I thought he wasn't available this time.
Well, technically today is his birthday.
That's
we're
that's
recording
true.
this.
That's true.
So he's really busy loading up on stuff he'll make us really jealous talking about later.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And where else? If people want to talk to us, Bill, where can they talk to us?
I spend a lot of my leisure time on Twitter. So that's one place, and we actually have that linked up with our Facebook. So we try to have the conversation span multiple networks.
Yeah, we're always happy to hear from everybody, certainly. We appreciate all the feedback and interactions. All right, and where else? I think there's one more place that I'm thinking of that you guys love to bring up that we're at.
Is it salted?
No.
What
is that?
Is it an salt solution?
Well, it could be in a briny.
Oh, briny, you're right. Yeah, so Podcast Pickle.
Certainly.
By popular demand. We weren't there, and the public would not stand for it.
Yeah, and then also Stitcher, right? You can find us on Stitcher.
Yep, Stitcher, and I think I forgot Crabby's favorite, the YouTube.
Oh, yes, you can always find us on YouTube. And as a matter of fact, if you want to catch any of our earlier episodes that are no longer a part of the regular podcast RSS feed, jump right over to YouTube. We've got all the past episodes right there. Feel free to give them a listen. And having said that, well, let's go ahead and get on with the show. Okay, well, it's been almost 2 months or so since we've done these small scores, so there is a little bit here to cover. I was kind of surprised going through that it wasn't even worse than kind of what I had imagined.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mean to, kick the site while it's down, even though it's not down anymore, but there was a patch in there where it was difficult to get the site to cooperate with what you wanted it to do, but at the same time, it kind of seems like it might have been a slow time across the board. Maybe kind of people getting ready for the holidays or, back to school or whatever the case may be. But yeah, it wasn't as insane lately, scores-wise.
I'm thinking next gen. Do you think everybody's hoarding their money up?
It's possible. I mean, a lot of I guess it depends. I mean, like I usually pre-order the console and I kind of have that chunk of money set aside. But you're right. For me, more than anything else, it's just knowing what the expenses of the next few months are going to be. And I don't know if that's what it is across the board, but I find, it's tricky. Like I was trying to sell stuff, like last, November, December, just like, games on my sales threads and stuff. And I found that it really, unless you have like a super rare item that people are throwing, their birthday or Christmas money at, it's tricky to get big dollar sales in November and December, I found. And then like in January, February, everyone's got their tax return money and their Christmas money. And, so yeah, I don't know. It's interesting though. It's a little bit of a dip in the scores, in the holiday months.
Yeah, everybody's kind of putting their money into different places, that's for sure. Speaking of which, I haven't heard anything about laser discs in a while, Bill. Do you ever get rid of all those laser discs?
They're still in what will become the nursery.
Oh, man. So, man, you better get busy.
I know. We actually, the guy, Chris from Retro Games Plus, who owns the 2 Retro Games stores in Connecticut, I was with him a couple weeks ago. We just kind of grabbed a slice of pizza and went to a couple of thrift stores, and we went to a Salvation Army, and there's this enormous a plastic bin on wheels, they haven't even put it out on the floor yet, and it's kind of sitting in the area waiting for someone to put them out. And I looked in there just to see what was in there. It was all VHS tapes, hundreds of them. And I was like, oh, that's cool. And I just happened to notice the label from the video store that I have all the Laserdiscs from. It was the same store, and I looked in there, and I was like, oh, because they were trying to, $1 each, 50 cents each, 3 for a nickel. Huh? Yeah, no, you can't get. I mean, the only places people shop for those, I think, are at Goodwill. I mean, and they could have sold at a flea market, but same thing. I don't think there's people knocking down the doors at a flea market for VHS tapes,
Right?
Especially in bulk. Like if you have if you have a Blade Runner, if you have a Star Wars. I mean, there's certain things people will just for nostalgia throw on a wall or something, but nobody wants 100 of them. So I guess they ended up donating them. So I've actually got to get in touch with them and say, listen, I tried. It's been a good run, but we need this.
The laser disc.
Yeah, we need this space in our house back.
So maybe if any of you out there are interested, maybe it's fire sale time for Bill. Maybe he'll make you some fantastic deals.
And that's the tricky part about being like a broker. Like I have all this stuff to sell, and then when people make offers, it's like, well, I hate being let me run it by the owner. It's like, well, people don't want to deal with the second they don't want to deal with the middleman. They want to talk to who can make the decision. So
sure. Yeah,
I told him before, I was like, listen, this is what you've been telling me to sell them for, and I'm sorry to tell you, they just are not going to sell for that. It's I had to send them like all this eBay research I did. I said, listen, I looked up Laserdisc and what's sold in the last 3 months, and I organized it by the highest dollar value. And there's no single Laserdisc selling for more than $15-$20, and those are super rares. So most of them are $3 to $4, and you're not going to get that when you sell them in bulk. So, you either have to let me sell these to the guy who wants to pay a couple $100 for all of them, or you got to take them back.
Yeah, that's it. Just liquidate, just get rid of the whole shebang.
Yeah. So, unfortunately, no move on the Laserdisc, but we won't have them much longer.
That's all right. You're gonna have to move those and all those big box porn VHS tapes you took into it.
Yeah, those, I don't even know what because I didn't take those to my house.
You can't give those to the Salvation Army.
Yeah, no, that picture, the picture that I sent of all those, it was their adult room. I remember mentioning to my wife, I was like, hey, they also have 2,000 adult VHS, in enormous boxes. And she kind of just gives me this look of no before I ask. And I was like, no, I wasn't going to ask to bring them home, but they have them. I actually, I said, I suggested to them, I was like, you guys might want to contact an adult superstore. I don't know how many people have these. I think every state has 1 or 2 billboards. It's hey, adults only, exit 35, the big adult superstore.
You know what's weird? I see that in a lot of other states. I don't see those in Indiana. I don't know if there's a law against it, but when I travel to other states, I see those these giant billboards.
Yeah, and there's one in the middle of Connecticut. I can't remember. It's not in Hartford. It's near there, but there's a billboard at each corner of the state, and it's got just a girl on it, and she's smiling and laughing and having fun, and it just says exit 126 or whatever, and
Trucker's Paradise.
Yeah, I think ours is called VIP.
Yeah, okay.
So, but yeah, it's you see them you'll be traveling and you're oh, there's the adult superstore in West Virginia or whatever. So, but yeah, I suggested they call them up. So I don't know, maybe they gave them to the adult superstore.
That would be, I'm sure those places would be terrifying to walk inside of. Oh, I don't even want to think about it.
Good stuff.
I was thinking another reason people might be a little tight on scores this time. It's kind of the same reason we might be saving a few of our bucks, right, Bill?
There is something in the water, apparently. It's and I don't know if we've talked about our announcements on the air yet.
No, we have
it
not.
It happened in the forums.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, right before it happened in the forums, there was a text message between you, Crabby, and I. And I think, my wife and I knew, and, about our news, and someone in the text, I think it was Crabby, was either you or Crabby was so, when are you going to be, or no, you said, well,
yeah,
you said I have some news.
Yep.
We might be, expanding, the collector, collection. And then I think one or both of you said to me, so when are you going to finally, make the move?
Uh-huh.
And I wasn't going to say anything for a few days because we hadn't made it public, but we were just about to. And I was forced my hand. So I was well, it's funny you should mention that. So you and me, and as it turns out, we're a day, our due dates are a day apart.
Yeah, it's really crazy.
Which is really nutty, yeah. So
we can blame it all on too many games.
It has to be, right?
It is. No doubt.
It has to be.
We were really happy to get home from
Yeah.
too many games.
You do the math, and it's like, well, that's what happened.
Yep. Not hard to figure out.
So yeah, but then all of a sudden, there was this huge. There must have been a special.
Yeah, I mean, it was just like everybody is just like one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Right?
Yep, that's probably exactly how it happened.
For something like that. So there's going to be a whole lot of little bundles of joy coming into people's lives.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe some budgets will be a little curtailed for a few minutes, right?
Yeah, ours are definitely, and like it's. I don't know if you get this, but like you feel bad a little bit. Like you want to hang out with your friends, you want to go do things, you want to go see movies, grab a beer, or whatever, and it's like, oh, listen, guys, I'm really sorry, but we're kind of in super baby saving mode right now, and everyone's real cool about it. No one's ever like, stupid baby. Everyone's pretty much like, oh, no, that's super cool. Like, we have friends who are like offering to, come over, have pizzas or whatever, like, so we're not spending any money. But yeah, I know that's definitely why my budget's taking a hit.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, right now it's going to be money. Very soon it's going to be time. So
yeah.
What you should do is go hang out with your friends a little now and go, look, I know I probably won't see you for a couple years.
Yeah.
So it's been fun.
Yeah, we have friends who don't really have too many friends that have babies.
Yeah.
So we have we have a handful of friends who are like excited to see what it's about. But I mean, we know enough people who've gone through it, friends, family, that we kind of like. And Sarah just is trying to get me to understand. Like, listen, babies have to eat every 2 hours.
Yeah.
Like for days.
Oh, very long time.
Every 2 hours. And then for weeks, every 2 hours. So,
yeah.
I mean, we're still super excited. It's going to be a lot of work. We're a friend of mine who has one kid with one on the way told me, he said, it'll teach you how much you can do on no sleep.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. You'll hit like this magic nirvana state where you can just kind of just like this Zen thing where most of your brain really kind of shuts off, but you still keep doing things.
That's how I am when I play Super Hexagon.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Because it's like you get into this mode where like the screen's moving so fast and you have to move this tiny thing, and all of a sudden your hands like take over. It's like Wesley Snipes in Demolition Man when like he's like, oh, I'm possessed. Like, what am I doing? He doesn't even know how he can do the crazy skill things that he can do.
Only you could bring Demolition Man and babies together in the same conversation.
Well, I'm sure that was the way that they intended in the movie, is to be used as a baby metaphor eventually.
Sure, because they weren't allowed to touch each other, right? That was the whole deal. Couldn't make babies in the future.
No, it was...
And giant foam in cars.
Yeah, he's like, hey, Huxley, what do we do it the old-fashioned way?
Ew!
Ew!
Of course, that's what my wife says all the time anyway.
Yes. So...
yeah, but definitely, I will say it's a fun experience. You'll be pretty tired, but it is kind of, if you describe it to somebody they think like, oh, that's going to suck. I can't sleep. But, you do kind of get this weird kind of... Zen state, and it's your kid and you love them, and it's a whole different shebang, so it doesn't drive you crazy or anything. It's just,
yeah, it's gonna be great.
It's different. You'll love it. It's great. You'll be tired.
Yeah.
Expect like on shows somewhere around next April or something where Bill and I sound like groggy messes. Just of course.
Crabby with his like platinum necklace and like a dollar sign.
He'll be wearing stadium events around his neck like they're nothing falling off trees.
What are you guys finding?
Poop. Diaper.
You're screaming in the background. It's going to be great.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Sorry, future listeners. But anyway, for the moment, we've got a lot of small scores to catch up on. So
yeah, now that Baby Talk USA episode is over.
Yeah, sorry. Like I said, you guys are probably going to hear way more of that, but it's all right. You'll get over it. You can always fast forward.
Yeah. Well, we've had lots of requests for more Baby Talk on the show, so we got to make those people happy as well as the video game guys.
Absolutely, right? Now maybe you can share the podcast with your wife or your girlfriend. There you go.
She'll enjoy that 10-minute segment right before she tunes out when we start talking about Johnny Nintendo's
That's
new
right,
complete
Johnny
action
Nintendo.
Set.
Yeah, what did he get?
Complete NES action set from that nerd.
Yeah, and I think that nerd's pretty new on the site, right?
Yeah, newish. It's I always feel I'm always excited to see new users popping in. One of the threads that I subscribe to, because normally I just subscribe like by default to the threads I reply in. But I really recommend most people go over to the introduce yourself thread. It's a great one to subscribe to because as new users pop in and say hello, you kind of get a feel for like what kind of collector they are, what kind of gamer they are, what kind of things they're out looking for, and it's kind of what it's all about. So it's a good thread to be in.
Yeah. So that was his big thing. I don't know. He's probably still recovering from kids, but
yeah. Well, I think he's got a double dose.
he did. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's nice.
And he actually he still has a handful left. But just a little plug for Johnny is on Nintendo Age. He had posted a sale thread of a whole bunch of his boxed complete NES games. I don't think he was getting rid of everything. I think he was, holding on to some of the stuff that he really liked, but kind of, passing on some of the, maybe, the diaper money, Nintendo sale. I really had to, like, one of my hands was like trying to click on send him a message, and the other one was like, no, like that is teether money. His teethers cost money. But he had some good stuff. I think he sold his Cliffhanger. I think I don't know if he sells the Tournament Fighters. He had some good stuff there. So if anybody wants to help the father of twins out, check out Johnny Nintendo. See if he has any more Nintendo games for you.
Awesome. And then up next we've got Red McKnight. He's a big Jaguar guy. He's really been into that here lately, right?
Yeah, for a while. I mean, he had that thread saying like any Jaguar CD stuff. And this is a pretty nice looking sale or lot as far as Jaguar stuff goes.
Yeah, I think in the pic that he's got there, I think some of the stuff he already had, but he's just kind of showing off like everything that he's got. Kind of go with it.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if this was new stuff he acquired or like a combination of stuff he had plus new stuff. It looks like I've seen some of this before, but some is new.
Yeah, I know at least unless this is another one, he did have a Jag CD because
yes.
A while back I sold him that boxed memory track to go with that. But in this pic, it seems like a lot of carts, and I also see like the team tap, like the multi-tap for the Jaguar in there. Some controllers. It's a nice little lot.
Yeah, you got some manuals, a lot of carts. You can just see like Syndicate, NBA Jam. You can see like a lot of the ones that Cybermorph, Bubsy.
I see a couple Kasumi Ninjas in there. So.
I forgot about Barkley's Shut Up and Jam. That's in there.
Shut up and jam.
There's a lot of Jaguar haters out there, and it's a lot like 32X in a way because there's a really strong niche of people who really took the Jaguar when it came out, had a similar size library to the 32X before it kind of went under, but yeah, it's one of those kind of just oddball systems that a small niche gravitate towards.
It's my favorite Tempest 2000 machine.
It's absolutely and that's what I was getting to. Is there's people who someone said on I forget where it was, like Facebook the other day, like someone mentioned Jaguar and they said there's literally one or two games worth playing on the Jaguar and 3DO combined, and I was like, well, I wouldn't go quite that far, but yeah, Tempest 2000 is the only Jaguar game that I would bother playing.
Yeah. Defender 2000's not too shabby either, but yeah.
Yeah, actually, I've heard that, but I haven't played it on Jaguar yet, so maybe someday.
Yeah, but good going, Red. It looks like you get a really nice and if you've got a working Jaguar CD, that's applause right there. Those things are just junk.
I've heard they were temperamental. Yeah, I've never come across one, but yeah, I've heard that.
So that's pretty awesome if you got one that's up and running. So congratulations. Up next, we have Mr. Retro Rage.
Yeah, got out to the Portland Retro Expo.
Yeah, he got out there because he had like some pics, and I think Newpoil was out there as well, right?
Yeah, Mr. Odyssey.
That's right. So what did Retro Rage get?
So you have, the best thing he's got has got to be that Blackthorn. 32X copy of Blackthorn. Right. $25. We paid a pretty decent price. We've said before, like expos / conventions are kind of hit and miss with prices. I've talked to a lot of vendors who say that they actually raise their prices for certain expos and conventions because they know that they'll sell. But so you kind of run the risk of like, do you pass on things day one? Because some people drop prices a little bit towards the end of the show, so there's less to haul back. So it's kind of like a big it's a big game. You gotta make yourself a little bundle, and then maybe you can get a discount. So besides the Blackthorn, a couple Tangent cartridges, Indiana Jones Temple of Doom, which has a $5 price tag on it, which really isn't bad for that game. And a Pac-Mania, no price tag, but I'm sure he did okay on those.
Yeah, and he met to Jay from Game Chasers, I think. They had a picture with Jay and 8-Bit Eric, I think.
Yes, yeah, two of them, yeah. I haven't watched a ton of Game Chasers, but a lot of people, like whenever I talk with like new dudes at one of the gaming stores I go to, Game Chasers always comes up in regular conversation, so I should probably get on that kick.
They're pretty funny guys, and I will say for a YouTube show, I mean, really high production quality. It really looks really good, and they're entertaining. So, I mean, it's video games, guys being goofy.
Right.
It's fun. Yeah, you should give it a shot if you haven't watched Game Chasers before. And he picked up, and some other posts, odds and ends there. He picked up Dragon Warrior 2 and 3 loose.
Nice.
So those are nice grabs. He got complete in box Zelda 2.
Now, do you happen to remember? I'm not looking at the post right now. Do you remember if it was gold or gray?
It was gold.
Yeah. Now it's gorgeous. I mean, it's nice to have the gold one. I've started to notice the gray one is becoming getting a little more attention lately, as being harder to come by.
Yeah, I would imagine probably a little bit lower production numbers for that classic series.
Yeah,
re-release,
especially complete. The cards aren't that bad, but I'm starting to see the complete copies like creep up over $40, $45, $50 now.
Yeah, there you go. He also picked up a complete copy of Super Mario 3, right? That's not too tough to find, but I mean, still, it's a good one.
Yeah, not too bad. Especially for those of you who care about variants, there was a good, I think 3 or 4 variants on that one if you care, like box variants.
And if memory serves, I don't have it right in front of me, but I think that was one that he had gotten that was still sealed, but it was a part of one of the, pack-in sets, but it was still had the wrap over
those are cool.
So.
Like, it kind of has that like tape around it that says like challenge, whatever the set that it came with. I like those. I have one of those. I have a copy of Super Spike V-Ball that has like a sticker on it that says like promotional use only, not for resale. But other than that sticker, everything about the box is the same. So I almost wonder if it was like a store promo, like a Toys R Us or something, like was giving those away with systems.
Maybe.
But
man.
I like those random little promo variations.
Definitely. He also picked up the NES Max with the box. Now, are you a fan of the Max?
It's, believe it or not, it's my favorite controller growing up. And not to get too far into the story, we wanted the Acclaim, what was it called? The double player?
Double player, yeah.
Yeah, so we wanted that when we were kids because of the commercial and because lasers come out of the controller. Beams. And like if you're like playing WrestleMania, when you want to punch the guy, you hit the punch button and then a laser comes from your controller and hits the TV because it happens on the commercial, so it's totally real. So we asked my mom, we want this exact thing. And then the box had laser beams drawn on it from the player's thing to the TV. So my mom comes home. I can't remember if it was like a birthday or Christmas or just because we like got good grades on a report card or something. But she comes back with the NES Max controllers, and we're like, the F is this? There's no lasers. So, but then she said, no, I talked to the guy, because the guy who works there is the guy. I talked to the man, and he said that everyone who had bought that controller had returned it because there's no lasers. And I was like, oh, then you made a good decision. I wouldn't have wanted it with no lasers either. So, we like begrudgingly use these. And I tell you, I really got used to them. Like, it's kind of like the boomerang style. It's not a D-pad. It's kind of like a nub.
It's the cycloid. I remember
that
the cycloid.
You had the turbo buttons, which took all strategy out of track and field. It was 3, 2, 1, hold 2 buttons for like 30 seconds until you tie with your dude who like did the same thing.
Right.
But yeah, I actually really like this controller a lot.
Yeah, I used this one a lot as a kid. Had this one and played most games with it. Like really good for like Mega Man and games like that
Yes. Yeah.
with the turbo right there. Not so good on other ones because it didn't have adjustable turbo, so sometimes it didn't work very well. But
Right.
one thing I found though later on, like when I get these now, is that whatever that lubricant that cycloid thing used is started to kind of dry or gum up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And so I haven't found really like a really good replacement lubricant for it. So when I tear them apart, clean it, put it back together, I really don't. I tried like a silicone, like and it seemed like it's a little too stiff. I don't know.
Yeah.
So,
I don't know if it was meant to be used with plastic, but when I opened up my arcade machine for the first time and read the manual, they talked about a joystick loop, because like the bottom of the joystick is just like the metal shaft part with like a little kind of like a rubber like around the bottom of it.
mm-hmm.
And since that rubber part is the part that hits all the micro switches, there's actually like a joystick lubricant that you put on that. So I don't know if that would also work on a controller, but it might be worth looking into.
I don't know. Well, all the listeners out there, if you have a good NES Max cycloid pad grease or something,
you can't just Google that.
Yeah, funny. No
Cycloid
hits.
grease.
No hits.
That sounds like an awesome 80s cover band.
Definitely. And then he picked up one other controller as well, right?
Yeah, the Super Advantage.
Yeah, this one always seemed like a monstrosity to me.
Yeah, it seemed like there were a billion face buttons.
Yeah,
and
too much. Like lots of switches.
Yeah, and each button, I mean, to its credit, each button had, options, the switches for like turbo and auto and all that stuff. But like for me, like I was an NES kid, and then I kind of switched over to Sega for a while, so I never was into Super during the Super's life cycle. But also, like, you ever realize how you see NES advantages everywhere you go? And the Super, I just don't feel like you see that many of them. And I don't know if it was just sales weren't quite as good or what the deal is, but I feel like you don't see them nearly as often as the NES Advantage.
No, and the thing that strikes me too is that the NES Advantage was a Nintendo product, but the Super NES Advantage, that was like ASCII or something that put that thing out, right?
You're right. I forgot about those.
How
guys.
Weird that Nintendo just, screw it, we don't want to make peripherals, you do it.
Yeah. And they also they also had like the gamepad version.
Right, yeah, they did.
That had, same thing, it had like, 6 or 7 switches on it for like all like the turbo and slow-mo, and I mean, that one was a little more bearable because it was essentially the same thing as a Super Pad already. It just had all the extra switches on it. So that one wasn't too bad.
Tell me, are you like me? Do you kind of mourn the death of the Turbo Fire feature on controllers?
See, the thing is, I don't, because, and I think it's because of the way games were designed back then, in that Turbo was like a super useful feature to have on a controller. And I just feel like the way games are designed now, I think the people making games understand that there is no turbo button, so they kind of build in mechanisms, whether it's, pressing a button faster, holding your turbo trigger and then hitting, I honestly, like, when I'm playing Nintendo games with a regular controller, there's a whole bunch of times when I'm thinking, oh, if only I had turbo right now. And with like most current gen games, there's almost never a time when I think that.
Yeah, but sometimes you play like the arcade, like the Xbox Live arcade games and stuff, and you're like, oh, I want a turbo. Yep. Yeah.
Or did you ever like fake your own slow motion, like have someone like continually press start on the controller while you're playing?
No, I was lucky enough to have an Advantage controller, so.
Yeah, so auto start pause slow-mo.
Yeah, I kind of miss that sometimes too.
That's what kids are for, so that's why we decided to have one.
That's right. Here, push the button, kid.
I'm hungry. You can eat when we beat Cutman.
All right, it's a very good retro rage. And then I think we move up. This is probably going to be the star of the show, I think.
Okay, yeah, and we're just going to fly through it. So Zagnorch, we've said before, of course, great dude, celebrity on the site, big fan of ours. I'm sure he is. He's the only human being that I know who has mastered finding insane stuff at flea markets on a super regular basis.
Oh yeah, he's crazy good.
I don't know.
finds.
I really don't know if, and he won't tell me because he's crazy. But I really don't know if he lives there, if he knows a guy, if his last name is Goodwill. I really don't know what it is. And we chatted a little bit in PM here and there when I find something at a Savers, and he shot me a message. He's like, "Oh, you have Savers? How's your Savers compared to my Savers?" So he's no slouch when it comes to thrifting.
Yeah. Now let me ask before we get too far into Zagnorch. He was, I think he's the inventor of the now widely acclaimed Billometer.
I really feel like, I don't know how to say it.
I don't think I've seen you chime in on the Billometer thread.
The thing is, I like it so much, and I don't want to talk about it because it seems like it's almost like Brad Pitt talking about how much he loves Moneyball. Like, oh my god, Moneyball is so awesome, isn't it? Aren't I great in it? So it's like, I really like it, but I haven't said anything because it's just so cool, but it's also, I mean, I can't take full credit. I can't take any credit because I didn't do it. he just used my likeness when we started talking about like the old GameStop, fun factor scale, but I'm thrilled that it seems to be sticking on the site.
I do like the Billometer, so that needs to see more use.
People starting the pace. I can't remember what it was. Someone was like, "I'm really sorry, I don't remember your name." Person who said this in a post, but they were playing like a baseball game on the Nintendo, and at first I thought they pasted the Billometer thing on it because of how much I love RBI baseball. And then I realized they were doing it just because that's the rating scale these days. So, but yeah, I was thrilled.
I give this an angry Bill.
Yeah, the frowny one. We need to actually like make that like host that on the site so people can download like all 5 and
you could go find the link. There's a thread. You could just right click and save it.
I didn't realize that because I never just sit around and Google myself or.
There's a thread. You could just get on the thread.
All right, I'll jump in.
There you go.
I'm doing it right now.
There we go. He got a lot, but one thing we're going to see a theme this month. I really noticed when I was going through this, and that is Morrowind is the theme of all the scores this month.
So interesting how just rando like nationwide and internationally, like it's so crazy how like the same thing will pop up everywhere at the same time.
Yeah, like everybody just went Morrowind. Yeah, let's go find it.
Yeah.
You like Morrowind?
And there's no reason, like, how you talk about, like, oh, well, like, the Bioshock Infinite's DLC is coming out pretty soon. I'd understand if people picked up Bioshock 1, 2, Minerva's Den, Infinite. I get it. But, like, Morrowind. I mean, the Game of the Year edition's been out for a while. All the DLC's been released. Morrowind.
Are you a fan? Do you like Morrowind?
Believe it or not, I didn't play Morrowind when it first came out. It was one of those games my brother played to death. And when you, like when you describe how much you love a game to somebody, when someone describes how much they love a game to you, and you're thinking, yeah, that sounds cool. Like, that sounds alright. I don't know if I'd play it, but it sounds really cool. Like, he was like, oh, and you can explore, you can walk all around, explore stuff, and you can, like, if you like a house, you can just go in and make it your house, and then you can, like, chop wood and make money and stuff. And at the time, I was thinking, no, I mean, like, I guess that's okay if that's the kind of thing you want to do, but it wasn't really for me. I didn't get into that style of game until Fallout 3.
Oh.
And then I went back and played Oblivion. I couldn't go all the way back to Morrowind because that was it was a generation earlier. So I went back and played Oblivion, and then I played, New Vegas and, but yeah, so I wasn't into that, kind of gameplay style until it was too late. So I own it. I have it on Steam, but I have not played it.
I bet if you got into some of the mods on that game, you could still find it pretty playable and a lot of fun. It had a lot of stats in that one I wish they would have kept, like acrobatics for like jumping, and there was like a swimming one you could level up, And
yeah, I remember in Oblivion, like just walking around, if you just jumped, it was like, oh, like your athleticism or something.
Yeah.
So I know that they in Skyrim they tweaked a lot of that stuff because people were really, really trolling those stats. So in Skyrim it became like, well, you can't just jump or swing your sword. you have to like swing your sword and hit something or be blocked by, like it had to be like a useful action, which was a really good move. But yeah, people have told me like in the old games you can just like run into a tree for a few hours and like get your like stamina up or something.
Oh man, but that was the great thing in Morrowind is, your acrobatics would get better, so you could just keep, like, as you leveled up, you would just jump higher and higher and higher. It was pretty funny after a while.
It is actually cool, like playing through Skyrim. There's a like, spoiler alert, but you should already have played Skyrim by now. There's like a portion where like you meet people from Morrowind, and there's a few times that happens, and I'm like, oh, I would have had back knowledge of these people if I had played that game.
Yeah, maybe if you get a hankering, go back and slap some mods on the PC, probably make it look a little prettier. And
I'm sure there's like high resolution texture packs or whatever, like Steam Workshop. But there was like a Skyrim bundle on PC for a ridiculous deal a while ago, like a what was the second one?
Daggerfall.
Daggerfell.
Yeah, Phil.
Yeah, Daggerfell. It was like 2 through 5 for like $22, and I was like, yes, I'll take all of that because I didn't have Skyrim for PC at the time. So good deal.
There we go. Okay, and getting back to Zagnorch. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's got a complete copy of the Peter Weller classic.
Freeze, punk. Get
Drop
also
it.
RoboCop.
Yeah, I was RoboCop for Halloween, and I used an NES zapper in my like right pocket. Like my leg didn't open up to it, but I used the NES zapper as my gun because it looked like all 80s futuristic.
I'd buy that for $1.
I love that guy. I'd buy that for $1.
Oh, and man, when that guy gets hit by the car and just liquefies.
Yeah, no, Paul. I mean, we're super. As it turns out, Crabby is the one that keeps us off tangents.
Yeah, okay. Sorry.
On the show. But no, like Paul. I was thinking about this the other day. Paul Verhoeven, like nobody makes sci-fi violent movies like Paul Verhoeven did. Like watch Starship Troopers, Total Recall, and RoboCop, and then watch anything made in the last 20 years. No one does it like that anymore.
Yeah, and then they did like the reboot of the one, and then the RoboCop reboot's coming out.
Yeah, RoboCop 1 I'm holding out some hope for. I personally hated the Total Recall with Colin Farrell, and I defy you to say otherwise.
I haven't seen it.
Oh man, it's bad.
I've heard. That's why I've avoided it.
It's really bad.
Not worth it just to see 3 boobs.
No,
Is that it?
and I don't say things like I'm kind of a benefit of the doubt. Like, good for some people. Yeah, you might like it. It is flat out bad, and if you don't think so, you're wrong.
You're normally a thumbs up to the 3 breast movies.
Yeah, as long as I can get 2.5, 3 in there, I'm usually pretty good. That's usually my like what it takes to.
That's part of the rating scale, is that it?
Oh man, don't give anyone any ideas.
Too late.
Yeah, there are people who are more skilled in Photoshop than I am. So
we'll see Bill's head on the 3-breasted lady in no time.
So speaking of buying things for $1.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Jeez.
Seriously, Zag. I mean, you're killing everybody with this.
It was a little ugly when he first got it, but
yeah,
sculptor's cut for $1.99.
Sculptor's
not
cut.
$100.99.
I almost wonder if he's like a millionaire. He's buying these things off of eBay and then like sticking Goodwill like price gun stickers on them just to make everyone feel bad.
No.
So yeah, and I don't think he'd do that. But seriously, like he's that's nuts. Sculptor's cut for a couple bucks.
Yeah, and you're gonna hear about it changing hands a little bit later, but
it has to, yeah, because he has 7 of them.
Probably it's like a warehouse in his basement or something.
Yep.
But man, congratulations!
Seriously.
Yeah. And then, did you see this 360 gaming tower thing that he found?
I didn't see it, but I've seen it before. I didn't see his picture of one, but I've seen it before.
I didn't even realize that thing had come out. It was like a really interesting design for like a game center thing, right?
Yeah, I've always kind of been anti game center stuff because like they look cool, but they always to me look like that doesn't hold anywhere near the amount of stuff that I'm going to need it to hold. But
right.
At the same time, like a lot of them are really, pretty practical. So the this one was actually. I wonder, do you think he got it because of the name?
Zigzag? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe.
Zigzag?
I'm going to guess you got a great deal on it. I've never seen one.
Yeah, I've never seen one in person. I've seen like people like list them. I've seen them like on websites. I'd never actually come across one. It's actually one of the nicer looking ones, especially considering you have the instrument holder, the console holder, and it's kind of vertically aligned.
Yeah, I mean, it would, like, if you had the original Xbox 360, it would perfectly fit.
Yeah.
And then he picked up these little pocket-sized Nintendo Mini Classics, right? These little handhelds.
Yeah, still haven't come across these, but they're very interesting.
Yeah, I've got a couple that are loose. I think the ones he found were all sealed, but he got Parachute Fire and a Donkey Kong Jr. And they're kind of almost like little mini Game & Watch kind of games, little LCD.
Now these are the ones that have like little keychain bits coming off them?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen these, but and it's almost like a super, like almost the size of a Dreamcast VMU, right?
Yeah, they're pretty small. Fit in palm of your hand.
Yeah. It's weird because they look like, at first glance, like, I know it says Nintendo on it, but like it almost looks like it could be super fake.
They are made by another company, so
okay.
They're just licensed. But they're kind of neat little collectible when you come across them.
Yeah, I'd definitely keep them if I came across them.
He also pieced together a really important find through the month.
Yeah, right? not the PAL version, unfortunately, which is what I'm looking for. But he got himself a American Silent Service.
Yeah, box and the manual.
Yep.
So, and then a little bit later on, someone sent him the cart. So he has the whole shebang now. Yeah. Congratulations.
One of our other star members, Techie, out there in I've been too busy having fun with my new job and dating to send Bill my Sega CD so he can fix it.
Oh, listen to that.
Techie's a good guy. He big Ducks fan, so I have to. This is not a joke. I'm not ribbing him. I really think it's terrible that Teemu Solani, no doubt Hall of Famer, legend, been with the Ducks forever, pretty much. Took a stick to the face by some like punk on Philly who doesn't belong in the league. He's gonna miss like 2 weeks in his last season in the league. I think that's awful. So if Techie wants to get like a posse together to raid the Flyers locker room, I'm in with him.
Oh well. Speaking of sticks to the face, we've got Excite Boxing Plug and Play game. Did you see this thing?
I did. I have no idea what this is.
It's like just like some little. I think it must be like it's like some plug and play, but like it's got boxing gloves and you just kind of box at the screen. So
yeah,
it looked kind of wacky. And then of course he had like the prerequisite 6 million Skylanders. Him and Shadow are kind of in this arms race for Skylanders, right?
I think I saw. I think it was Zag recently, just really recently, who posted his Toys R Us catalog showed up, like the yearly toy catalog, which is really depressing because it used to be 9,000 pages and now it's just like a really big flyer because, internet and everything. But I got the same one in the mail the same day. And when you open it up, it's got like a checklist of like every Skylander swap force available. So you can check them off as you're going, including like the exclusive Toys R Us ones, like the variants, the clear ones, all that stuff. So I don't have the money or the age appropriate child to go after those yet, but I'm sure that was a big day for Norch and Shadow.
Yeah, no doubt. And then last but not least, he got like first off a speak and read.
I only ever had the speak and spell, so it was interesting to see a speak and read.
Yeah, kind of the yellow. And then he got a big collection of some carts for cheap, like 10 carts for like $15, and they're all pretty good carts
and great ones. Yeah, the some staples, some for 64 Mario Kart, Cruisin', Smash Brothers, GoldenEye, and for the Nintendo, I think a couple of at least one of your favorite games on the platform is in there.
Oh yeah, Castlevania 3 in there. It was fantastic. Vice Project Doom is actually a pretty good game too, and Gargoyle's Quest. I mean, that's not a cheapie.
And I know you're a Ninja Gaiden 1 fan. How do you feel about 2 and 3 compared to 1?
I do. I really like the whole series. Each one has its own little unique pieces that make it great. Right. So I love it. And then Kabuki Quantum Fighter, it's a cheapie, but that's fine.
That's an unlicensed?
No, it's a licensed game. It's just really oddball one.
Yeah, I don't know if
It's not very rare.
I'm not picturing it in my head right now.
Yeah, I can imagine that Kabuki Quantum Fighter is not everybody's A-list game.
Oh, wait. Is that one of the is that High?
No, I don't think it's High Tech Expressions. I think it's Jalico, maybe? I can't remember or Electro Brain.
Oh no, not Hal. Hal, right?
I don't think it's. I think it's HAL. I want to say it's like Electro Brain, or I could be wrong though. It may be.
Okay. I think I know which one. I still haven't. I don't have it. But yeah,
It's
I think
a weird
I know which
one.
one you're talking about.
It's a weird one. And then his old buddy, I believe it was Razor. I couldn't tell from the post, but I believe it was Razor Knuckles sent him a snack gift in the mail. Interesting group of Faygo and Reese's Pieces.
Well, Reese's Pieces I get with it being Halloween, E.T. Phone Home and all. Not sure if I get the Faygo.
Juggalos, maybe?
Maybe?
I don't know.
I didn't know if those guys were down with the posse.
I have no clue. But
for all of you who are down with the posse, I'm not. I had an ex-girlfriend who was whatever they call the girl version, and there's this great episode of Workaholics. I don't care if you like Workaholics or not. Find the Insane Clown Posse episode. It's really good.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm too old to understand what on earth Insane Clown Posse is about, but I get the idea that they're kind of like a modern Kiss. Is that the idea?
Yeah, I mean, and it is, it's not rock. Obviously, they're rapping, they're rhyming. I sound old now, but
MTV raps.
But there is, and when I was dating this girl a while ago, she showed me this one ICP song. She's like, "Do you hear the music? Like what they're sampling?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's the Legend of Zelda dungeon music." And they're like, "Yup." So it might be worth looking up for some video game folks just to kind of hear the the Legend of Zelda dungeon theme become a song.
Oh, there you go. And then moving on, we get to Salza, right?
Yeah, good dude, arcade dude.
Yeah, and he got a couple of Street Fighter action figures. Did you see these?
They're horribly awesome. Horribly awesome. Like, just like the Street Fighter movie. Well, they don't look like they do in the Street Fighter movie, but like they're horribly awesome in the same way. Like, Blanca's hair is ridiculous, red, crazy. Like, they really look like amazing. Like, I'd love to have them.
Guile looks like some guy half strung out on meth, trying to look like Guile.
And the thing is, if it weren't for the haircut, you would have no idea that this is Guile. And the same with Blanca. Like, you can kind of tell because he's got like the crazy teeth and the hair and the greenish skin, but they're really, really bad
really
in an
terrible.
awesome way.
But they're so bad they're good, right?
Yeah. So sandwiched in between those things, there's some NES cards. You got a Mappy Land, Snoopy, Sesame Street 1, 2, 3. Then they got a couple Konami Silvers, foreshadowing. They got a Stinger and a Goonies 2. And I couldn't quite tell what version of Mortal Kombat that is in the front. It almost looks like it's smaller than an NES card, so I couldn't pick it out. Is that like N-Gage or something?
I think it's N-Gage, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, because it doesn't have like that N-Gage banner on it, so I couldn't tell for sure.
Yeah, not sure on that one. And then he picked up an awesome handheld, right? I think it's awesome anyway.
You do think it's awesome.
I like the 3DS XL, and he got the red one. I got the red one too.
Yeah, I'm having a real internal conflict about what I want to do with my current standard size Zelda 3DS as far as going for the, recently confirmed Zelda 3DS XL. Mm-hmm. They got a really good trade-in deal. But then I feel like I could probably get more for it on the collector market than I could at a GameStop.
Oh yeah.
Even though they have a really good trade-in deal for it. The problem is, I really like both.
And there's a predicament.
The other problem is I really don't have a couple $100 to drop on a second 3DS. Well, so it probably won't happen, but the XLs are where it's at.
This is where you look at Mrs. Bill and say, this is an investment in my child's future, so when he gets older, we can play multiplayer together.
Yeah, or if I trust her enough, she does have a pink 3DS XL. I could see if for the low price of, I think they want like $80 for the 3DS XL trade-in, and I'll let her use it. Hey, do you want to upgrade to the Zelda 3DS?
Very nice.
And you know what I'd almost certainly do is sell the digital code for, $5 or $10 off and buy a physical copy.
Oh yeah, definitely. Sounds like you had a plan in the works.
Yeah, it's coming together, but yeah, definitely Sousa, especially if you didn't have a 3DS already. I don't know if you did or not, if this is a second one, but yeah, 3DS is definitely great. Been having a lot of fun with Dream Drop Distance on that lately.
Yeah, are you still doing the Street Pass at home thing?
Yeah, I actually figured out a way to do it where you don't need to change anything on your router.
Oh, very nice. Just sticking with one MAC address?
Yeah, I use the method where you get like a really cheap, like you can get them on Amazon for like $15, like wireless extender.
Oh, yeah?
And just by default in the software included with it, it lets you change the MAC ID. So all you have to do is rename the SSID, change the MAC ID, you're done. It daisy chains in the back of your router.
And you didn't share that with me, Bill?
It was in the link that you sent out. I just didn't read it thoroughly.
Oh, well, you'll have to send me over whatever the thing is I need to buy then. $15. And I got free Prime shipping, so.
Oh, cool.
That's easy. I'll do that. Because right now I'm using an old Mac to do it.
And Prime's a better deal now because I'm sure you heard that Amazon raised their minimum to $35.
Yes, they did. But hey, that's a benefit of being a student.
Yeah, exactly.
And then he joined the kiddo crew, right?
Well, more importantly, I think we're forgetting the silent service manual.
Oh, that's much more important than a baby.
He picked up. And yeah, I mean, not only am I super happy that Salza's having a baby, like the two of us, I'm super happy that baby gets to experience early life in Salza's basement with arcade games all over the place and with Legend of Zelda bed sheets already on the futon. That kid's gonna have some fun times. So
well-adjusted child.
Yep. that's not important.
Well, congratulations.
Yep.
Congratulations, Salza. It's good to see more kids on the way. We're gonna have to start a dad's thread.
I was just thinking, should we start a thread with the due dates so we can
maybe.
Yeah, just kind of, and then we got to set up a play date.
Oh boy, that would be a fun get together.
Yeah.
Just throw up and puke and poop everywhere. We could just get all our wives in one room. So here, you take care of the kids. We're gonna go play some games. See ya.
They're like that.
And up next is Single Banana. He's not been getting some tons of stuff, but he got a few interesting things this time around, right?
Yeah, unlicensed card, a Maxi 15. For all those you guys kind of like me out there who aren't really into unlicensed, this is a good one to look out for if you're ever trying to get something to flip. I think these things are right around $80.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Give or take. I know a couple people on RF have found them for a few dollars here and there. So that's a really, really good one to flip if you can find one. He got one in the case.
Yeah, it's when they were sold, it had like this nice little plastic, black case that it went in, and yeah, he got the whole thing, right?
Yeah, very nice.
And then this next thing, when I saw this, I was like, oh my gosh, because I've got one. He found a boxed video game brain. I love the title of that video game. I
love it. I saw this thing at a flea market loose for $10.
You should have bought it.
I'm telling you right now, I should have bought it. It was a mistake.
Yeah.
And I looked at it and I was thinking, I didn't have an Atari at the time. And I said, there's no way that once I get an Atari, I wouldn't hook this thing up to it and use it all the time.
Oh, yeah.
And I just didn't. And it's great. It's, if you've never seen it, it is kind of like a switcher for 6 Atari games. So there's like a dummy cart with a cable that leads, to the Atari. And then this thing that kind of has like that like black and wood grain look of the Atari has 6 cartridge slots and 6 buttons on it. You just press the button of the cart that you want the data sent to the system for. And it's literally, just how it sounds, a switch box for 6 Atari games. So it's a great, and he found one in a box. I'd never even seen the box.
Yeah, I've got one from when I was a kid. I mean,
nice.
Eons ago, and I don't even remember the box for this thing. But it's funny that like the picture of the box, of course, is just like this horribly cheesy early 80s art, and like this woman with these really nice like fingernails and everything holding like any woman would ever touch this thing, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and they're like Going back to Total Recall, remember when he goes to recall and she's like painting her nails with a single touch of like the nail wand?
Oh, right.
They're like super glossy and shiny. It's like a supermodel using her video game brain.
Right, but it's like this horrible like painted picture or something.
Yeah,
it's bad.
Yeah, it's pretty terrible.
And then he picked up some Brazilian 2600 games, right?
Yeah, I mean he excuse me, getting ready for baby tiredness. But yeah, he's definitely the expert on the Atari stuff, especially, like kind of like the weird rando things. But I mean, I've definitely never seen any Brazilian Atari games.
Yeah, me neither. And I'm not familiar with what any of these are. Not a big Atari buff, but that's pretty cool to pick some.
Yeah.
I love imports, so that's kind of fun.
Yeah, and also I don't know if you saw the what's it called, the Pesterminator.
No, he got a copy of that.
Yeah, I saw Pesterminator in that little group of it looks like it's got some and this is something I don't care at all about. Some people want their carts really pristine. This cart has like some Sharpie written on it. Doesn't bother me at all. It used to, and I've mentioned this to a few people on RF. I just can't be choosy anymore. Like if something is in terrible shape, like I'll totally pass on it. But if something's, functionally great and the label's not bad, like I can deal with some markings on the cart, especially the back. But you'd be like, I've actually been amazed what the deals I've been able to get on things off of like eBay or something that have like minor imperfections. Like the people are only paying big dollars for perfect.
Yeah, I'm waiting for a really beat up Flintstones 2 or something to come by at some point in time.
It'll happen.
Yeah. All right. Well, good job, Single Banana. There's some fun stuff that's there.
Totally.
And then up next we have Gray Ghost.
Yep.
He done a ton, but a couple cool things.
Yeah, got a Mario Bro.
Yeah, for the Famicom, he got I like the labeling on that one.
Yes. Yeah, no, there's a handful, like we said it before, I'm not really a Fami collector, but there's a handful of games where like the label and or the cart is just so nice that I need to have it. Like the Goonies was one of the first ones I got. It has like the whole movie painting on the front of it.
Yeah, it is really good.
The Salamander, obviously that blue cart is awesome.
Yeah.
Star Wars is a similar really nice striking cart.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, the labeling on the Mario for the Family is definitely nice.
Yeah, Pulse Line. I like those original releases. And then sticking with the theme, he picked up Morrowind, right?
Back to Morrowind.
So I don't know why on earth that's a big one, but
yeah, I almost wonder, like, I don't know how many people, and I guess it really wouldn't be, because I know there was a GameStop used game sale recently, but they wouldn't probably have anything that old.
Yeah, I wouldn't think Xbox One. I mean, well, I should say original Xbox. Sorry.
Yes. I find myself making that same mistake.
Yeah, it's going to take a while.
Well, the thing is, when someone says Xbox One, I still think of the original Xbox, and when someone just says the one, I think of the new one.
Yeah, I think maybe that's what I'm going to have to start using, is just the one.
Yeah. And if you think of a capital O when you say it, it sounds like the new one.
Yeah, maybe. It'll take a while to get used to, I'm sure.
Yep.
And then he had a few other things in there, but one that really stood out to me is he found a copy of Cubivore.
Yeah, I haven't played this one.
For GameCube. I wish Crabby was here because I know he's a big fan.
Yes, he is.
Cubivore, but
sometimes sometimes I'll just say to him like, "Hey, Crab, how's it going today?" And he says, "Have you played Cubivore?"
It's awesome. It's a good fun. That one's a hard one to get, so worth a few bucks. So good job, good
nice.
grab. Now Fleech had a pretty dry spell. I didn't see a lot from him, but
well, he's been so busy with the community playthroughs. Him and Banana have been working on those.
That's true. Well, maybe why don't you plug those for a second?
So the community playthrough, if you're listening to this, you probably know about it, but just in case you came here from a place that wasn't RF, we do these things every month. I say we, but it's really Fleech, and Banana's been helping out a lot with it too lately.
And Tech Wizard, right?
Oh, Tech Wizard, that's right, for our Canadian 1-2 punch. So you have the community playthrough where I think we did like a current gen game, then a retro game,
Yep.
and then we thought like, well, why don't we kind of have a theme every month? So we did like a Disney theme where it was like Aladdin, Lion King, we did that one month, and then we did Super Mario RPG, so they've done a really good job kind of theming them out. The current one I think they're working on is the Max Payne.
Yep, Max Payne 3 is the new one.
Max Payne 3 is the current gen.
And Abe's Odyssey.
Excuse me. Yeah. Odd Worlds. And it's just in case you're wondering, it doesn't matter what platform you play it on. I know Abe's Odyssey is available on, I think PC and PlayStation 1 and everything. But, we kind of have, what do you call it? Community made, achievements. You can go for them if you want to. You don't have to. You can play the game for an hour. You can play the whole thing all the way through. But it's just kind of a cool way to kind of revisit some older games that either you played and loved or maybe missed out on. So yeah, those are. I know Fleets has been busy with those as of late.
Yeah, really appreciate it. Good job jumping in on the community stuff.
Definitely, I did it for a month, and it was like the busiest month of my. Like I was already like out on vacation. I was doing all this stuff and. It really is a good amount of work, so they do a really good job at that stuff.
Yeah. But the two things I did see that they picked up were, maybe not high dollar, but really good quality games, right?
Yeah, Duke, for those of you who don't know, is a real big Dead Space fan. Mm-hmm. So when Fleets picked up Dead Space 1 and Dead Space 2, it's impossible for Duke not to put that on the list of things to mention.
Yeah, really.
He's still trying to get me to play them, and I'm not against the idea. I own Dead Space 1 because it was part of a bundle on Steam not too long ago. Dead Space 2 I don't have, but I figure I'll beat 1 first.
Yeah, and I'll keep bugging you about it until you play those because you really should play those games. They're really good. 3, maybe if you want to. 1 and 2,
really?
Definitely.
Yeah, I had kind of heard that 1 and 2 are great. I didn't hear anything bad about 3, but you do hear more stuff about 1 and 2.
Yeah, 3, take it or leave it. If you're going to play through it with a friend, great. If you're going to play through it by yourself, who cares?
Okay.
But, good pickups. I expect you to be playing through those, Fleech, and let me know what you think. Let me know what you think. But he did. He played through BioShock and then BioShock Infinite. He was kind of tweeting about that as he played through. So it was kind of interesting.
Right. Yeah, no, because I remember right before Infinite, I remember he was playing BioShock 1, and he made a comment, I think it was on Twitter, and it was just an observation, but it's, right when he walked up to, like, the railing where it says, like, no gods, only man, or something like that, and he noticed that, well, I mean, I'm an adult, I'm supposed to be standing in front of this railing, but, when you look down, the railing's, like, over your, like, the perspective was wrong. And he says, like, this is one of the things that takes me out of first-person games. Like, I feel like as an adult, I should be able to look over this waist-high railing, and, like, the perspective is off when you get right up to it. So, it kind of bugged me when he said that, because I used to review games. It was, like, a thing I did freelance shortly, and I just feel like there's so many reviewers and people who are so super nitpicky about small things like that. And it's like, with some things, you kind of have to put your blinders on and a little bit of suspension of disbelief just for a little bit. But at the same time, I totally understand how something like that can, like, jar you out of an experience. So, but yeah, he stuck with it. He went through the BioShocks.
Yeah, which is pretty good too, because he has motion sickness.
Yeah.
So.
And that's not an easy thing, to, especially first-person games on a big screen.
Yeah. So good. And then moving over to Beardcore 84, right? Which is used to be PWP Cody. I don't really know why he changed his name.
Well, I think it's obvious. Beardcore.
That's a pretty awesome name.
Beardcore. Are you a hardcore gamer? No, I'm more Beardcore.
Yeah, I would agree. That is pretty good.
Yeah.
But he's got pretty much the full N64 set. He's just looking for a couple of the color variants, right? And he found one.
Yeah. No, so I've heard of color variants on the 64, but not being an expert, it's always interesting to see someone who's kind of close to a set find something that I wouldn't think is rare at all.
Yeah.
But then it's like, oh, well, like, someone who's been looking finally finds one.
Yeah, he found the gray cart version of Bassmasters 2000. So.
Yep. Which is definitely something I would have just skimmed right past, not knowing it was something that a collector would be looking for.
Yeah, the only one I ever watched for is the Gray Turok Rage Wars. I know to watch out for that one. I've seen a couple of the other ones, but the ones I always seem to stumble across are not the ones that are very rare. So obviously, because I stumble across them. But
the only like rare or like rando thing like variant that I like actively keep an eye out for is the not for resale Majora's Mask.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And like I don't know, like I just had never. I know not for resale games. There's like a niche of people who like those.
Oh yeah.
But I didn't realize that the Majora Mask one, unlike a lot of other not for resale games, it's not the complete game. It's literally a demo on a cart, and they didn't normally do that because like they would have had to have produced a whole second thing instead of just like putting a card out with an NFR sticker on it. So it's just a playable demo, not the whole game. And I guess it's pretty rare. I think we talked about it before, but it's like between like $500 and $700 for the cart or something like that.
I have to wonder, was that like just in demo kiosks? Was that the idea?
Yes. Oh yes. This wasn't anything that was. It wasn't like you shipped with systems or anything like that. It was definitely just in stores for demos.
Yeah, that's the tough part because those are all supposed to be returned afterwards, so that's why it makes them so hard to.
Yeah, I mean, I worked at not GameStop when it was Babbage's, Funko Land. Worked at Best Buy for a while, Toys R Us, and like the Nintendo rep comes into the store and has their own special key to open those machines up and like swap stuff out, and she takes the stuff back. I've asked her before. I'm like, hey, can I have that thing? And she's like, no, they do inventory and blah blah blah. So you kind of need to know someone. Like the only ones that got out are like the dishonest Nintendo reps. Or like the people who decided they were going to quit and they were breaking into the Nintendo machine before they leave.
Or Nintendo employees could buy some of those sometimes, although they weren't supposed to resell them.
Right. Actually, I've received if you look hard enough on the forums, I've received gifts from people who work at places that make video games, and I think they say right on them like you can't resell them like for a year or something like that. So they understand, you can resell this eventually, but by the time you do, the value will have gone down.
Unless you're buying Nintendo stuff.
Yeah, unless you're buying like NFR Nintendo cards.
Right. But yeah, I could imagine if you already have a full N64 set, being able to cross one of those weird variants off your list is going to be pretty exciting. So. Yeah,
congrats. On top of just the thrill of being able to fire up Bassmasters and hooking that big mouth bass.
I'm going to guess it probably got tested to make sure it worked and then neatly packed away.
Yeah. I think most games don't get tested, and I wonder how many like different games are inside shells out there.
Yeah, well, you should do that. That's an important part of inventorying.
Yeah.
And then Wimster, not really too much game-wise to talk about. I just wanted to talk about this DVD set that he got. Are you a fan?
Yeah. We're all fans.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And Crabby, you, me, Kids in the Hall was something that, obviously it's a Canadian show. It's full of really funny Canadian guys.
Oh, my gosh.
It just happened to be in syndication on Comedy Central for the years that I was in high school. And I came right home and watched Kids in the Hall for a couple hours.
Oh, now see, it was on HBO when it got its first runs way back when I watched it. And oh my gosh, and it was funny because I was younger and my mother and I would both sit and watch it. We would just die. We just die laughing. Oh man.
I thought it was great. And it's kind of like little bit like Canadian Monty Python, like just to the point where, I mean, there's some people who really love it, like the cult following.
Oh, yeah.
And there are people that watch it for 5 minutes and they're like, what do you think is funny about this?
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
It's kind of like Mr. Show, right?
Yeah.
Oh man, I love some Mr. Show.
But yeah, if for anyone out there who's not seen Kids in the Hall, I mean, you could YouTube it if you want to, but if you're ever out and you just see Kids in the Hall DVDs or whatever, they're great. Just grab them.
Yep, I would highly recommend that. And like I said, Mr. Show. If you've not watched Mr. Show, you really do yourself a favor. It's really good. But yeah, he got a DVD set, so I just want to mention that was really cool. So I hope you enjoy watching those, Wimster.
Definitely.
And then the Saint of Pain.
Saint of Pain from Too Many Games, right? We had it. I think the Saint of Pain, if I'm remembering correctly, because I am getting old now, I think the Saint of Pain was maybe first featured on the Too Many Games episode.
I think so.
I remember the name. But one of the carts in here, well, actually, both carts I really like. I've really always liked Fantasy Zone.
Yeah, it's a...
I really like Fantasy Zone. The Master System version I played to death, the Nintendo not so much, but I don't know, just a Fantasy Zone guy, and I know you like Karnov.
Oh, yeah, I had Karnov way back when, and I could beat it, which you had to play that thing to death to beat it, but it's really neat with all the little items and everything. It was a really unique game. I don't think it gets enough credit.
No, I'm sure it does. I mean, the one thing that I do hear people say about it is the music does get a bit of credit. I've told this story before where I asked a friend of mine, I was like, name any Nintendo game, we'll get the music for it. And my buddy was like, Karnov. It's like, really? Of everything you could have named, Karnov.
That's the one.
Yeah. And also, if he's ever wants to get rid of that complete Genesis X-Band, I am your dude. I want an X-Band so bad. I wanted one back when it was new. It was in stores for 10 minutes. I wasn't able to get one. I really would like an X-Band.
When I saw that, I put that on the list for you.
Oh, man. I really wanted it. I saw an X-Band at Digipress at their store in Jersey like a couple of years ago. I think they were asking like $40, which it's weird because so few of them sell. I really don't know what they're worth. I just know that I would pay, some dollars or trade some stuff for it.
Sure.
But like at the time, I was like 40 for something that's going to sit on a shelf and is really just kind of a novelty piece. I passed on it. But yeah, X-Band, I want one. I'd also get a complete Dex drive if I could find one.
Oh yeah, so you could do some PC game file save.
Yeah,
swapping, right?
throw my PlayStation saves on my computer because I have so many of them.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And then we move over across the sea to BuildStar, right?
BuildStar, absolutely, yeah. Whenever I see him post on forums, I always think, is that me? No, that is another Bill.
That's another Bill.
Yeah.
I'll let this one's all you, man. This is all you.
He is another Bill after my own heart. So, some big box PC games. So he said he got them from a charity shop. I guess that's another name for a thrift shop because it's all donations.
Well, yes, kind of like a Salvation Army kind of thing.
Yeah, so like a place where all the stock is is pretty much donated. So he I think they said he asked about any more games in the back, and they were like, "Oh, you want to see the back?" and this is what gives every store a bad name. Like when anyone ever tells you, "Oh, we don't have that in stock," what do you ask them to do?
Yeah, can you check the back?
Can you check the back? So they actually had a back, and he said, "I could take all the games I wanted." So I guess they don't sell them. Like nobody wants them.
Hilarious.
So yeah, he got. Oh man, he got. I think he said like I could take all of them I want, so I took all of them.
He did like just shelves.
And yeah, and just looking through, I mean, Shadow Man. I just remember seeing like Command and Conquer, Red Alert, Waterworld, some Interplay games, Tiberian Sun, Rayman, Free Space. Really, just it doesn't even look like an old store stock because there would have been probably more doubles. It just looks like some dude who lived through that golden age of PC gaming. He's got Descent in there. Sin.
Got a Blade Runner in there, doesn't he?
Man, Blade Runner. It's still a great adventure game. Literally shelves of games, and that's a cool thing with big box PC games, especially is I could look at 3 of the shelves and find maybe 4 or 5 random games that I recognize or liked. And another PC gamer could see 10 other games in there that they love that I'd never heard of. So it's kind of weird because the PC gaming scene, it was very kind of hit or miss. How there was only a handful of people you knew who had a PC that played games, but you didn't know what they were because you had a Nintendo. So it was kind of a really exclusive, not club or group of guys, but just it wasn't everyone knew Mario and everyone knew Mortal Kombat, but not everyone knew the stuff on PC. But the people who did, they loved that stuff. So this is all really great stuff.
Yeah, and I wonder too, he had Blackthorn. Is that the same as the 32X game?
It was, I believe it was. I've never played it, and I haven't heard any reports that it's different, kind of like the Shadowruns are different.
Mm-hmm.
But I know that Blackthorn was released on PC.
Cool.
So I assume it's the same game, but I haven't played, so I can't say.
Awesome. Well, nice job rating the back of the store.
Totally. And now you're gonna make me ask. Can you check the back for me?
Right.
Gonna get that look.
And then up next we have Invader G2, right?
Yep. Some real good. I don't know if he posted where he got these carts, but real good stuff.
Yeah. Well, I noticed, separately it posted that he got a Color a Dinosaur cart.
Yes. Yeah, Color Dinosaur is a big one. Isn't that one that you...
It's the last one that I got, so...
Right.
A long time ago. It's been a slow year for me on the NES, but...
And he's got a Pradicus Conflict, which I remember was on your list a while ago, but you had picked it up. I remember I saw it in the store. I was like, oh, you still need Pradicus? And you're like, oh, I just got it.
I got that from Bickman. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. I've got Rockin' Cats, which I know Crabby is still looking for a Rockin' Cat, so he would think he was a little jealous on that one. And Wario's Woods. So, that's last official release. That's a tougher one to find. And Mario is Missing. Not an easy one.
Yeah, Mario's Missing. Yeah, got a Clue Clue. Which isn't terribly uncommon, but I mean, any of those, kind of lesser known black box games I think they're starting to get a little bit more attention, so it's good to grab those up now.
Yeah, and then he had like a couple other posts as well. So, just a couple of the highlights there. He picked up Wizardry 2. He got a copy of Lethal Weapon on the NES. Yep. So, Rainbow Island.
I was going to say that one. Rainbow Islands was in there.
And then there was another lot. As well, but probably the biggest one I saw that I was a little jealous of is he picked up Tournament Fighters.
Yeah, even the cart. You just don't see it.
I'm still waiting. One of these days, maybe.
Yeah, maybe when Crabby is done beating it on hard with one move, he'll let you borrow it.
Maybe I'm waiting for Crabby now to get like an influx of these games that I need, but.
He will.
He seems to be getting everything else but that. But
I think what he'll do is he'll start his second set.
Oh yeah, that's funny.
When I saw there was someone's like a signature at Nintendo Age was like need 38 games for my second NES US cart set. I was like, now you're just showing off.
Right. You're just rubbing it in.
Yeah.
So good job, Invader G2. Those are some really nice titles that you picked up there. And then up next we got Rustly Man. Yeah,
Rustly Man. I just saw Rustly at Retro Games a few days ago.
Really?
I had their kind of like bi-monthly retro game and get together. I brought the RGB down.
Oh yeah.
Had it was kind of like, but it was out of place because they had like an obscure game system theme. So they had like a Jaguar, a CDI, a 3DO, all hooked up.
Oh, that's painful.
And like at the end of the night, Chris said to me, they set all these things up. They put controllers there. They put games out. He's like, I really thought there'd be more people like playing games. Everyone just standing around talking and chatting and meeting up. And I was like, yeah, well.
And what games did you put
out? I think it was on 3DO is actually good. I really like the 3DO version of Road Rash. It looks surprisingly good. I actually had never played it until a few nights ago. It scales really well. And then the game they had in the CDI, I didn't even look at.
Why bother?
It didn't look fun.
No.
And they didn't have Tempest, so I didn't touch the Jaguar.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Well, no reason.
Yep.
But, boy, he loaded up, right?
Rustly got some good Dreamcast stuff. Some staples, some Shenmue, Grandia 2, Skies of Arcadia, Resident Evil 3, Marvel vs. Capcom 2. So a lot of really good Dreamcast staples. I didn't see the picture, but he's got a backlit Game Boy Color knockoff.
Yeah, it's like brand new. He even had a link where you can go to order the thing. It's not very expensive, it's like $20-$30, but it's a Game Boy Color, but it's like a built-in backlit screen. Looked pretty neat.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. He's really, for anyone who doesn't know, he does he like makes everything. Like when we went to this thing, he had made a lamp out of the NES Advantage.
Cool.
So we took the joystick out, and then like there's just kind of like the the lamp portion that went up from there. He did another one with like a vertically pointing up NES zapper. And everyone said the same thing. They're like, tell me that like the dial, like the turbo dial on the NES, like dims the light, or like the trigger on the zapper turns light on and off. And he's like, oh no, I'll do that. Like, he's like, that's a great idea. I'll do that on my next one. So he does lots of like do-it-yourself projects. He does lots of art. So and he's done those like NES controller, kind of redesign covers. So really some cool stuff. So he's posted it before, so anyone curious can just ask him.
Yeah, very talented guy. And did you see the DuckTales painting that he did?
Yes. Yeah, the Scrooge.
Yeah, the Scrooge McDuck sprite.
Yeah, it was a good one. I think he actually sold and it's not expensive. He sells art like in the store, and he just makes a lot of stuff. So but yeah, he does really good stuff. And I think he's got an Etsy shop, but I can't remember for sure.
Super talented guy, and boy, just like the friendliest guy on the planet, right?
Seriously, like he's always working on something, and I've never seen him, like, not that we hang out all the time, but I've never seen him where he's not the happiest person in the room.
Yeah, just
you walk in, he's just hey,
right. Just man, he's a great guy.
Yeah, good dude.
And then he got a nice little N64 lot. I mean, nothing fantastic, but a great deal, right?
Yeah, he does that a lot. So the N64 with Diddy Kong, 3 controllers. I mean, $15. I mean, like, I'd spend $15 on an N64.
Yeah.
So to grab some games and some extra controllers is nice.
Easy flip.
Yep. Super easy.
And then, I wanted to include Mission Failed. Not like the most epic score in the world, but since Crabby's not here, I figured we had to.
You got to represent.
We got to pour one out for him.
Yeah. So Crabby, this one's for you. All the way from Snake Man's level, Mission Failed picked up the best Mega Man game for the NES, according to Crabby.
After Mega Man 2?
Mega Man 3 for 2 loonies.
2 dineros. Very good. Very good.
Very good. So if that's the only thing you grabbed this month, you still did a good job.
Certainly. And then, we've got Nick, right? Gamer Nick, who I think is basically, at some point in time, is just going to post like, okay, that's it. I bought everything. I'm done.
And the thing is, he's doing both. Like, he's buying crazy great stuff, and at the same time, he's trying to sell some of his stuff so he can continue to buy crazy great stuff. The problem is the stuff that he's buying is the stuff that I want.
Right?
Yeah, there's beautiful Nintendo powers in here. Like, they're all like crispy corners, like nothing's folded up. And like Nintendo Power is one of the only magazines ever that every single cover I can look at and remember, like, oh, I had this. This was such a good one.
Oh, yeah, I know. And you're right. I mean, they look really minty.
Yeah.
And they're like the classics. We're talking about like issues 2, 3, 4.
Yeah. And that's the thing is, like, you look at the Castlevania 2 cover where, like, the head of the vampire's in his hand, and it's like, the DuckTales cover, like, you remember getting these. You remember them showing up.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Oh, they were great. And, like, the Claymation Mario 3.
Yeah.
Which they were obviously going from the style of the first 2 issues.
And then, he picked up like a lot of box games. He got some sealed games in there. I mean, like a couple of sealed NES titles like Super Jeopardy, Abadox. He picked up, those were sealed. And one game that I actually kind of want to try to pick up to play is, somebody told me that the new Tetris on N64 is really good. So I kind of want to try that one at some point.
Oh, the one called the new Tetris.
Right.
Yes, I haven't played it. I've played Tetrisphere.
Of course.
And I like that one a lot, but I haven't played that one. Is it called the new Tetris or the next Tetris?
The new Tetris. The next Tetris, I think, is on some other system.
Okay, yeah, I knew they existed.
Yeah.
And I have to say, Gamer Nick, some of the just as we're mentioning some of his complete games in there, there's a best of the best championship karate mixed in there. Which is not an easy box to come across. There's a River City Ransom, another rare one. He's got the classic Legend of Zelda. He's got several Konami silver boxes, so he's chasing my coattails. and a Lone Ranger, which is one of the ones that I had forgot about because it's not a game you normally think about when you think about, kind of classic Konami games, but it is a silver box, so it counts.
Yeah. He also, at a couple other points there, he picked up a Kid Clown, so that's a little tougher one to find on the NES. Also picked up a couple others, like Ghost Lion, complete in box, with the poster, that's kind of interesting to find that whole thing together. He got a very nice Deadly Towers as a replacement, so that was kind of fun. And he's kind of doing a lot of completing, just picking up like little manuals and odds and ends to kind of put things back together. So some nice stuff there. I sold him some games too. So there was a nice lot of kind of the ones we had talked about. Some of those, Bill, that you'd picked up some boxed games from me.
Yes, I remember. Yeah, I remember posting mine a while ago, and I know you said you had some held aside for him as well. So finally got those.
Yep, I did send a nice box his way, so those were some really great games. I still have a couple left. I really need to start my sale thread back up again, but I've got a few more, but I'll get around to it here at some point.
My thread just says nothing right now because I sold a bunch of stuff I had in a lot at the event the other night at Retro Games, and I eBayed a handful of things that they'll definitely sell, but everyone on the site already has a Slim PS2, so can't really sell it on the thread. Unless somebody really wants a Slim PS2, and then you can PM me.
Yeah, and just another quick mention, you're talking about Best of the Best Karate and some of those other games, and some of those were in a lot that he picked up from Fibro Freak. So
that's right, yeah, because she's still selling off a lot of her rare stuff.
Yeah, so I would, as usual, I think we probably mention this every other episode or so, but if you're ever looking to buy some good stuff, Fibro Freak on a lot of different boards, has got some nice stuff.
And right in my neck of the woods, also in Connecticut, and she tends to lean to the rarer, harder to find, more expensive titles. So she has a lot of stuff that you look through the stuff she has, and you're like, "Are you kidding me? She has that too, and she has that."
Yeah. So, even after selling off a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
And
because I think what she does is she's like, okay, well, I gotta sell this. And then she holds on to something because she just wants to hug it for longer. And then eventually she's like, well, I got to do it. Let's do this too.
Maybe. Last thing I want to mention that Gamer Nick picked up just specifically was Eternal Champions for the Sega CD.
Of course.
I've got a soft spot for that game. We had so much fun, me and a friend, playing that with all the weird fatalities and everything on it. Oh, we had a lot of fun with that one.
We just went into a 2-player mode and tried, because there's certain fatalities that only happen if someone dies in a certain location. Yep. And we did it on accident the first time. We're we ended the fight and I was like, what, did the game freeze? But a dinosaur walks over and eats one of the bodies up. Yeah. And we just thought that was so cool. And so we tried to recreate it over and over again. We just couldn't do it.
Yeah, there's on every stage, there's there's different ones that are on there. So I remember there's one where there's this big fan blade in the back. And if you kick them just hit them just right, they fly into the fan blade and get all cut to pieces. And oh, yeah.
Which is weird because Mortal Kombat had the stage fatalities, but they were extremely specific and you could control if it happened with a move. In Mortal Kombat 1, it was just the uppercut for the pits, but then in 2, there was a stage fatality, combo. So it was weird that, when Eternal Champions did it, they were like, okay, it's just going to be super, super specific of where people are. So it's it almost never happens in the, regular gaming. You'd almost have to do it purposely just to get it to work.
Yeah, and I think Eternal Champions did not get enough credit.
Well, the thing, I think it did at the time. I just don't think people look back on it as one of the great fighters of that generation, but everyone I know loved playing that game.
Yeah, it was fun. It was well done. Yeah. And I remember when I first got my Saturn, on launch, on the box it shows you all the games that are coming, in the future, and they had a picture of Eternal Champions for Saturn on the box, but it just never materialized.
Yeah.
But very cool. Good stuff. And then who do we got up next?
Disloyal Head.
I don't really understand how your head can be disloyal, but sure.
Well, I don't know. I'm sure I could come up with something given enough time to think about it.
You got a steal though,
yes. Right? Yeah, Disloyal Head. A Conker's Bad Fur Day for $4.
$4.
Yeah, that's the other theme of the month is great games, low prices.
Yeah, no doubt. And then he also just got like this huge list.
It sounds like all the money that we're saving, everyone else is just spending for us, like in value of games they're getting.
Making me a little jealous, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
But he picked up like a bunch of like good PS2 games, some really good GameCube titles, so a bunch of Dreamcast. I mean, just
a lot of Mega Man stuff, like Mega Man X7, Command Assault for PS2, the Spyro games, which I forget who it was on the thread the other day. I asked a question about, like, do you replay old games, like, just for fun, not for achievements or anything? And someone said they play through all the Spyros every year. And I said, oh, that's cool. That's just not one I would think that somebody would. I
think it was like, was that Sir Psycho?
It was, you're right.
Yeah.
And he also got Silent Hill 2, which I think Crabby has told me is the best one.
Probably, yeah, I think so. I think that's what he says.
Yeah. Got some Legacy of Kain, some Sly Cooper, like Animal Crossing on GameCube, Sonic Adventure 1 and 2, Dreamcast, Soul Reaver, Sonic, like literally like just tons of good PlayStation, Dreamcast, PS2, GameCube stuff.
Yeah, and he's got Space Channel 5 in there, so definitely give that one a play. That one's pretty interesting. It's a pretty interesting game.
Yeah, definitely. Kind of like when rhythm games were still trying to figure out who and what they were.
Right. And then up next, Mech Blue. We just want to put him in here. He picked up one pretty cool item, right?
Ancient Ship of Doom. It's my favorite. What do you call that? I guess a subtitle to it.
Right.
Yeah, it's my favorite subtitle of all time because it's such a great game and it's just such a cheesy subtitle.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem to make tons of sense.
No, it doesn't. Because when you play the game, there's never a time when you're thinking, when am I going to get, what's going on with the Ancient Ship of Doom?
Yeah, and I don't really remember a level where you're on an Ancient Ship of Doom either, so no. I don't know.
The only level I can think of where you're on a ship is, remember at the second, it was the second stage in Ninja Gaiden, like the Xbox one, where you're like on an airship?
Oh, I never played the new ones.
Oh, maybe, I was thinking maybe that's the Ancient Ship of Doom. Maybe. I don't know if, but you're into like Bayonetta, right? Yes. So I'm surprised you didn't play that one. It's
I heard they were like really hard, and that doesn't excite me.
It is, but I got to tell you, it's not cheap hard where you're like, seriously, F this game. It's not even fun. I don't even care if I win. It's hard, but it's almost like, like the control is so. It's almost like Super Meat Boy. Like, yeah, it's really hard, but the control is so good and precise that, like, okay, I know I can do that better. And then you do it, and then you win. So,
I got you.
Yeah, maybe give it a try if you find it cheap, but pretty good.
Maybe. And then up next, we've got Angle. Our He's he got a couple of nice things, right? He got an almost complete action set.
Yep. Yeah, I was looking through some of my like spare parts to see if I have anything to help complete that, but unfortunately I don't. I got like some control deck manuals, but that's all I have for for Nintendo sets.
Yeah. And then he picked up a copy of Devil World for the Famicom. I'm a big Devil World fan.
I didn't know it was a thing.
Yeah, Shigeru Miyamoto did the game. Never came out here. Yeah. It's kind of I don't even know. It's like kind of like a maze game, like a Pac-Man kind of thing, but it's not. It's its own thing as well. So, yeah, I would say it's pretty cool. Check it out. Okay. Not terribly expensive either.
All right.
And then this one, even though I'm not, this gets a little derision because it's not the best of the series, but he got the BioShock 2 Special Edition, the big box.
Yeah, that big square box looks like a special edition vinyl album.
Yeah, he got that one.
That's actually I can't imagine where he'd come across something like a store that would still have that.
Yeah, well, I remember for a while there's a bunch of places that had them, were trying to clearance them, but they wouldn't mark them down. You know what I mean?
I remember like best because it sold for $99 originally, which like okay, and then like I remember it dropped to like I think it was like $79. So it was like still $20 more than the new game. And then when the new game was like next to nothing, I think they went as low as $59. But I'm like, dude,
yeah,
you can't. You can't. I mean, you're asking full retail for a game that you can't do it. So and my other problem is Best Buy put like those like security devices on them, so they mashed up the corners or like the edges of the box. I was like, well, I'm not buying that now. So
yeah, I would just like to look through the art books that were included. Yeah. I think that would be the cool part.
Yeah. And Engel, if you were if you were buying that to play, and if you haven't played 2 yet, I mean, 2's not a bad game. It's not like the crazy game that like 1 or Infinite is, but I've said it before. Buy the single player DLC episode, Minerva's Den.
Yeah.
It is as good as any other BioShock experience.
Yeah, it is really good and not too long.
No, yeah, and I don't know if I mentioned this part before. The dude, like the designer at 2K who did Minerva's Den, like the lead they put on it, after Minerva's Den came out, Ken Levine hired him to be a designer with Irrational for Infinite. So when Ken Levine thinks you're good enough at making BioShock games to hire you to make more BioShock games, you did a good thing.
Yeah, that's impressive for sure. And this next one, Xbox 360 Limited Edition, the Record of Agrest War, the Really Naughty Limited Edition.
Is that the one with the mouse pad?
That's the one I'm thinking. I think it's the booby
Bravo.
mouse pad.
Good for you.
Yeah. One of those things that probably you can't bring to work to use for your computer, but pretty awesome nonetheless.
You could, but you'll be assigned to sensitivity training shortly thereafter.
You'll be called to HR rather quickly.
And the thing is, like, you know, I've shown, like, you know, like special editions like this to female gamers that I know and females who I know who aren't gamers. I'm like, what do you think of that? And, like, you know, most of them just roll their eyes at it. You know, like, it's pretty harmless, you know, like, I guess to most people, but there are some people who are offended, so you got to be careful. But for those of you who haven't seen it, you know, like the mouse pads that have like kind of like a raised wrist rest kind of built into it. So it's like that. It's just the bust of a female. So it's like 2 small raised up things. So you can Google it. You can see what it looks like. So yeah, good job.
And then here's that Sculptor's Cut's come back, right?
Yeah, a little bit of foreshadowing. So the Zagnort Sculptor's Cut made its way over to Angle.
Yeah.
So there's Zag just helping the community out.
Absolutely. And boy, this one I thought, Bill, this has got your name all over it. How have you not jumped on this one?
The Zelda Wii U?
Yeah.
Let me explain to you why I haven't jumped all over it.
Okay.
While at the same time not condemning Angle for jumping all over it, because I congratulate you for doing this. I believe the gamepad is beautiful. That is what I believe. There's no change to the system, but it doesn't matter because the gamepad's still beautiful. One of my big problems with it is, like we talked about before, baby's coming, money's tight. I still haven't figured out my Zelda 3DS situation. There's other stuff going on. At the end of the day, it's still $300 for a system that I still can't think of anything on it that I want to play besides for
Mario.
What is it? Mario Brothers U, Rayman Legends, and this, you know, remake of Wind Waker. Plus, like the thing that kind of tipped me towards no, when I saw that Hyrule Historia and Wind Waker on there, I was like, oh, this is really close to a yes. And then when it said digital copy, I was like, oh,
Yeah.
that's not great. So, yeah, I mean, when I first saw this announced, I was almost immediately like, yes, now I'm getting Wii U. And then, like, very quickly, like 15, 20 minutes later, I was like, thought about it, and I looked at details, and I was like, no, I'm not.
So tell me, if it was game in box, hardcover Hyrule Historia, is that a sale for Bill?
I wouldn't do it for $300. I would try my mightiest to get close to $100 for like a Wii bundle that I could put together and sell to somebody. That's the thing, like the Wii U and the Vita are 2 systems that I have this pretty much the same problem with both of them. They're both intriguing to me for different reasons. They're both, you know, impressive pieces of hardware when you compare them to what the previous one was, and neither of them have anything that I'm dying to play. Like literally nothing. I know with the Vita, there's like, oh, well, Gravity Rush is a thing, and it's like, yeah, well, whatever.
You could play Borderlands 2 again.
Yeah, I mean that's coming up pretty soon. If it hasn't already come out, Final Fantasy X 10-2, which, you know, I'm a big fan, but I mean I'm just gonna play it at home. Also, like, I don't know, I'd really like for there to be a Kingdom Hearts game on Vita. There isn't. I'd really like for there to be like a hockey game, because if I could just pull out, like, you know, play a game of hockey real quick, like on a play, you know, like wherever I am. There isn't one. And the stuff they do have, it's like, oh, like Uncharted's great. I don't know. I played through Uncharted once, and then I never play them again. So, like, as much as I'd love to, you know, participate in the Zelda, you know, Wii U gaming experience, I just don't see myself dropping even $200 like any time in the next year.
I hate to say it, I'm probably with you. I'm going to wait
Yeah.
till I can find a steal on one for Craigslist.
Yeah, and what's making me feel a little bit better about that decision is I go to we have a Target like a minute from my house. We go there almost every day. They still have Zelda special editions there, brand new.
Yeah.
So I don't think this thing is going to be terribly hard to come by if you really want to find that Zelda gamepad eventually.
Yeah. And then to round it out, Engel picked up a couple complete in box NES games. So again, speaking of Mega Man 3, he picked that one up.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, I mean, it's Mega Man 1, 2, and 3. People have this, I don't know if it's a misconception or if it's true, that 1, 2, and 3 are harder to find. Yeah, I have 1, 2, and 3. I've been looking for 4, 5, and 6 forever, especially 4, because that's my personal favorite, just the one I played the most growing up. But yeah, I haven't seen a 4, 5, and 6.
2 and 3 sold truckloads of copies.
Yes,
so.
yes. Tons.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about those.
Yeah, Mega Man 3 and Battletoads. Battletoads is one that's, I mean, I was lucky enough to find a complete. It's one of those weird ones. I've had it complete for so long that, like, I never pay attention when, like, one's for sale. But I don't really see them for sale very often. So I don't know how, easy that is to come by either.
No, just really popular. I think that's probably a lot of people hold on to it. Really popular.
Yes.
And then, okay, I was going to throw Crabby in there, but he kind of said, don't worry about it.
Yeah, we said, do you want us to mention them? And he said, well, I think they speak for themselves. And if you've been watching Crabby's posts lately, he used to, before I was on the show, he used to, kind of poke fun at me and say, well, we could just call this the Wild Bill Show with all the stuff that he gets. But no, he has flipped those tables like a angry guy getting up from a board game.
Yeah, he, having your own store helps. Let's just say that.
It has to. I just hope he's leaving enough stuff in the store to sell so that he can stay in business.
Right.
Because I'm sure he'd love to keep more stuff than he's keeping.
I'm sure. Well, hopefully we'll have him back on next episode and he can just go on a huge tirade about everything that's going on with him. So we'll leave it for that. But let me just say,
sure,
just color me jealous, extremely.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very, very, very thankful that he's keeping an eye out for for his buds, and I might have a thing in the works with him. So that'll be something that hopefully shows up by the next episode.
That'd be awesome. Yep.
Yeah.
But Crabby's, obviously everybody listening to the show knows that. Such a fantastic guy. I can't say how extremely happy I am for him that this is working out so wonderfully.
Yeah, seriously. I feel so happy for him that it's working better than anybody imagined.
Yeah.
And at the same time, like, I just feel really, I really feel for the guy that he's slept for 14 minutes in the last few months.
Oh, yeah.
So it's been really rough on him. So we're hoping everything can kind of, get easier for him as it goes along.
Yeah, because I know even people that run their own business already put in crazy hours, and then you're working a full-time job on top of that.
Yeah, I mean, like, you live your business when you own it, and yeah, he's still, because he didn't expect this thing to blow up the way it did. So now that his, regular job is like, well, no, we still need you here. So
Yeah.
I mean, we'll let him, go into the details, but he's working on it.
Yeah, hopefully we'll have him back on the next show. And then moving on, we were talking about Shadow earlier, and he was picked a few things up, right?
Of course, he picked up Skylanders.
Lots of Skylanders.
Yeah, he's, and I don't want him to get. I'm gonna poke fun at him a tiny bit because it just is an interesting thing to me. And I'm the same way. Like most times when you talk to me, it's like, hey, how come you haven't picked anything up lately? And I'm like, well, I'm kind of broke. And then you'll see me like pick up some big thing and you're like, hey, I thought you were broke. So Shadow, same thing. I'm like, hey, like, maybe like I have this thing that you might want. You want to get this? And he's like, like money's real tight right now. And then he buys 100 Skylanders
Yeah, like
figures.
the whole collection.
Yeah. So we all do it. Like I do the same
Sure.
thing. So I just think it's really funny when the Skylanders bug hits and he just can't resist.
Yeah. And then he also picked up a Commodore monitor from like the Commodore 64 days. I love these monitors, and I would tell people if you ever find one of these things, if you ever see one of these Commodore monitors out somewhere, pick them up because for just strictly composite video, they have just beautiful composite video. So highly recommend those. If you ever see one of those guys, make sure you grab it. So good score on that. And then we've got Killer Cobra.
Yeah. Killer Cobra's got a great complete Konami Silverbox game that it's I mean, it's kind of like right in the middle as far as like ones that you see. Like I remember when I found my copy of Stinger at Retro Games, actually. Chris had it marked, I think like $35, which like I think was a pretty good price at the time. I mean, they kind of fluctuate a bit. But Stinger is not one that you see a whole lot. It's kind of one of the silvers that kind of squeaks by people. So it's a nice one to pick up.
Mm-hmm. And then you saw that Nintendo cab that he got, right?
Yeah, the Donkey Kong. And I remember him posting like he was like, "Yes, I know it's a junior cabinet because you can tell from the color."
Right.
But yeah, I mean that Nintendo cabinet style. I mean, you can tell immediately. Like when you see a Nintendo cabinet, which is why I was so happy with in Wreck-It Ralph. Wreck-It Ralph is in a Nintendo style cabinet, which is great.
Someday I'll have one, maybe. Probably not with
Yes,
another child on the way, but. And then we get back to Shiboni. The couple things I put in here were not fantastic, but I think one of them was with the theme. But I want to mention.
Yeah.
I want to mention Mad World on the Wii because. For a game that is so stinking cheap, it's a fun game.
Super cheap. Yeah, I mean, it's. I don't think it's legal to sell this game for more than $8.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, you can like $2-3 for Mad World, but I liked it.
It was good. It got great reviews. It's kind of like this, like, I guess you would say like ultra violent.
Oh yeah, but totally cartoon.
Ultra violent. Yeah, like kind of like it's hard to even call it cell shaded because it's like black and white, but it kind of has a cell shaded vibe to it. It's ultra violent, but it's a SEGA game on the Wii. It's really good.
Yeah, and it kind of has like that Running Man kind of vibe to it, right? Where you always have like this announcer that's constantly like calling out these things that you're doing to people.
Yeah,
it's really kind of it's neat. It's worth the time and trouble.
When they announced Dead Rising 2 and they were like, oh yeah, it's kind of like a game show thing and you're trying to like escape like all the zombies like that's being televised, I thought of Mad Worlds with like the announcer like yelling out what's going on.
Right. And then he also found a copy of Morrowind, right?
Morrowind, yeah. You can't explain it. These themes, they just happen.
Yeah, so there you go. I expect to see a lot of people playing Morrowind soon.
Yeah.
Flea, he got a really good deal on... do you remember seeing these arcade sticks when the game came out?
Absolutely, yeah. I was a big Mortal Kombat fan in the arcade, and when it came to console, I was all over any version I could get my hands on.
Yeah, and these were these ones that came out for this last big Mortal Kombat release for like PS3 and 360. The ones they sold like at GameStop, the big...
Right, the classic stick. Yeah, these retailed for $100, either $100 or $129. I can't remember. Israel will let us know. Yeah, and they came with like a downloadable code for like the trilogy, like 1, 2, 3, and Ultimate or whatever it was. But yeah, these things went on clearance pretty much across the nation of GameStop, and a lot of people got really good deals on them.
Yeah, he picked one up for $25, so for an arcade stick. Yeah,
that's amazing.
That's a great deal.
And I'm pretty sure that it's just USB to the 360, but since like all the wiring is like just like legit done, so like if you wanted to like convert it to like anything else, all the wires are there, you could do it.
Yeah, great stuff. And then who do we got up next?
It's the Gru.
Just the Gru?
Just the Gru.
I feel kind of bad that you're not going to do it.
No one's asking for it anymore. It used to be like doesn't his name show up like when he's like, there's like a weird spot on the site that it always shows up with like lots of views. Like I forget what, but it's like I'll go to the forums and I'll hit like trophies from the hunt, and it's like his name still shows up regular, but when you click on like like people viewing this thread, it's like good old Android programmer,
right? He found a copy of Gotcha Force for GameCube, and I think he said this is like the second or third one he's found, and that's a toughie.
Yeah, it's weird. Like some people, just they come across little hot pockets of these games.
Yeah, so I've never seen one.
Yeah,
me neither. So, I mean, congratulations. I'm sure he's probably going to flip that, which I would too.
You have to.
Yeah.
You have to. What are you gonna have people over and play Gotcha
No,
Force?
not really. So good job grabbing that one.
Definitely.
And then Monkeys.
Monkeys 19. This is still one. Now this is a deal that I would love to. I don't know if I didn't read the post, but I don't know if he had the cart and he's completing it, or if he just got a good deal on a box and manual. Either way, yeah. Final Fantasy 3/6 if you want to be a snob about it. Box and manual for Monkeys 19.
Yeah. Which a very iconic look to it.
Very, and kind of anti what any marketing department will tell you.
Yeah, the most plain.
Like, so let's just get kind of a solid-ish color, and same thing with 2.
Yeah.
4 for the snobs. Just red, and we're gonna put the name of the game. And then 3, it was almost like the marketing department was screaming at them like, put something else on the front, and they were like, okay, here's a Moogle.
Right.
But yeah, and even when you get to 7. You start to see, okay, well, let's put a dude on there, but his back's going to be towards you, looking toward a building, so it's all kind of, mysterious. And then look at 8. There's more people on it. Then look at 9. All of the people are on it. So, but yeah, like the Final Fantasy 2 and 3 boxes, and when you look at some other Squaresoft stuff, like Secret of Mana, it just says Secret of Mana on the front of the box.
Yeah, which is kind of weird. I really like the Final Fantasy VI artwork for the Japanese release much better.
Yes.
But still, it is very iconic, that US
Definitely.
box.
It's one of those things that you can pick out of a crowd.
Oh, yeah. At a drop of a hat, yeah, you'll find, you'll be able to pick that one out. Beautiful, though. Wonderful.
Definitely.
And then, speaking of, we were talking about Newpoil earlier. He did go out to that Portland Retro Gaming Expo. He was really nice, but I will say, I wanted to say personally thanks, because he sent me a message and said, hey, I'm going. Is there anything you want me to look for while you're there? And I said, well, if there's any homebrew or unique NES releases that are there, let me know. And he's like, sure, yeah, give me your number. I'll text you if I find anything. And evidently there wasn't, but it was just really nice of him to think of me when he went out there. So I really appreciate that.
Definitely.
But he picked up a couple games, right?
Yeah. I'm definitely not an expert on anything out of this country when it comes to PS2 stuff. So I haven't seen any of these things, but he's saying that these are like Middle Eastern variants. He said they were purchased in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, it's like a friend sent them from Saudi.
Yeah.
But
and they got a really different, the DVD cases are like a kind of like a darkish blue. But like the platinum hits, I actually kind of really like the look of the platinum hits in that region.
Yeah, I mean, just like a bunch of kind of unique things, and some of them look like they were maybe like really European copies that maybe just got sent there, but definitely one of them was very much a Middle Eastern release, because you even had,
I think it's the copy of the Getaway. Which it's mostly in English, but then you flip the back over and you can just see the Arabic writing all over it.
Yeah, that's really kind of neat to see some of that, because we just don't, we don't get to see a lot of that sort of stuff.
Yeah, definitely not.
And then he also picked up what I think is probably the worst copy of Silent Service ever. What a poor,
which isn't even
fate.
There is no bad copy of Silent Service, though.
The label was just barely there.
You get a little glue stick.
Yeah, there's no going back for that poor guy.
We don't go back to Ravenholm.
Yeah, but I think you should take that one out and give it a nice ceremonial burial in the backyard, and
make sure you mark it.
Either that, or maybe build a big raft and wood with a big pyre on it, and light it and send it out into the lake.
Well, you can't light it and send it out. You have to send it out and then hit it with an arrow.
Oh, the flaming arrow! Yeah, gosh.
Yeah. And if I'm telling you, you better hit it on one of those first few tries, because the blackfish is going to make you feel like an idiot if he has to take care of you. Anyone else out there actually read the Game of Thrones books? They're actually quite good.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, the show's great, but read the books, people.
Reading? Nah, video game players.
Yes. I'm reading Fall of Hyperion right now. We should start a book reading thread.
There you go. And then we have a reading thread. There's a what have I been reading thread.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like, oh no, I don't mean like what's been reading. I mean like a book of the month type
Oh, you
thing.
can start a book club. There you go.
Yeah, where people can like read a similar thing and then talk about how great it is.
Gotcha. And then Silver 80. Just one thing I want to put. He had a few things on there, but one thing that caught my eye was Legend of Oasis for the Saturn.
Now this is a cool game. So pardon my ignorance, but is this related to Beyond?
Yes.
Okay.
It's basically like a sequel.
Direct sequel?
I don't know if it's a direct sequel, but it's the same style, same sort of game. So.
Yeah, because I played Beyond Oasis on the Genesis and then again on the Sonic Ultimate Collection on the 360. And I enjoyed it.
Yeah, and it's one that's, not uber rare as some of the other ones are, but still a really good title to find for the system. So very good.
I've been on the lookout for Galactic Attack recently.
Oh, I love shooters. Yeah.
Yeah, and I saw a copy at the store when I was there the other day, and I picked it up and I turned it around, and the instruction manuals for Galactic Attack, and the rest of the case was for Daytona, USA.
Oh, no.
So no deal.
I'm trying to think of what the Japanese name for that one is, but it escapes me right at the moment. You can definitely get a Japanese copy a little easier, probably cheaper.
That's good. That's a good point. Maybe I'll get a Pro Action Replayers. Do you need the replay for imports or just for the extra RAM?
You'll need it for imports, but you can use even if you have a Game Shark. You can do it with Game Shark.
That's right. That'll fit back there.
And then we're over to Fukakis.
Does everything for the khakis.
Absolutely. He picked up a complete inbox Batman for the NES.
So again, like probably on the more common side of games, but just a really, really cool box. It's a super iconic style. Just anything Batman in the late 80s, early 90s was gold. So, and for $2 you can't beat it.
$2. I remember when I got that game, I got it, I think, as a birthday present. My mom bought that for me, and she'd ordered it from some mail order thing or something because it was new and, it was hard to get. And for some reason, like, the game I got was glitchy. Like, something was messed up with it, and like the graphics were all glitched. And it wasn't like my Nintendo was dirty. I mean, all the games played fine, and that one was brand new. But the graphics were really glitched up, so she had to send it back. And I remember it took like forever to get that game back.
I had when I worked at Babbage's, I think it was, some guy bought Final Fantasy X, good move, and then he came back like a few weeks later, and he was like, "I think there's something wrong with my copy." And I was like, "What do you mean?" I thought he meant like a scratch disc or something. He's like, "I've gotten to like the third town, and I haven't been able to buy there's no armor in any of the shops." And I was like, well, they press all the discs. Like, it's not like just one copy wouldn't have armor in the shops. He's like, no, like, I think just my copy doesn't have armor in the shops. So we had to go in the strategy guide and show him, like, the first piece of armor that you can actually buy and not, like, find off an enemy is, like, in the next town you're about to go to. He thought just his copy the shops were wrong.
I had one other instance of that. Lufia 2. Playing through it, and I don't know if it was my copy or all copies, whatever, but there was one dungeon where the graphics were totally glitched, and you couldn't see to play through it. So to play through it, I basically just had to like trial and error forever to finally get through the dang thing, and the rest of the game played fine. And it was just, I thought maybe maybe the game save is corrupted. So I went out, and that's way back when, I bought this Naki game saver where it was basically save state your games on a separate thing. And so I did that, and then I'm like, wipe out my save and load again. No, same problem. So the cart had to be glitched or something. It's really, really weird.
That is weird.
Yeah, but good pickup there, Fukakis.
Yeah, definitely.
And then back to Techie. We talked about Techie before, right?
Yeah, mentioned him with earlier. We talk about him a lot, don't we?
I'm pretty sure we mentioned him earlier, but that's okay.
I know I mentioned him with regard to Teemu Solani, and just as a big Ducks fan, I feel for him because he's a big guy, he's out of their lineup, and also that he hasn't sent me his Sega CD that I'm going to fix for him, and also trade for some PC games that hopefully he hasn't forgotten about and gotten rid of yet.
Maybe this will spur him on.
I'm sure it will if he's like on the 4-wheeler right now.
Now, if I remember, I have to go back to this. See, wasn't the thing he had gotten the big box of stuff from Slacker, right? But the Skittles were missing, right?
Yes.
Like, did the postman eat them or something? The Skittles were gone.
Yeah, it was really weird. Like almost like some like postman opened it up and said, "Nope, this is not regulation," and like took the Skittles out.
But looks like Slacker made up for it and sent him some Skittles.
Yeah.
So that was really pretty cool. And then he picked up a complete in box Phantasy Star for Master System, which is pretty awesome.
Now you have this, right?
Yeah, of course.
Which Phantasy Star do you not have? I thought there was one Phantasy Star that you were looking for.
Yeah, I've got all the main titles.
Okay.
So I mean, I don't have like all the Phantasy Star Online and Plus and Zero and all those crazy ones, but all the traditional story ones. No, I've got all those, and they're really good. They're pretty cool. The first Phantasy Star is tough. It's a long, tough game. I mean, it's traditional RPG, but it's good. So I think if you got the patience and you can still go through those, it's one of those ones where you got to make your own maps. You know what I mean? Bust out the graph paper.
Get the graph paper. Yep.
Or Game Facts, one or the other. But
graph paper's way better.
Yeah, well worth it. Really good game. And then Beers 241. I think that's how we agreed to say that last time.
I like
Beers.
that. Beers.
He got a lot of stuff, but he picked up a Super Joy, which is like a knockoff. Looks like an N64 controller, but really it's like a Nintendo on a chip system. And they were like sold
plug and play
dirt cheap a while back. But they also would come with like these multi-carts, like these Famicom multi-carts. So he found the thing. He didn't have the cart with it, but it does play Famicom carts. So that's always a good thing to keep around for that. And they picked up, I think this is pretty common, but I remember playing it liking it, Sword of Vermilion for Genesis. Did you ever play that one?
I don't think I have, no.
I got that one like way back when. I really enjoyed it. It's probably not the best one to go back to now, but I mean, I got a real kick out of it. It was pretty cool back at the time. Because, the overworld stuff was kind of bland, but like you would get into these boss fights, and it was like this side view thing, and you like these really huge sprites, and you're swinging your sword. Like, it was really pretty cool. You should at least maybe check out a YouTube video and watch the boss fight parts at least. It's kind of neat. It's pretty cool. And then, Tin Star.
Join the club.
Yeah. Doing a
baby date.
So do you think the baby's going to come out with a giant beard?
He actually, I remember, I forget what thread it was. It was like, know your RF Gen guy. And like someone just posted a thread of him, or no, I think it was Shadow posted a picture of him and said, this is because Tin Star's like really wanted to have a picture of himself on here for a while. And then Tin Star got really mad, and I thought like, oh, maybe he didn't want his picture shown. But then it turns out he was just mad because like, oh no, that beard is nothing. Look at what I'm rocking now, and his beard was way bigger. That's
the thing I'm waiting for. I want to see like an ultrasound with a giant beard on it.
Yeah, I actually think I said to my wife the other day, I said, you know what, I'm not a beard guy at all. And I said to my wife, I was like, I'm thinking about maybe growing a little bit of a beard, like for when the baby's born. She's like, why? And I said, because you know how like whenever you look at pictures of your dad from like 30 years ago, there's always one where like, oh, dad had a beard, or like, why does he have a mustache? And it's like, oh, it was the 70s, So I should probably look somehow different than later.
Yeah, there you go. Right, just you gotta go through the phase, right, where you try it out. Yeah. Everybody has a phase where they try it out.
Yeah, I had killer sideburns in high school.
I would like to see that. Maybe someday you'll share the pictures.
Yeah.
And
so yeah, congrats to Tin Star on the baby and the beard.
Yeah, man. Like I said, we're gonna have to have a dad's for him. It's gonna be pretty cool.
And also, like, he's got to tell me how he does it. Like, I don't do well in the heat. I sweat, and it's gross. And I'm lucky that I have a wife that agreed to be with me after she found out that I sweat when it gets like 60 degrees out. But he lives in like the desert and has a ridiculous beard. So I need to know like if there's like a pill you take or what.
It's a dry heat. That's what they say, right? It's a dry heat.
Yeah, it is. I went to Phoenix once for a week and I didn't sweat at all, and I couldn't. It was like 100 degrees. So I guess there is that.
Yeah. Beautiful area. I think the Southwest is beautiful.
Yeah,
beautiful.
definitely.
And then, boy, we're getting towards the end here. We got Fragums.
Fragarms.
He picked up like a big bunch of like loose DS games, right?
Yeah, I mean, Tinstar's going to be upset that we put a loose collector right next to him on the show, but he'll get over it because there's some good games in there.
There are some quality titles in here.
Yeah, I mean, you got again some staples, some Mario Kart DS, but then you also have like whoever you bought these from enjoyed shooters because you got Contra 4 and Metal Slug 7 are both in there. Dragon Quest 9. Sonic Rush, Advance Wars, just some really good stuff.
Yeah, we got Final Fantasy IV Heroes of Light, which is pretty cool. This other one, I'm trying to figure out what on earth the title is. That Spell Princess? I know it's an Atlas game, so Crabby, I'm sure, would be interested in that one if he doesn't have it.
I thought that was Steel
Princess. Is that what that is? I can't read it very well. Very cool.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the game, but that's what it looks like. And a quick Google search confirms that yes, Steal Princess.
I see. Well, I'm sure Crabby would berate me, and maybe he is while he listens. That's okay. I still love it. Love you,
and it's weird. And it's weird because when you look at it, I mean, it's an Atlas game, obviously. It's you would tend to think I would imagine RPG from Atlas, but this one's a puzzle game.
Yeah, but well, look at Catherine, right? Catherine was.
Yeah, that's right.
Puzzle.
I mean, it was kind of a. Yeah, I mean, I guess you'd have to say puzzle because you're trying to like escape all those cubes and trying to get out of there.
Yeah, very unique. And I think that really brings us down to us.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I mean, it's a little embarrassing. I really don't have very much.
No, nothing.
Not, I mean, like a little bit. I mean, like we had, the baby announcement, which was great. Most recently. The big announcement is that I have officially, until someone like shoots me a message and says like, no, you forgot about this one, have officially completed my US Nintendo Silver Box Konami set.
All right, can I do I'm going to do the slow clap.
Okay, and then it gets faster and faster. Okay, that's cool. Because if it was just slow clap and then stay slow, that's condescending, and I wouldn't stand for it. But yeah, definitely. I mean, and it was weird. I went through phases. Like for a while, I totally forgot about like Lone Ranger, and I was like, oh, Lone Ranger, and then somehow like I had left Laser Invasion off of there, and then like so, there was a few times when I thought I was close and I wasn't close. So. Now it's they're all in there. I have the Blades of Steel. I don't have all the variants like the Seal variants and everything. I do have the Blades of Steel classic variant, which was important to me because I love that game and I think it's a beautiful box. But yeah, Laser Invasion was the last one, and it's weird because as long as it took me to find that one, I ended up winning it for like $7 on eBay, just on an auction that I guess nobody else was looking at. So the whole thing's complete. I just ordered some new video game box protectors from Video Game Box Protectors, and they have a new custom size, which is a Where in Time is Carmen Sandiego box protector. So now that one gets to join the box protector status.
Oh, very nice.
So yeah, I mean, besides that, there's been a handful of like little things, since the last time we recorded, but nothing really that's as big as probably that.
Yeah, you're too busy having fun playing Play Choice 10 games, right?
Yes, I don't know if I posted this. There's a guy called 2600, not to be confused with the actual Atari. That's his forum name is 2600, and he's also an electrical engineer, and he, decided it'd be a really cool thing if, since like the hardware of the Play Choice 10 is essentially Nintendo hardware with like an RGB, capable PPU, for the arcade monitor, said, well, shouldn't there be an adapter that you could just put an NES cart in a Play Choice? So he did a run of them earlier in the year, and I was able to get one. And so I have it, and I've been kind of like, swapping random carts in and out of it. Like, I'll throw Battletoads in for a few days, then Donkey Kong. But I really would love to do one of two things. I'd love to get either a power pack, so that way I could have all the games loaded onto one cart. That way I wouldn't have to swap it all the time. Or make some sort of external, like extension cable almost, so that
do you get swap carts on the outside?
Yeah, so it would be almost like because the way the NES adapter is like, it's like a female 72 pin, kind of receptacle. So if I could like the hardest part, because it's a 72 pin obviously, so I can use like an old hard drive cable, like an IDE cable, because there's 80 connections on it. So what I was thinking I'd do is get like like a 72 pin like PCB like male, just male to male.
Mm-hmm.
Because one would have to go in the female slot, and the other side I would have to solder on like the 72 connections to then go to another receptacle to put the game. But I don't mind do-it-yourself projects because they're fun, and then you end up with a cool thing. But I'm just having no luck finding a PCB like that exists, and I don't really want to go to a board house to have them made because there's all like minimum orders and all that money and stuff. So I'll probably just end up waiting till the spring when the new Power Pack is supposed to maybe be coming out. But yeah, Play Choice is still getting loads of play.
What you could do is just get an old junk NES game board. Could you, because the pins are long, are long enough, you could probably go straight off the pins, right?
Yeah, that was another thing I was thinking, because the pin, when the pins go in, there's still some exposed space. So I thought maybe I could just like connect the wire,
saw off that part of it.
Exactly, kind of like kill the traces, or like you said, like kind of like maybe like Dremel like through.
Or you could desolder all the chips off.
Yeah, like it might be something I just like tackle, an hour here and there as like a just for fun project. I just think it's way more likely that I'll end up with a Power Pack.
Yeah, I understand. And then you did a little mod project too, right?
Yeah, I've been doing a handful of things. I did a 2600 AV mod, which is probably the most complex one I've done so far, because the chip on the 2600 doesn't just put out composite and S-video by default, or like automatically. It puts out, these signals that need to be processed by a circuit, and then, you can attach them. So this was like a $35 kind of like, integrated circuit board. And it was a whole bunch of soldering. It was drilling the audio video inputs in and everything. So it took a little doing, just because it was my first time doing one of these, but I now have an S-video and composite capable 2600, and I used to think like, why would I want 2600? Like, it's just 2600. It's like a couple blips on the screen, but if you don't want to see like just that RF hazy garbage that you see with 2600, it actually makes a notable difference. So very glad I did it. It's on the slightly more expensive side as mods go, because you have to buy the jacks, you have to buy the board. If you don't already have like the soldering iron equipment, you got to buy that stuff. I used a flux pen, which I don't normally use on all my soldering, but it was very small soldering, and I had to carry solder to certain places. So yeah, it's that was a good one. I did a N64 RGB mod that I did a blog entry for, and that's up on RF Gen. I'm trying to remember how long it was since the last time we recorded.
I know those for sure.
Yeah.
Starting to think too. I'm trying to figure it out, but I think I might have a way to maybe tap you to see if you can do a little RGB, pretty easy, I think, mod for Turbo. But
the Turbo. It's a pretty simple one. I think it's like some wires, like maybe a resistor or two, a capacitor. Yeah, I've heard the Turbo's not a difficult one, and those games look really good.
Yeah, that's my thought. But yeah.
Actually, I was surprised, because the Genesis doesn't require any special mod. It just needs the cables, because it outputs RGB from like both the Genesis 1 and 2 AV outs. I was really surprised how good the Genesis looks RGB. Like, I knew the Super Nintendo looked amazing, so I guess I should have guessed that the other 16-bit system would, but I fired up like Shinobi 3 and like a Super Street Fighter 2, and I was really impressed with how good they looked.
Yeah, I'm going to have to bust out, break out and buy some of the cables here soon. I've been putting it off, but yeah, I'm going to have to do it soon. I'm ready to play some Streets of Rage.
Definitely.
I guess to round me up, I got a few things, but kind of like you, I've been kind of socking some money away, and I've not been too busy picking things up. So just a few things. I picked a couple Famicom games. Somebody, I think on Racket Boy or something, was selling them, and they're pretty cheap. So I picked up Hinotori and Motocross Champion, which are just two Konami games. Motocross Champion's kind of neat. It's really almost Excite Bike, except it's a motocross track. So you go to the end and then you turn the corner. So your motorcycle goes, vertically, and then you turn the corner again. So you're making the big loop. So, but to look at it, I mean, it looks very similar to Excite Bike, which is kind of neat. I got a video shooter, which is like this infrared remote light gun accessory that was sold. Again, a guy over on Racket Boy was selling that. And it's got the box. Everything. The box is pretty beat up, but it works. This kind of neat idea of a remote controlled zapper, basically. I just noticed this now. Cyborg Hunter. I caught myself in that one. No, I picked up a couple Sega Master System games I didn't have on my list. One of them was Cyborg Hunter. I had a cart, but got a pretty good deal on a complete one. And then Sports Pad Football, which is not terribly common sports game. So I grabbed that one. A couple of those, it's just because really I got a good deal and I wanted it. The local game exchange, the guys are always, again, wonderful and treat me very well. They had a Tetrasphere complete in box. I think they only went like $7-8 for it. So I like Tetrasphere. It was just kind of a no-brainer. I'm like, yeah, sure. And it was really in good shape. It's complete.
That's good.
And then they had, I told you last time on the last show that I got the power set, right? With the power pad and all that, the box and all that.
I've got a deluxe, which is awesome, but I'd really like a power set and a sports set if I could find one.
Well, they had sitting on the shelf a challenge set, but it was just, the system wasn't, it was just the box and styrofoam and stuff. And so I'm like, hey, will you just sell me the box? And he's like, well, usually we just kind of keep this up here for a display. And I kind of pointed towards the back. I said, well, I see in the back you got another one. Look in the corner. See? He's like, oh, yeah, you're right. We do have another one. So the one that was actually out front, like the back was all ripped up. So he's like, you don't really want this one. Like the back is torn to pieces. But the one he had in the back was fine. So he brought it up and he's like, there's no system or anything. You just want the box and like the styrofoam. I was like, yeah. And I won't say what he charged me for it, but let's just say I got a really good deal on it, which I really appreciate. So I picked that up from him, which was really cool. I also grabbed a couple items. I think it's been long enough. I have some games for you and some games for Crabby, but when those show up, I'll let you guys talk about those. So I think probably...
I actually forgot that you had stuff, like, because, you'd shot me a text like a while ago, like, hey, do you need this and this? And it was like, well, like always, like, yeah, but if, only if you get a good, decent deal on them, like, don't go out of your way. And I was just so long ago, I forgot that happened. So then when I said to you, hey, you want this thing? And you're like, do you want to put it towards those games? And I was like, what games?
Yeah, no. I'm like, remember? Yeah, I mean, just let me know whenever you want to ship those out. I can throw them in a box. I'll get them your way. But wow, I think that wraps up. Really, boy, that's almost like a 2-month catch up, but we did it.
Yeah.
So now the site is back up. It's running well. So come back over, post your stuff, give us something to talk about.
It's been running really well. And then there's like a handful of errors that were even like before the site went like totally crap. There was a handful of like errors that they couldn't figure out, and like those things are working perfectly now too. Like I think it was like a show all in your collection wasn't working, and export to CSV wasn't working. Those are both great features. The export to CSV is something that I recommend everybody does once a month, and just save that file because, I know we don't like to think about it, but if the site just explodes tomorrow, you'd still have like an inventory of your collection. So whether it's for insurance purposes or just keeping your own inventory for your own sake, it's great to have a hard copy of that.
Yeah, and I would say, if you've been not coming around here lately because it was acting up, make sure come on back by. It was just a weird thing. They found it was like a hard drive was dying on the server, so it took a little while to kind of diagnose and figure that out. But now everything is great. So stop on by.
So we were thinking about what would be a good thing to talk about, especially with Crabby's absence. We went through the podcast suggestion thread on RF Generation, which we definitely appreciate all the feedback on there. We're going to try to do a better job of paying more attention to that, because as we're going through, there's actually a lot of really good ideas, things that I think would be great to tackle as a group. But we didn't. But again, with Crabby not being here, we wanted to do something that we thought he wouldn't really be that upset if he missed out on. And we didn't want to do like hidden gems for each system, because I know he's got lots of little things that he's come across that he likes. We didn't want to do arcade games because he's got a handful and he probably want to talk about those. So we thought that the only responsible thing to do was to have a 32X cast.
32X-a-thon!
risk, Chip.
So this will probably be like the shortest episode ever, right, Bill?
Well, much like the 32X's library, we won't be here for long.
No, really, there probably is a lot to talk about, though, right? In terms of the 32X and kind of.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just talking about the I was gonna say system, the add-on itself, and then the handful of games that came out and how long they were around, there's probably not much to talk about. But if we're gonna dig into a little bit of kind of where gaming was at pre 32X and post 32X, kind of where the heads of the people. Like the brains, like where the heads of the people at SEGA of America were at when they decided that this was a good idea, as opposed to just releasing a whole new system, which they also did. And we're going to talk about some of the I know it's shocking to say this, but some of the better games on the system, some of the ones that are worth grabbing and picking up. I know Rustling Man just picked up 32X. He's looking for suggestions, so we're going to hook him up with a couple of suggestions there, and talk a little bit about the legacy of the 32X. So there's a little bit of meat in there. So have a good little bit to talk about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember. I was a Sega kid. I had the Genesis. I had sprung for the stupid Sega CD, and I was one of the few people that really thought it was pretty cool. I really liked it.
Yeah, and it's really odd to have us both be in the same boat on this, because we've been accused at times of being a little bit Nintendo biased, which is just who we are. It's the kind of stuff we like. But I was exactly the same way. I was a big Nintendo kid. I've mentioned this on the show before, but just in case, my parents refused to buy the Super Nintendo because it wouldn't play the regular Nintendo tapes, as they called them.
Because Genesis does what Nintendo don't.
Exactly. But then again, there's a flaw in that, because the Genesis doesn't play Nintendo cartridges either. So I'll leave you with that.
But it does play Sega Master System cartridges.
Yeah, with an adapter. And then it's actually, I thought of that when I was thinking of, I was just reading the chapter in this Phoenix book, foreshadowing, about the Coleco adapter for the VCS carts. Mm-hmm. He said, well, if ours can play both.
That was the solution for everything.
Yep.
You've already got 600 Atari tapes sitting around.
Exactly. It's like, could you imagine today? Like, oh, it's almost like the equivalent of Bleem. Like, oh, just grab this thing and then play the other thing on our thing.
Yeah, really. Like if they just had like an Xbox module you could plug into the side of your PS3 or something, right?
Yep. Yeah, we were. So to get back on like where we were at the time, my mom and dad would not buy the Super, which it factors into my personal theory on why backward compatibility is a concern for the manufacturers of consoles, because as much as it's something that gamers kind of think about a little bit, but I think the more we think about it, at least the current gen folks, you like to think that that old library is not going to go to waste. But the more I think about, my current gen gaming, like when you have a PS3, for some people you might go back and play it, especially the retro folks, but it's not that often that I go back and play PS2 stuff. When I have a 360, it's not that often that I go back and play the regular Xbox stuff. It's like you like to have that as like a check mark on the box. But the backward compatibility, it never kills it for me as a consumer, but I feel like it's a big thing for parents.
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, it makes it a no-brainer when you can go, okay, all these newfangled machines are out. I know I can buy Billy this one, and he still has all those old games, so I don't have to try to rush out and buy 6 new games for this thing, right? I can buy him 1 new game, and he can still also play his old library.
Right. So when I don't know when it was, but like I used to go over to friends' houses, and I remember actually having friends that had the Super and the Genesis. And something about I just gravitated towards the Genesis, and I couldn't explain why. It's just and then the human nature thing is once you like a thing, you start creating reasons and looking for marketing that points you toward looking for like more excuses, and then you start looking for things that is wrong with Nintendo. So I'm sure I was like the bratty fanboy kid who would tell people why their Nintendo was terrible. And the colors versus the sound versus the games versus this is for big kids, that's for little kids. In the end, it doesn't matter because they were all fun and great. And I've kind of tried to put that outset towards the current gen stuff that comes out. But I just became enamored with Sega. I remember like almost overnight, just all of a sudden I wanted Shinobi and I wanted Echo and I wanted Streets of Rage and I know Street Fighter was on both, but at the time Champion Edition was on the Genesis, so that's kind of like the precursor to my 32X love. So were you kind of in the same situation?
Yeah, I mean, like you, I'd been a Nintendo kid, but I, being a little older, I was at the time where I could buy, kind of what I wanted. So I had a friend that had always been that Sega kid, like it's like say, a kid, and I knew this one kid, and he had a Master System. And then he got the Genesis because, hey, his parents went, hey, we already have all these old Sega games. This one will play those too. And that was a big deal, for them. Because he already had all this Master System library, and they just, put the thing together. So
for someone who kind of, was a little bit older during that time period, I don't remember seeing a power-based converter until... it was at Funko Land years later. Was this something that was fairly heavily marketed to parents that you can play all the old stuff with this adapter?
Yeah, it was at launch. It was just there on the shelf. Made it really easy to say, hey, kids, you already have some Sega stuff? Look, no problem. You can keep playing it. I don't know if it got some heavy marketing because, honestly, the Master System wasn't any sort of huge success anyway. But I think it was just an out for people to go, hey, I already have the library. I can just keep on trucking with it.
Okay.
So yeah, that's it. My friend did that. He had the whole shebang. He had the power-based converter, and he had. I remember because we would play. He had Revenge of Shinobi, and he had Phantasy Star 2, and he had gotten this thing not too far after it had come out, and I just remember being just drooling. I'm playing like Ninja Gaiden, which is good, right? A lot of really good games, but I go over to his house and I'm like, oh my god, you know what I mean? And it's like stereo sound. You could put the headphones on. You're like, oh, it's stereo. That's amazing.
I really think it's hard to explain to people who kind of, and it's, you kind of sound old when you say stuff like this. But we're kind of in an age now where like the first machine that a lot of kids get these days is 1080p. It's surround sound. It's really hard to. Remember a few episodes ago we were talking about what a big impact Rumble had on the DualShock when it came out. Yeah. And it's all these things you kind of take for granted now. Like there were a lot of things about gaming back then that it was like stereo. No, that thing doesn't have stereo. Like stereo was a big deal.
Oh yeah, that we thought that was just amazing. Like, oh wow, it's got a headphone jack. Plug your headphones, and he had a stereo in his room, right? So it was hooked up to the stereo, and that was just mind blowing at the time. And we'd still play a lot of his Master System games that he had. So so that kind of got me into it. And when I saw Phantasy Star 2, to me that was the seller. I knew, okay, I got to save up, I got to work, I got to go buy this thing, and I did. I remember there was a Kohl's department store. I don't know if they have those out there, but
Yeah, we actually, our Caldor became a Kohl's. So if you go back to the days of Caldor, if anyone remembers those, that's that. And it's actually, I don't know if it was a takeover, but my mom, when she was like 18, worked at Caldor, and like the phone number is the same. Like she remembers a phone number from when she was 18, and she like dialed the phone number one day, and it was like, thank you for calling Kohl's, and it was like, oh, I guess they just took that company over.
probably. But Kohl's department store had moved in, and they had a very small video game spot, area, which was really cool because that was the only place when I was a kid in town that also had Game and Watch. They had like a little counter or like a glass counter and a Game and Watch underneath there. But they also, I went in and they had a Genesis and they had Phantasy Star 2 with the hint book, and that was it. I walked out with the the big Altered Beast set and Phantasy Star 2, and I picked up a Power Base converter because I wasn't the Sega kid, but I wanted to play my friends' games that I wasn't able to play before. So, yeah, that was kind of the beginning for me. And after that, for years, I was just like, this is awesome. Just a lot of Sega.
Yeah, and I think it's a lot about the group you hang out with. We'd go to, it just so happened like the 3 or 4, kids on my block who we were friends with. We played like, street hockey and like all the stuff we did like when it was nice outside. When it was not nice outside, we'd go inside and everyone had a Sega. So that was another part of it. Mario Lemieux hockey, the NHL games, Street Fighter. So anyone who's familiar with the library knows why people like that Genesis platform. So one of the and that's probably it. It's because when the 32X was announced, would you say like early to mid '94, or was it earlier than that?
Yeah, I don't remember it getting like, it wasn't announced like the year before or anything. I think it was just earlier in '94. I remember you would start turning up like in the gaming magazines, like EGM and stuff would start talking about this, this thing that's coming out and look at what it does.
Right, and it was. I remember. I don't remember anything particular. Like I said before, and I believe this about things that you like or brands that you like. When they announce new stuff, even if it's not something that's particularly interesting or really has any proof behind what they're saying, you kind of give them the benefit of the doubt whether they deserve it or not, based on how you feel about them and not so much on merit. So I feel like I started reading like, oh, this thing's coming out. It pops right in the top of your Genesis. It's got RISC processors, which we'll talk about some of the buzzwords, but I remember seeing RISC processor more or as much as I saw the word 32X.
Yeah.
It's marketing, and it's to get your people behind your brand, the ideas you're trying to do, but all they were talking about was processors. It's 23 megahertz. It's 40 times faster than the Genesis. It's 32,000 colors. They were throwing lots of numbers at people that people didn't necessarily understand, but they just saw these huge numbers and they said, well, that's, it's got to make it better, right?
Yeah, and for me, I had kind of been all the way through the Genesis cycle because I got in the very beginning. And in '92, there was a Consumer Electronics Show in Chicago, and they had a public day, which they never did. And so I begged my mom, like, you have to take me up there. You got to take me up there. And she did. I mean, she took me up there, and I remember it was like Nirvana, because it's like, okay, Nintendo, you had Sega was there, you had NEC was there with TurboGrafx stuff. But obviously being into the Genesis, I was through there. And that's the year when they were showing off Sega CD before it came out.
Right.
So I remember getting to see that before it was out and getting to play around with it. And so, I did. I went out. I plunked down the money, bought a Sega CD. So when the 36 came out, I'm like, hey, I'm already this deep.
Right.
And I'm like, I got to check this out too.
And it's weird. And even though the Sega CD has a considerably larger library than the 32X, people had a lot of the same complaints. Even the kind of the backers of these things, they had a lot of the same complaints shortly after the system came out. And they're similar to complaints of a lot of other systems. So everyone kind of gave them a pass on it a little bit. Was that there weren't a ton of games on it that weren't just ports of games that were already released. It always struck me as odd, or maybe it was part of the reason why people didn't adopt it that well, is they said, well, this Sega CD thing was supposed to be huge. hasn't really kind of taken off the way that everyone thought it would. So maybe let's wait on this thing. It's hard for me to say looking back because at the time I was just a Sega fanboy kid who was like 32,000 risk 40 times polygons. But you got to remember, so in 1994, just to kind of put it in perspective, so early in 94, or maybe, like thereabouts, is kind of around the time when it started getting some buzz. It was going to come out later in the fall. That's right around the time Nintendo was getting ready to launch Super Metroid. So the Super Nintendo was kind of, had a lot of the titles that people remember as the best titles on the platform, either already out or just coming out.
Yeah, and that's pre-Final Fantasy VI, right?
Right.
So, I mean, yeah, there was still tons of life left in the Super Nintendo.
Yeah, and the folks at Sega of America, there's a handful of books, articles, documentaries on this, but at the end of the day, the folks at Sega of America, they were already working on the full system successor, the Saturn, because that would come out just over a year later, like before, while they're still planning the release of the 32X, the Saturn was a year away, but they really thought that this incremental hardware upgrade would be an easier, purchase for a consumer. So instead of going out and spending, $200, $300, $400 on this big new system, it's like, well, can we sell them, an upgrade for $149 or an upgrade for $199? Make it incrementally less expensive, but more expensive overall, but you get to pay it off over time, kind of thing. So the folks at Sega of America, I think most Sega fans will tell you that they're not their favorite people.
Well, they started out really strong. I mean, you had, in the earlier days, I think you had Tom Kalinske was running the show, and he was really smart and did some really good things. And I'm not sure exactly at what point he left the company, but things got a little off the rails after that. Tom Kalinske, what really built Sega up. He came in, took, because before, Master System was run by Tonka.
Mm-hmm.
So it was, they had no idea what they were doing, and he really built it up and did a good job of it. But then, later on, things kind of got, like I said, got away a little bit. But I mean, if you think about it, it had, as a strategy, it kind of worked for them, right? I mean, they, at the beginning, they had done the power base converter add-on.
Mm-hmm.
It made people happy. It wasn't terribly expensive. They did the Sega CD. I would think that sales number wise, the Sega CD was a moderate success.
I would agree, yeah.
So that had worked for them. So I could see that they could look at the numbers and they go, look at all these consoles we already have out there, right?
Yeah, right. So kind of build on that install base instead of trying to create a whole new one.
And I honestly think it could have worked if maybe the Genesis had originally been designed for it, because I think the crazy hookup scenario was a big killer, but I'm sure we'll get to that.
Yeah, as far as the actual hardware, it was, part of it was just the natural evolution of, okay, well, they came out with the Genesis. When they came out with the Genesis 2, besides being smaller, they changed the AV port to one that not only was smaller, but actually was capable of carrying stereo sound, which is odd considering that the AV out on the Genesis 1 wasn't capable of stereo sound, just the headphone jack was.
Well, and there's a reason for that. The AV out on the Genesis 1, the original one, is the exact same AV pin out for the Master System.
Master System cable, yep.
Yep.
So they kind of went from, one generation of console to, and Nintendo's done the same thing, over a few generations. So
sure, yeah. AV out.
Yep. Just so not necessarily, not always a bad thing, but they went from the Master System to the Genesis 1 with the same AV. When they switched that AV in the Genesis 2, so then the 32X came out, realistically they said, okay, well, everyone out there either has a Genesis 1 or 2. So this part isn't really the killer. The killer isn't that, you either have to use this adapter if you have a Genesis 2 or this adapter with this secondary adapter if you have a Genesis 1 that switches them together. That's not, I think for most people, because you plug that in once and then you're done.
Yeah. Well,
the power brick situation.
Yeah. Well, let's go back and talk about
Oof.
the launch of the thing and then what you got in the box and everything, right?
Okay.
So
All right,
If I remember right,
it's 1994.
yeah,
So you've waited all summer. You've looked in magazines. You've heard about the half dozen games that are going to be available, like around the time the system comes out, and it's Black Friday. So you either get it on Black Friday or you get it for Christmas.
yeah, I think it was 170. I want to say,
Yeah,
was the price,
I think you're right. I want to say it was
which was like a
179.
really weird.
Yeah,
price, but
yeah, 179. I mean, it seemed like because they were going after this incremental upgrade system, but 179 was awfully close to the $200 that most people thought they'd pay for a new system.
and what would they be wrong?
Yeah. Yeah, it was around 180, and I'm almost positive, and I'm sure Shadow will correct me because he knows all this stuff. I'm almost positive that right from day one, or very shortly after, there was a rebate because they were trying to get people to buy more games for it. Because I remember
Yeah, there was some sort of coupon.
Well, my mom, I remember because I was mad at my mom because, first of all, I was mad that the games all came in cardboard instead of plastic.
Yeah.
But I eventually got over that. So, I was mad because one day I went to go play my Star Wars arcade. I'm flashing forward a tiny bit here, and the UPC was cut out of the box, and I was like, "Oh, who did this?" So I went to my mom, and she said, "Oh, there was a rebate. I got like $30 back." And she said something like I got like $30 back if I sent the UPCs back from 3 games. And I said, "You did this to 3 games?" So yeah, there was, I think right off the bat, I think they knew that their difficulty was going to be, okay, like we need the systems and games for the systems in homes.
Yeah.
So they had a rebate kind of right off the bat.
Yeah, but so the package itself, right? The box. So
Yep. So they went yellow with the trim.
yeah, which played off because at the time they had gone to this color scheme for Genesis, which is blue, right?
Well, it was if you go back further to the Genesis 1, it was kind of that black grid,
Yeah.
with the white kind of grid lines on it. And I guess you could probably trace that further back to Master System as well.
Yeah.
That had some grid lines on their products.
Yes.
So then when they went to Genesis 2, it kind of has that vertical stripe on the left side of the box that was red. It said
Red.
Genesis.
Okay.
So now eventually they'd go blue on the Genesis 3, which kind of had that the blue Sega scheme on it.
Yes.
But yeah, and then after a while, most Genesis games that came out had that red spine that said Genesis on the side.
Yeah.
And similar to the blue Sega CD spine that was already established.
Right.
So they had a blue spine for Sega CD, a red spine for Genesis. So I guess they didn't want to go green for RGB, so they went yellow.
Yeah, and it was like this bright yellow.
Yeah.
32X.
It's very visible. I mean, like when you walk into a flea market or a thrift store, like you see them a mile away.
Yeah.
There's no doubt what kind of game that is.
And I just remember going into the stores, and they were just stacks and stacks of these things. I mean, which is weird because like a lot of that stuff, you think Christmas time, it's going to be hard to find new consoles or something, but no, this was everywhere.
Yeah, it was and I want to say I remember reading places that pre-order numbers and store orders were very, very positive. They expected to sell a lot of these things, and I think that the systems actually sold very well. And it was the games they were having trouble. I think they had estimated they were going to sell between 3 and 5 games per system, and it was more 0 to 1 games per system.
Yeah, bad attach rate. Yeah.
Yeah. So and which there's not a ton of systems these days that have an attach rate that's terribly better than that. Which I think is why either that rebate thing was happening, either at launch or shortly after.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, there were, and I remember, and just, being a kid, knowing nothing about, the future of where the industry's going or anything, just standing in a store, looking at 32X games, I just remember thinking, Mortal Kombat 2 looks awesome. It's got to be better than the Genesis version because it's got Risk chips. And I remember thinking Star Wars Arcade because I know Star Wars, I love Star Wars.
Yes.
And honestly, I remember not really seeing very much else. I remember seeing Royal Rumble and Tough Man Boxing, and just thinking, okay, I'm good for now with these few. Maybe Virtua Fighter, but like I'm good for now with these. Let's see what's coming on the next batch of games.
Right.
So what did you end up getting right when you got your system? Did you get Star Wars?
It was Star Wars.
Yeah.
And then at some point it was Doom.
Yes. Oh yeah, I forgot Doom. Yeah, so Doom, and you got to remember like Doom, which I think people now will see it's been released for pretty much every system out there. It was on. There was a Doom for N64.
There was a Super Nintendo Doom.
Yep,
but
there was
it really
a Super
was
Nintendo.
not very great.
Right, and that was the Super FX. Yeah, I remember there was a Doom. I don't remember playing it, so I do remember the version of Doom for 32X was very good.
Yeah.
But I love the music in that first level.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, and everyone who's played it knows it. If you haven't played it, just go play that level. It'll be in your head for weeks.
Right. So the 32X box, right? So you open the thing up. What's in the box?
Like an egg crate type thing. Like I'm used to opening up systems, with that styrofoam in them, like the Nintendo, big styrofoam brick. But the red label Genesis and the 32X, they had kind of these egg carton type shell packaging, which I remember because it just kind of felt like a flimsier way to do things, which I know now is because of money. Yeah. So you open the thing up and there's the 32X, which, and I know this has been like a marketing packaging thing for years, but you open it up and you're like, wow, this thing's a lot smaller than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, right.
Because the box is a pretty good size, and just like cereal where they say enlarged to show texture, like there's like a zoomed in picture of it on the front of the box. So
sure.
So it's in a plastic baggie, so you get the 32Xs in there. You have the cable that connects it to a Genesis 2, the adapter that will adapt it to a Genesis 1, a SEGA 2301 AC adapter to go along with the one or two AC adapters you already have for your SEGA stuff. Right. And it comes with two metal clips to go in the Genesis cart slot, and the space, and besides the paperwork, the instructions, and the spacer.
And the spacer.
I've got a great spacer story. We were at my friend's house, and he had got it for Christmas. He called us all over. We didn't look at the instructions because whatever.
You're a kid, right? Who needs instructions? It's like video game. Plug it in.
Exactly. This just goes in the top, and then you turn it on, and black screen. So we kind of we all looked at each other, and then turned it on again, still black screen. So I remember, we're looking, and then we finally look at the instructions. I don't even remember what they say. They just say, we look at the pictures, put it in here. So we end up calling Sega of America phone support. And we're like, yeah, we have the thing. Like, everything looks like it's in. All the cables that you sent us, like, they're all plugged in. Everything looks like it fits. The red light's coming on. And I guess they had got a lot of these calls this morning. And they said, which model Genesis do you have, 1 or 2? We said, it's a 1. And they said, is the spacer on your 32X? And I said, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, because it was just on there, right?
Yeah. You know what? I think it came like already on there. It's possible that it wasn't, and someone just threw it on there because like it obviously goes there. But they said, the spacer is preventing it from making contact because you only use the spacer with the Genesis 2 because it's shorter. It's a shorter, distance between the PCB and the 32X. So we took the spacer off, popped it in, turned it on, picture, yay, we can finally play. And I got to tell you, like one of my first, I had a lot of even though I liked the system, I was almost like defending it from the first time I turned it on because I was so looking forward to this thing. It was going to be the next big thing, all the polygons, all the processors. And you turn on Star Wars Arcade, and there's really nothing great about showing that game to a person. Like look at how great this doesn't look great.
Yeah, it's a little rough, right?
The scrolling text looks really, because they tried to polygon all the scrolling text, so it like
great
changes. So it changes shape as it's scrolling up the screen. So it's constantly jittering and jagging and then moving up. And then I remember the thing I hated most about Star Wars Arcade was Admiral Akbar. They Admiral Hackbarred his voice, and it is not Admiral Akbar.
It's a trap.
It's not the Akbar that you love. It's like a destroyed the enemy fighters. Like it's this really really weird. Like just like it's almost it almost sounds like
They get some guy from Jersey to do it?
Yeah, or like no, it almost sounds like it's like one of the guys like who like works in the audio department. They're like, you know what? I'm just gonna put something in there for now, and then when we sign on the Akbar guy to do the voice, we'll just dub it over. And they just never did it. But it's really bad.
I do remember that, yeah, because it's to destroy all enemy fighters.
Yes. We're going to go to the ship now. What? And I really wanted... I loved Akbar. So I really wanted his voice, but it wasn't in there. So, I mean, the actual gameplay... And we've talked about this off air, but when you know, there's a cockpit view, and there's kind of like a pullback, you know, behind the ship type view, which I think makes it a bit easier to see ships on your flanks. That's usually what I did. You know, it really doesn't... I mean, it doesn't appear like there's any texture on these polygons.
Yeah, I think they're all flash shaded, yeah.
Right. So they're all just, you know, like a single side of a ship. It's like that side of the ship is gray. And then, like, if, you know, they wanted red, they'd make like another, you know, flat shaded red polygon.
Yeah, it's basically kind of like Star Fox.
Same
sort of idea.
Yeah, very much so. But, you know, I felt like there could have been a mix of like, okay, well, if you want to flat shade one area, do that. And then if you wanted like, you know, sprites somewhere else, do that. But it really seemed like they were either going sprites or shaded. Because when you look at a game like Mortal Kombat 2, everything was sprites, and it looked the same as it would in any other console. It just, you know, was way faster, no loading times because no disc. But then you put in like Virtua Fighter, and it looks like it's on a different system.
Yeah. Well, I want to talk for a minute about kind of the convoluted setup process on this thing, right? I mean, I know you alluded like there's the cables and everything, but they didn't have an elegant solution to hook this thing up, right?
No, it's, I mean, as a kid, I thought the thing looked, you know, super great.
Yeah.
Because it was just a mountain of video game, you know, consoles. Like,
Yeah.
it's like, well, the Sega CD on the, you know, mounted on the bottom, then you have the Genesis and the 32. It just looked like this great big console of power. And I kind of still feel that way a little, even though everyone keeps telling me, like, dude, it's like the ugliest thing in the world. But yeah, there was no, you know, elegant solution to get all of these things, you know, hooked up together without, you know, 30 feet of cable behind your system.
Right, and, you know, maybe not everybody's played a 32X. So, I mean, you've got... Because what you have to do, right, is you're piping video out of the Genesis through the AV port, right?
Right, yeah. So assuming you just have a Genesis and a 32X, which is the simplest way to play 32X, the AV out on the Genesis, the AV out on your Genesis goes to the AV in on your 32X, and then the AV out on the 32X goes to the TV. So already right there, and if you're using a Genesis 2, all of these AV ports are identical. So there's a really good chance that you didn't hook it up right if you don't know how to hook up, you know, like ins and outs and, you know, which one goes into which sounds like a silly thing now because everyone just knows you plug the HDMI in here. But back then when, like, everybody made proprietary cables, like, it was a big deal to hook that. You had to, like, call your smart uncle over to hook up your stuff.
Right.
So, but yeah, there was, and then the Sega CD wasn't too bad to add on because you just kind of, you know, it slid into its own expansion slot, and then you just needed power, unless you hooked up those fancy stereo RCA cables.
Yeah, which of course you did, right? Because it showed you on the instructions to do that, and it came with the patch cable, so. Mm-hmm. But yeah, and then like you said, you have this whole separate AC adapter as well, right?
Yeah, one for each system, and again, if the Sega in classic, you know, Sega style, the AC adapter that they had with the Master System also worked with the Genesis 1, also works with the Sega CD. So the AC, right, sorry. the Sega CD 1. The Genesis 2 power cable also works with the 32X, also works with the Nomad that we haven't talked about, and also fits in the CDX, but do not use it in the CDX.
No.
Because I think the CDX wants an amp and a half, and the 2103 is 0.85 amps, so it's just underpowered.
It's bad.
So yeah, I mean, and I mean when you compare all this to a Nintendo,
yeah,
How many power cable options are there for a Nintendo?
Yeah, there's, and you can't plug things the wrong way. I
Nope.
mean, it's it, right?
Yeah, only fits one spot. What about a Super Nintendo? Nope, same thing.
Yeah.
Same thing for that, Jam.
Yeah, and the way that the 32X itself works is really kind of, to me, odd because, with that setup, what's happening is the Genesis is providing some of the video, like a layer of video.
Right.
And
almost like a framework.
Yeah, and the 32X is producing another layer on top of that of its own graphics.
Right.
Which you can see, because if you plug a 32X in, do the whole shebang, but instead of piping the video out of the 32X, just take it straight out of the Genesis, you can see just the Genesis video itself.
Right.
Without the 32X stuff layered on top of it. So,
and what I always try to remind people of, because again, making excuses for things that I like, when you look at the launch lineup for any system, except for the Dreamcast, which I think was really pretty solid, I don't think you find some of the best games on the system at launch. Like when you look at PlayStation 1, I know people collect, the long box games and they have nostalgia for those, but like just look at the visuals on something like Battle Arena Toshinden.
I'd only disagree with you on the earlier Nintendo platforms, because NES, Super Nintendo, N64, fantastic launch.
Right. So I should say, I should specify primarily 3D driven polygon systems, especially polygon type games.
Well, it was so new, right? Nobody. It was like when the Sega CD came out, and people didn't really have a very good idea what on earth they were supposed to do with it.
Right, and not to get too much off topic on Sega CD, but you have Digital Pictures, who's responsible for a lot of the games that people recognize and remember from the Sega CD, had been around. That was going to be its own console, and I can't remember who it was. It was Hasbro. I can't remember. I think it was Hasbro, and it was supposed to be based on like VHS tapes, and it was supposed and I forget what it was called, but there were all these games. All this footage was shot, and then the thing was scrapped. And then years later, this guy who I think might have worked with them bought them, called the thing Digital Pictures, and then started porting them to the Sega CD.
Was that Tom Zito?
I think so.
Yeah, I know he was the head of it.
Yes, I think that was. I did some Digital Pictures research not long ago because I thought it was interesting. But a lot of those Sega CD games that, like, because no one knew what to do, because half the Sega CD games that came out were just FMV games with like some shooting segments like Ground Zero Texas and Mad Dog, and then some of them were just like Afterburner. It's like, this just looks like a Genesis game, but like it sounds better.
Yeah, that's it. Like, yeah, it was basically just like the Genesis game with some CD audio.
Yeah, and NHL '94. I remember you had an FMV intro, which at the time was cool. These days, I mean, who cares? And the sound was way better, and you just you dealt with loading times. But
like Batman Returns, right, was the same game except they added like this driving segment to it. So like tunnel video that you could kind of go through, but that was it. I think honestly, I wonder, I mean, I wasn't there, but I wonder if they went to the developers with this new 32X and people just were like, they had a short window to get something out programmed for launch, and they didn't really have a good idea of how to use this monstrosity of a setup well.
Yeah, and that's why I think, I mean, like, as the there's no surprise, everyone knows how the 32X ended. It had less than 40 games and it's done. I really think that as it got later into its extremely short life cycle, there were a couple of really decent games that came out, and there were a couple of good games on the horizon that they were trying new things with that never got past prototype. There's an X-Men game. I can't remember it's like X-Men blah 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 blah. But it was actually, it had depth, so it was like polygons and sprites, and you could walk into the environment. You can find like footage of it on YouTube. But there was also a pretty decent side-scrolling like shooter/adventure-y platformy type game that I'm wondering if you played.
No.
Colibri.
I've seen the footage of it, and I know that's got released. It looked interesting. Hummingbird shooter, right?
Yeah. It was one of the. It's one of the games that when people say like the 32X is really bad, there's only a handful of good games, I always have to make sure I get in like, and this is the one that no one's played. So I encourage people to play it. It's not a cheat. I mean, it's cheap compared to, you know, what some people think is expensive or collectible, but it's probably like between like $25 and $35, somewhere in there. But it's, you know, look up some footage. It's actually a pretty decent game, and it's one of the best looking 32X games. Granted, it's mostly 2D with some very pretty animation. But yeah, I totally agree in that I don't think most people had any idea how to use it or what to do when they were designing a game specifically for this thing.
Yeah, because I mean, you had primarily Sega titles up front, right? So, you know, kind of going through some of the early ones, you had your Sega stalwarts. You had Afterburner, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
You had Space Harrier, another
Yes,
big.
was early. Yep.
You had
Cosmic Carnage was Sega.
Cosmic Carnage, but I think that was a little later.
Cosmic Carnage was in.
Was that launch?
Oh, you know what? I'm not sure if it was launch.
It might have been. Then you had, of course, Virtua Fighter, which was the kind of the big seller, right?
Yeah, Virtua Fighter and Virtua Racing were also both Sega. You mentioned Afterburner already, and really, I don't think there was a whole lot more at launch. I think Mortal Kombat 2 came out shortly after.
It did, because I remember playing that one really early on, and that's why I kind of go back to, I think, Acclaim at the time, or, you know, probably Sculptured Software or Probe, whoever did that port. That's why I think it has this weird mix, because I think they were in such a hurry, they reused the same backgrounds from the Genesis version, which is why you see it that way. And they only bothered to use the 32X power just for the big sprites for the characters.
Right.
Whereas I think if they knew what they were doing, they probably could have made a really beautiful version using the full power of the 32X.
Right.
For all the colors. It was just, I think they were in a lurch, like, we don't have enough time to get up to speed. We don't really know exactly what to do with this thing. Let's just, you know, we'll get it out. Yeah. Because all the big titles, like you said, like, you know, Star Wars and these other ones, those were all Sega titles. And it was theirs. They kind of knew what to do with it, right?
Yeah, and I remember, and we'll talk about a handful of the cult games that people actually, you know, like, I'll still talk to random people, and even if they don't like the 32X, I can usually find that they like, you know, like, oh, well, I don't like that system, but I played this one game endlessly with a group of friends. But a lot of people, when you first got it, you got Star Wars, Doom, Virtua Fighter, Virtua Racing, Space Harrier, Afterburner, or, you know, some mix of like 2 or 3 of those. And then it was just looking in magazines like, okay, Mortal Kombat's coming out, but you got to remember, Mortal Kombat had already been released for almost every other system.
Sure, yeah.
So I mean, the only people you're getting with that are, you know, it's a limited market you're going after. I mean, you had NBA Jam coming out, but again, you're by the time it came out, it's 1995. Like, you know, NBA Jam was big years ago. You know, Primal Rage, which was, you know, a decent, you know, arcade dinosaur fighter in the style of like a Mortal Kombat, but same thing, like. It was games that, like, there was nothing that, you know, kind of like we were talking about off the air, like when the Wii first came out, even if you didn't know what the Wii was, if someone just handed you a controller and said, this is Wii Sports, you could play through like 20 minutes of Wii Sports and understand, okay, this is what the Wii is, this is how it's different, this is why I need it.
Oh yeah, it was easy, and sold, right?
Yep.
I get it, sold.
There's nothing that you could point to in the 32X that said, like, here you go. And then someone would say, well, this is Mortal Kombat 2. I have this game. Like, yeah, but doesn't it seem like it's loading faster or have more polygon? No, it didn't. I mean,
and I would argue that, honestly, the Super Nintendo version of Mortal Kombat 2 is better than the 32X one.
Yeah, I mean, it's been so long since I remember going between the Super Nintendo and the Genesis versions when I was younger, and like trying to find, like, you know, which one, like, because back then you'd have like things like EGM, they would do like a side-by-side, like a 10-page like side-by-side, like which one's better article. And it's weird because you don't see that these days. They just review one copy of the game, they tell you what they reviewed it for, and then it's over. We don't really spend, you know, time like we used to on, like, okay, like, I need to know definitively which version is the best.
Yeah, that only happens around console launches when everybody's trying to figure out which one to buy. And after
Yeah,
a while, everything is just ports.
Right, and
It's
what
the
is
same.
it? There's a big site, Digital Foundry, that does that, where they'll be like, oh, the PS3 version has 3 frames more per second than this, and this, and it's like, it just seems like a whole lot of time to put into like it's basically the same game.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So, but I was saying before is most people got the same 2 or 3 launch titles, and most of them weren't terribly long. I mean, Star Wars Arcade you can beat like with a buddy in about 15 minutes. Then you can play it again, but I mean it's the same game. So once you kind of got through those games, you kind of gravitated either back to your Genesis, your Sega CD, or whatever else you were doing, and you just kind of waited for that next batch of games to come. And
Which, to give it a little credit, I mean the good side of that was that they designed it where you don't have to tear it apart again to play Genesis games. You can still pop your old Genesis games right into the slot. Everything is still fine, which was smart.
Right. I mean, if you had to literally like disassemble a thing to play more of it, I don't know if I would have the same feelings, about it as I do today. And even today, like I don't love the system because it was great or revolutionary or life changing. It's mostly nostalgia, and it's mostly just kind of like an homage to the the Sega fanboy I used to be, or like the gamer that I used to be. But there's just always been something like really, weirdly, really like intriguing about it for me, and I've always just had like a weird little bromance with my 32X.
Well, it was just that crazy time in the 90s where a lot of crazy stuff was happening, right? I mean, the 3D thing really changed things up, and it was an opportunity. I mean, you had 3DO, and you had Atari coming back, and you had the Virtual Boy, and there were just a lot of stuff, and I liken that a lot to now, right? I mean, it seems like every time you turn around, somebody now's announcing an Android console.
Yeah, and on also, you make a good point, because I mean, like there's always like that kind of. I feel like there's always like a technology or a trend in video games that's good, and that it's great that more people get into and explore and differentiate themselves. And then I feel like there's ones that are not good and dead ends and are taking away from the actual what am I trying to
yeah, I mean that's it. There are but that's it. They have to be explored, right? You can't find out what's good and bad until something flops and something's a hit.
Yep.
I mean, when Virtual Boy was announced, everybody that I talked to was like, "This is going to be awesome," because this is Nintendo. This is going to be awesome. And then you played it once, and you went, "Oh my god!" You know what I mean?
I played it at Nobody Beats the Wiz, and right down the street, it's now Michael's. So I played it at Michael's actually, and I don't remember what game I played. I just remember putting my face on it, and it was probably Mario Tennis. And I played it for a few minutes, and I was like, "Well, that's the thing," and it wasn't even like I was super excited. I was like, "Oh, this is the new Nintendo thing. Oh, it's gonna be virtual. It's gonna be 3D." And I put my face on it, and it's almost like I expected the Star Wars hologram chess, to pop out of it, but it just didn't happen that way.
Yeah, and that's how I think the 32X was. It was like we have to try these experiments. Maybe it'll be a hit. And now I think it's really easy to look back and go, what a mess that was. But at the time, I don't think that was clear. I mean, I don't remember looking and going, "Oh, this is a dumb idea."
It's actually kind of similar to Nintendo with the Wii U. When you look at, even Nintendo has admitted this, or Iwata more specifically has said that, we understand that the biggest, hurdle or our biggest failure is that the public doesn't understand what the system is, what it can do, why you need it if you already have a Wii. We haven't done a good enough job getting that message across. And I kind of feel like it's a similar thing with Sega where, they told, some people who understand what polygons and what processors are, this has a lot more of, that power, but I don't think they did a good enough job explaining to everybody else, including developers, this is why you need to have this in your portfolio.
Yeah, and they made, I think the fatal error being there, like most things, there was no killer app.
Yeah, there were a whole bunch of apps that were really good, but there wasn't that thing where it's like, dude, you need to go buy this thing right now.
And I think the other side was really kind of almost like this weird feuding between Sega of Japan and Sega of America, where they really just didn't communicate with each other very well. And, Sega Japan
do you think that was xenophobic in any way?
No, I think it was because Japanese companies operate in a certain fashion, right? And it's kind of a top-down, we tell you what's happening and you don't ask questions, and you know what I mean? This is just be quiet and we're kind of doing a thing. And obviously an American branch over here was very different, right? They wanted to do things very differently.
And come into work at 7 a.m., suit and tie, sit at your desk, work for 30 hours, and then go home.
Yeah. I mean, it
was similar to not to get too much off topic, but the when Atari was taken over by Warner Brothers when they sold the company, the guy who took like before that, it was very much come in whenever you want to come in, do whatever work you want to do, wear whatever you want. Company's about fun. Know the other programmers, know what people are working on, play each other's games, give each other feedback. And when they took over, it was the opposite. It was wear a suit and tie, get here at 9, and it was a total clash.
Yeah, and I think, they'd probably let Sega America have a lot of leeway because they were so successful over here. But, when this whole thing came out, Sega of Japan really didn't have their back because they were like, no, we're putting the Saturn thing together, and that's the direction we're going. Right. Now, if you want to do this thing, you think it's good, fine, we'll give you enough rope to hang yourself, but we are not putting the full weight of Sega behind this thing.
Right.
We're not doing the huge software support that it probably needed. We're not going to take Sonic Team and put a big project on them, right?
Right. So to segue into, and we'll talk a little bit more about some of the decent games on the system if you have one lying around, you want to give it a try. But just to make the parallel to Nintendo, so it's 1994, right? You have the Super Nintendo. It's already out. It's got some great games already coming out on it. It's got a lot more left to come. Are there a ton of regular NES games coming out?
Yeah, no. I mean, basically 94 was the end. Right, you had Wario's Woods, and that was the last licensed game to come out. Right. I mean, you had one last unlicensed game in 95, but...
Yep, so Nintendo... and again, this is, you do have, Nintendo in Japan, then you have Nintendo of America, but it kind of felt like a company that, knew, the left hand knew what the right hand was doing.
Well, I think the left hand just told the right hand what they were going to
do.
That was
right.
it.
Which they still know.
Sure, yeah, but it was, they didn't ask for input.
Right. So it was, okay, Super Nintendo's out, that's the way we're going. How's everyone feel about that? We don't care. Move forward.
Right.
So 95 rolls around, and unbeknownst to the world, but the Saturn was coming out in 6 months. I don't know if I would say unbeknownst to the world. I think that was also being the age I was at the time and reading these magazines. Mm-hmm. When the 32X was launching in the magazines, they were starting to whisper about Saturn in Japan. Oh, no, right. Yeah, no, so I shouldn't say no one knew it existed. I meant no one knew that it was coming out as soon as it was.
Sure. But I think that's also what fed into killing the 32X a little bit, because people were also like, oh, wait a minute, there's something else coming out?
A little bit. It's kind of like, do you ever wonder why Apple doesn't release their new device until like a week before it comes out?
I have no doubts. I know why.
Yeah, everybody. It's easy, because if you say like, oh, the new better thing is coming out in 4 months, it kills your sales for 3.5 months.
Of course.
So yeah, it wasn't. If that's one cohesive company trying to do the thing that's best for the company as a whole, that's not a move that you do. It's not information that you let leak out. Which again goes back to your point of it doesn't seem like it was one company working with one initiative.
No, I think Japan had decided Saturn is the future. This is where we're going. We'll let Nintendo of America dally with this. They've had some success. Maybe it'll be different in the American market. Although I think they eventually did launch 32X kind of worldwide and even in Japan, but it never did anything anywhere. And I think, again, Sega of Japan really didn't put tons of power behind. Honestly, think about it. Space Harrier and Afterburner. I mean, those were like Master System titles.
Yeah, I mean they were Sega franchise. They were storied Sega. That's the nice way to say it. They were storied franchises. They were old franchises. They weren't multi-million sellers. They weren't console movers. It was almost like, no disrespect to those games, those are library fillers. They're things that you throw in your library because of the name, because you remember it back from way back when. But I mean, it's the point I was trying to make before is you had. I'm cheating right now. I'm counting on the wiki page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games released in 1994, which is the year it came out. So November, December, you had 7 games released. All of the rest of the games for the 32X came out in 1995, with one of them coming out in 96. So we mentioned before that the Nintendo, once the Super kind of came out, and except for those last 1 or 2 titles, that was kind of it for new releases for the Nintendo. Whereas, people know the Saturn is coming. They know it's the next big thing. It's totally CD-based. It's 3D. It's more powerful. Yeah, it's going to be more expensive, but they kind of, expected that. And you have 31, 32 games coming out for a system that you've almost already told your, customers that you're not going to be, is not your future.
Yeah, I think what they really hoped, and what they even talked about in their press releases, at least over here, was we have this 2-tier strategy, right? That we understand this new console that's coming out, the Saturn, is going to be like a boutique product, right? It's going to be expensive, it's going to be high-end, and we expect the hardcore people will pony up that sort of money, but your average Joe that wants to just play games, 32X is perfect for you. Continue on with this stopgap. The way they tried to play it out, I mean, it really did a disservice to both, to me. It sounded like, well, 32X really isn't great, and Saturn's going to be really too expensive, and nobody's going to get it. So
yeah, it's almost like, that second part, it just almost seems like that you said it perfectly. You're half serving both groups. And I guess they thought that was better than, well, instead of finding a middle ground where it was decently affordable, had a good library, and everybody be happy, they'd rather, do this 2-tier strategy, which I think they proved they kind of taught a lot of companies how not to do it in the future.
Right.
Because, and it's not like Nintendo was thinking about, I guess you could argue that Sega was thinking about a CD module at one point, which eventually grew into, something else entirely, but I think a lot of hardware manufacturers realize you can do simple hardware add-ons like network adapter, hard drive, broadband, stuff like that, but you can't do a major system upgrade in an add-on.
Yeah, because you're fragment. And I'd say that whole thing that's happened to me. I said no thanks to the 32X, and I was an early Saturn adopter.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, that was it. I said, I was looking at the time. I'm like, all right, no, I don't want to buy this thing. The new thing is right there. So I'll just save my money. No thanks. Except for later, when it was ridiculously priced. But
right.
I also want to talk a little bit about some of the hardware issues with the unit itself.
Similar to the Virtual Boy hardware issue.
Exactly. So yeah, you want to talk about some of the problems?
Well, I'll let you start, because I will tell you, I have honestly never as common as I hear this problem is, I know how to fix it. I've never encountered it myself.
Okay, let me tell you, that 32X I bought discounted eons ago didn't work out of the box.
Really?
Yeah.
And you were the first. And you were the first owner.
Yes. So in the 32X, if you actually take the thing apart, there's this weird concoction of 3 boards, right?
Right. It's because when you put it into the Genesis, it's almost like a Genesis cart size board,
right?
And that kind of leads to a right angle adapter that has another board, which has another a ribbon cable that leads to another board.
Right. And there's these 2 flex ribbon cables that connect these 2 boards, these 2 horizontal stacked boards together, right? And these ribbon cables are not well secured, right?
Right. They're just kind of snugly put into place.
Yeah, there's nothing that holds them.
Right, but it's not like there's like a connector, like a hard drive, like an IDE cable, like it's actually got like a socket and pins that go in. I mean, this is just like, it just kind of goes in the place where it goes, and we hope it stays.
Yeah, exactly. And to the point where there was a lot of hardware failures because you have this thing that's not really secured in both ends. Well, actually, I think one end is like hardwired or something. The other one's the one where it fits in on in the top board or something.
Now, isn't there like a ferrite?
There is.
Now, I've heard from people that if you ever open up your 32X for whatever reason, there is this ferrite slug around one of the ribbon cables.
Yes.
And that it's mainly there so that who is it? The FCC?
Yeah, RF shielding.
So that they feel good about themselves
Yep.
and to get a hammer and smash it.
I don't know if you have to go that far, but I think it's an RF shielding issue.
Yeah, the Longhorn engineer, the guy who's made Sega Neptunes, he hacked them up with just like some solder and some wire. I read in his thing, he's like, I've tested it with and without that ferrite thing. It doesn't seem to make a difference, so I just smash it up and it saves me some space.
Yeah, I think the only reason you'd ever want it is, again, if you're using like RF adapters, you might not want a ton of like radio waves going everywhere. But yeah. But so you have this thing that fits into this socket that's not secured, and now we're going to ship them across the country in bumpy trucks. And they're
remember,
not in styrofoam.
Exactly, no styro. And this is a smaller example, but it's another example of, one part of the company not talking like the people designing the hardware saying, okay, Gary, make sure you talk to the people in purchasing and make sure we're looking at styrofoam here, because remember that eggshell stuff we used in the Genesis? That's not going to fly here. Okay, you got it. And then Gary gets fired, and then this happens.
Yeah, so you ship these across the country, lots of jostling, and this connector comes loose. Mm-hmm. And so you slap this whole crazy concoction together, and it doesn't work. And you check your cables 1,500 times, and it still doesn't work. And
what does the person on Sega of America phone support think? That you're an idiot and you didn't hook it up right, when the reality is the thing doesn't work inside because the cable came out.
Yeah, and your choices are ship it back to Sega, or hope the store takes it back, or, if you're like me, figure out how to fix it.
Yeah.
So that was back, really before you had like all these, like these days you just look it up on YouTube, right? I mean,
right. Yeah.
No, I had to take the whole thing apart and figure out what was wrong with it. So I just took it apart, unplugged, plugged everything back in, and it worked. So.
Yep.
And honestly, I've had to do it again in the many years since I've had it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I've just been lucky, but it's my Virtual Boy. One of the ribbon cables definitely needs to be reseated, and then I'll secure that. But oddly enough, I've never had it happen with a 32X.
Yeah, I from what I understand, it's not an uncommon problem. The good news is it isn't a big deal if you know what to do. It's not hard to fix. It's just annoying. Really, just very annoying.
So after talking about some of the the not so great decisions with the system, which of course there are many, it was a pretty decent failure. I thought we'd go through and talk about some of the games that it's hard to talk about a game you like on the system that's not a guilty pleasure, because all 32X games that I enjoy are kind of guilty pleasures. But I just thought we'd go through chronologically and kind of highlight some of the ones that are actually decent, and if you can find for a decent deal, they wouldn't be bad pickups.
Yeah,
so,
and honestly, a lot of these games are pretty cheap.
Yeah, especially if you don't mind cart only, which I know Tinstar's probably just shivered a little bit, because complete in box collecting is the only real type of collecting.
Whatever.
Especially with a beard like that.
Can't play boxes.
You can play them like on each other, like they're action figures, like in Spaceballs.
They don't plug in the system.
There's really only a handful, like maybe a half dozen to maybe 10 carts that if you're just looking for cart only, that are going to cost you more than $20-$25. So it's I think as Shadow said on the site before, it's probably the easiest complete cart set to put together. Right from launch, we mentioned already, it's a really good version of Doom, and Doom is one of the most common games on the system. Couple of bucks for the cart.
Oh yeah, they're everywhere.
Yeah, it's got great sound. It's a really good demo of it's almost like what the system was designed to do. Like you get some framework from the Genesis, and then like the 32X kind of fleshes everything out. I thought it was a pretty good port.
Yeah, I'd agree. You know, the Super Nintendo port did not thrill me, and I didn't play another good console port probably until like the Jaguar had a pretty decent Doom port.
Yeah,
But
I remember the N64 one not being bad.
no, that was good too. Eventually,
Yeah.
but that was
Yeah.
quite a few years.
Yeah,
down the
yeah,
road.
it was a while later. I mean, and coming from like the the Windows 95 DOS arena, I had played Doom already, so having it on a television, which again back then wasn't something that was terribly easy to hook your PC up to a to a CRT television screen. I thought it was cool having Doom on the TV. So pretty good, cheap, easy cart to get. Duke mentioned Space Harrier.
Mm-hmm.
It's very similar to every other version of Space Harrier you ever played.
Yeah, and I happen to like Space Harrier, so
Yeah.
to me, that's a good one.
Yeah, so I mean, no 3D glasses support, unfortunately, but you always have the Master System for
I
that.
still need to get Space Harrier 3D, I think, for the Master System. It's not a cheapie.
I'll have to double check. 'Cause I think I might have seen one of those lately. I'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, all right.
So we mentioned before Star Wars Arcade. You probably, if you came across a 32X at a yard sale or something, you probably have this. But it's a really cheap, $1-2 cart, probably.
Yeah, and it does a fairly decent job at showing off kind of, that's it. That's the one I think most everybody bought at launch. It does a decent enough job of saying, oh, look, this is kind of some of the polygons the thing can push around.
Yeah.
It's
and
okay.
I'm not great at this game. I'm not great at most games. Like Crabby's great at like everything. When I was younger, I needed my brother, because it's a 2-player, and the first player can shoot lasers and torpedoes and fly the plane. The second player just has that target reticle just to be like the secondary gunner. So as long as I had a wingman in with me shooting planes down or shooting ties down, I could finish that game. I never beat it by myself though. I mean, you have to mention Virtua Racing and Virtua Fighter.
Oh, definitely.
Virtua Racing, for the time, was a cool racing game. I don't think it would probably hold up that well now.
Let me tell you, back then I was still going to arcades, and the one I used to go to a lot was a pool hall, and they had a bunch of arcade games, and they got the sit-down Virtua Racing in when it was pretty new, and at that time it was there was nothing like that. I mean, it was like, wow, this is full 3D.
Right.
You could change the camera angles and everything, and it was pretty revolutionary at the time.
Right.
So getting that at home was a big deal.
And again, when you think about where 3D was then, I mean, when you play, even if you're playing like on a 16-bit machine, whether it's like Outrun or Super Monaco GP, which is a racing game on the Genesis I really liked. I mean, it wasn't 3D; it was sprites. So like as you got closer to a car, the small sprite just became a bigger sprite as it got closer to you. So it was an effect that worked, but it wasn't actually polygons being drawn on the screen farther away that were getting closer to you. It wasn't all being rendered in space. So this was the first time that at home you could have that full 3D rendered racing experience. So it was kind of a big deal for the time. I don't know if it's going to stand up that well now, but it's still cool to go back and look at, like, this was kind of the beginning of the 3D racer at home.
And I would say it is a good port of that game. So, I mean, it does a good job of replicating the arcade game very well. And Virtua Fighter, I think, is really a really great port.
I probably put more time into Virtua Fighter than any other 32X game.
Yeah.
Honestly, I mean, with it just brings back memories of Jeffrey with my like ponytail dreadlocks and my flying knees. And Virtua Fighter has for me always been one of those franchises that, like, you either get this game or you don't. Like, some people pick up Virtua Fighter and they're like, this is stupid, I can't throw fireballs, I don't like this. Where other people are like, oh wow, this is great, there's a lot of depth here. So
and like I said, I kind of jumped mostly straight to the Saturn, and I had Virtua Fighter at launch on Saturn, and
right.
I can't tell you how much I played that game to death. And even when I went back to look at the 32X version, I still went, this is still pretty good.
Yeah.
It's still pretty good. It was pretty impressive, I think, at the time.
Yeah, it's still one that like that's one of those weird ones that I told you that like I'll find people who they're like, oh, you have a 32X? Do you have Virtua Fighter? Because that's like one of the ones they would always fire up together. So we mentioned Afterburner earlier, which similar to Space Harrier is kind of a really good kind of demo of what the system can do, and it's actually a pretty decent port of Afterburner.
Yeah, it's Afterburner. I mean,
Yeah.
it's probably, I would say, probably the best home port of Afterburner.
Yeah.
But again, it's Afterburner. Yeah.
It's Afterburner.
So you've played it. It's okay.
Yes. So we're gonna kind of skip around a little bit. I said we're gonna go chronologically, which means we're gonna kind of go between games that are decent and games that are just kind of lookout ones. Blackthorn.
I never played this one.
Now Blackthorn is interesting. It's it was on it's a Blizzard. It's a Blizzard game. Blizzard Entertainment. I believe
So is there lots of orcs?
There have to be. Have you seen the box art for it?
It has like this dude that's like
it's
hairy, burly dude, right?
Yeah, it's like the Canadian Punisher, and then like a half dozen orcs behind him.
He's like the liquid gold guy, right?
Yeah,
liquid gold.
Yeah. So it's actually it's really interesting. It was on Mac. It was on DOS, Super Nintendo, 32X. It's a platformer, but with like kind of like cinematic elements, if that makes any sense at all. It's decent enough to check out. It's one of the games that's kind of not one of the rare ones, but it's got a reputation as one of the ones that's not as easy to come across. So this is probably one of the ones that you won't find for a couple of bucks. It'll be like a $20 cart. I would recommend you look up some footage. It's platforming, and it's almost kind of got like a Golden Axe feel, but like not so arcadey. But yeah, it's decent. It's one of the nicer looking games on the system as well.
Cool.
So Blackthorn's good. So then we also excuse me. So now this one is probably the highest dollar item on the 32X, and it wasn't released in this country. It was only out in Europe. It's PAL only. It's available as a repro, which I got from a local guy around here. It's called Darkside. So it's DARXIDE. So
Everything is
Darkside,
more awesome with an X.
Oh, X's and Z's, mid-90s. You gotta love it. So here's the deal with Darkside. It is a 3D free space shooter, similar to like Descent and those kind of games. It actually is it's probably the best looking space shooter, just graphics wise, for the 32X, which there were like 4 or 5. There was like Shadow Squadron and Star Wars and a few others. The music is really good. But for some reason, the volume is really low, and there's no way to adjust it in the menu. So it's kind of weird. It's lit, and there's it feels like a glorified tech demo. There's no enemy ships. Every once in a while, like a UFO will come on the screen, but 99% of the game is flying around in open 3D space, and sometimes there's like a planet or a nebula in the back. And there's like big 3D asteroids, and they're actually textured. So instead of like just having like a flat, like shaded asteroid, each side is a different polygon, but there's texture on them.
Cool.
So as the asteroids are flying, all around, you shoot the asteroids, which then become smaller asteroids, which then you have to shoot the smaller bits of asteroids. And then every once in a while, a UFO comes across on the screen. So it really is like a 3D ripoff of asteroids.
All right.
And I've played the game for like 45 minutes, and I was thinking, okay, maybe if I fly towards that nebula, towards that planet, the space gets bigger. For the life of me, I can't figure out how to get out of asteroid shooting territory.
So there's no like boss or something.
Not unless I'm supposed to play it for an hour before the boss shows up. I will keep looking. So Darkside, it's another example of it's not a game people are chomping at the bit to play. It's just one of the hardest to find because it was only released over in Europe. It was a limited release. It didn't sell very well, probably because the game isn't terribly great. It's a really cool example, example of what the system can, could possibly potentially have done. But yeah, so I mean, if you're over there in Europe and you happen to come across a Dark Side cart or box, you're probably gonna be buying lunch for your buddies for a few weeks. So yeah, so besides that one that was just a PAL exclusive, the other PAL exclusive was FIFA Soccer '96.
Interesting. Makes
and
sense.
those were the only ones released over there. I'm not really a huge soccer guy, but I wouldn't mind coming across a copy of FIFA if that's something that you can just grab. No, we didn't talk about that we should have talked about during hardware.
Well, sure.
The handful of games that were marked Sega CD 32X.
Yeah, because obviously you had some owners that had both, right?
Right. So the first one, the one that's the most interesting in here is Fahrenheit, which not to be confused with the Fahrenheit that was released in Europe, that was released as Indigo Prophecy over here years later. This game was called Fahrenheit. It was about firefighters.
Yeah, I remember the cover is like just this firefighter dude and like flames, right?
It's actually one of the cooler live action box art covers, up there with Iron Sword. But it's got a terrific intro, just like a painfully cheesy, bad, full motion video live action intro. But it had a weird packaging. Like it had like a half blue label, half yellow label, so it said Sega CD and 32X on it.
Right.
Which kind of led me to believe, okay, and led customers to believe, so I need a Sega CD and a 32X to play this. And no one really knew. So once you bought that thing and got it home, there was a single disc for if you had a Sega CD and a single disc if you had a 32X, which confused people because they were like, well, where's the 32X cart? It's like, oh, well, there isn't one. There's just the CD. And it said, well, why do I need a 32X? It's like, oh, because you do. Processing power. And it's like, yeah, but it's on the C. Well, it just confused a lot of people.
Yeah.
And on top of that, you had, you had a handful of games that, like Night Trap, that it was just Sega CD 32X.
Yeah, two separate copies instead of both in the same package.
Right, so there was a Sega CD like standalone version, and then a 32X standalone version, but same thing. People would open these up and bring them back to the store and say, I'm missing the 32X cart. It's supposed to have a 32X cart and a Sega CD in there. And a lot of times the people at the store, like especially if it's like a Toys R Us or something, the service desk doesn't know.
Right.
So they take the thing back.
Yeah.
So there wasn't a lot of clarity around, first of all, like what do I need to even run this thing? And secondly, who's the expert? Like, why do I need this like in my house? So that being said, Fahrenheit has both copies. You should have a Sega CD disc and a 32X disc. I actually might do a blog entry on like a side by side on just how much better the 32X makes Fahrenheit.
There you go, right? Or do a Night Trap one.
Yeah. So now this next one, just one I want to bring up real quick. Knuckles' Chaotix.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so here is something that people kind of look forward to. Is like, okay,
yeah,
the killer app for the Genesis was Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic 2 was amazing. Sonic 3 was amazing.
Sonic and Knuckles?
Yep, Sonic and Knuckles. You could extend your previous adventures. Like, Sonic was a juggernaut in that system. And I know it's hard for people around now to think of Sonic as, like, a juggernaut. I'm telling you, I know the series has been weak for a while, except for a couple of the good games that recently came out, but Sonic was the jam back then.
Oh, yeah. Fantastic.
So when Chaotix was about to come out, people were stoked for it. Now, the biggest mistake Sega probably made with Chaotix is making a Sonic game without Sonic, and that doesn't play anything like any Sonic game.
Yeah, I mean, this just could have been so simple, right?
So you're tethered to another character with like kind of like 5 or 6 like rings, for lack of a better term. So it's still like a 2D platformer, but as you're running, like once you get like kind of the equivalent of like 10 feet in the game from your person, it kind of slows you down as if you're connected with a rope, because you are, and then they move forward, and then when they stop, you move forward. So within 5 minutes, most people give up on this game because it's ridiculous. If you stick with it, there's kind of a system of so you kind of do your or your Knuckles spin dash, right? And then when you do that dash, it kind of rockets you forward. You still stop, but then the other player, like the computer control player, kind of zooms beyond you, and you kind of do this you kind of figure this slingshot momentum thing out. So you're still playing Sonic, but with a totally different method of traversing the environment. So if you take the 10 or 15 minutes it takes to kind of wrap your head around this, it's not a terrible game. But there were, two big problems. The first we already said is that it's a Sonic game that plays. It wasn't a pick up and play, everyone loves it type game. Was number one, and number two was it had and still has compatibility issues with the Genesis 2.
I mean, how does that happen?
I don't know how this happens. So if you put a 32X into a Genesis 2 and play this game, many times it doesn't make it past the title screen. And if it does make it past the title screen, it freezes, within 5 seconds of playing. Take that same 32X, put it in a Genesis 1, you're playing for hours. I've looked. It's not super widely reported or known about because it's not like it's like the killer app everyone's trying to play. But I'm telling you, Google, Knuckles Chaotix 32X, like freezes, and you'll see pages of, hey, has anyone ever had any problems with Knuckles freezing, like at the title screen? And it turns out it's a Genesis 2 issue.
Yeah, and I would say to anybody that's out there, if you really are going to play a lot of Genesis, you really should get an original Genesis 1.
Especially if you care about the quality of the sound, which is one of the big reasons why people go with the Genesis 1. As the system got later in its life cycle, the sound chip, was kind of, swapped out, maybe to save money, maybe because new parts were available. But in general, the Sega Genesis 1 that says high definition graphics across the top of the system.
Yeah, and has the expansion port on the back.
And has the expansion port, right. Now, and be careful because some systems have the hole for the expansion port, but the actual 15-pin expansion port isn't there because the motherboard revision changed. So it actually has the port plus high definition graphics. The sound processing on that one is the best, and it doesn't have that annoying, when you boot the game up and it says produced under license for or by Sega Enterprises. So every system from there and before boots straight to the game. So just a couple of quick little things.
Yeah.
But yeah, and that's actually because I actually prefer the look of the Genesis 2. I just feel like it's smaller and sleeker. But after finding out that the actual hardware performance is better, I actually switched to the 1.
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely the way to go.
So just quick thing on Chaox there. So we mentioned before Colibri. It's not terribly expensive, not terribly cheap, but a decent game if you're looking for an interesting hummingbird type shooter, which there aren't a ton of.
There's one.
On
there
the market. You go. Yeah. Now here's one of the ones that my brother played 2 games on the 32X, kind of endlessly. One of them was Metalhead, and the other was T-Mech.
Yeah.
So you can tell the kind of things my brother was into. Right. He enjoyed the mech games.
Yeah.
He was a mech warrior dude on PC. He just, was always into it. So
tell me about these. I've not played them.
Okay, so T-Mech is mainly for... Now, T-Mech was in arcades, you may remember, or you may not. It was a sit-down, almost like a Hydro Thunder type machine, but obviously much earlier. Kind of like a wraparound, driving type thing. And these machines could be networked to each other. So you were kind of in control of this big kind of hovercraft type, mech fighting unit.
Cool.
And it was fully 3D. So once you network all these things together, it was almost like a big Mario Kart combat arena, but instead of being kart racers, you were big battle tanks with you had a radar, and you had not quite as robust as a Steel Battalion type control setup, but you had your flight stick, all your missiles, your guns, all that stuff. So it was decently successful in the arcade for a little bit. But my brother, would always have people over, and they would play. I think it was just you couldn't network systems together at that point, so it was just 4-player split screen T-Mech. And Metalhead was another mech game, but it was more like a walker mech. So like like kind of like the Mech Warrior type games,
like an Iron Soldier kind of thing.
Exactly, yeah. Now I don't believe this one was a multiplayer. This one was like missions. So they would kind of drop you in like a city environment, and you would have to traverse the environment, killing all the other mechs in the area. And they would still play it with multiple people. They would just take turns. If like one guy couldn't beat it, they'd go to the other guy. So if those sound interesting to you, my brother, who is not a 32X guy at all, he found those two games that he really enjoyed.
And I think they're pretty cheap. I see them pretty often. At least Metalhead, at least that one.
Yeah. I see T-Mech. You really don't see a ton of 32X carts unless you're looking for them. And just like a little pro tip, if you're ever looking for loose Genesis, it should go without saying, but if you see loose 32X, if you see loose Genesis games, be sure you look through there, because they're normally mixed in.
Yeah.
They look a little bit different. But yeah, so those are probably not too difficult to find. Same thing with Mortal Kombat 2. It's a version of the game that I really do enjoy very much, probably just because I like the system so much. But if you're looking for a decent version that is not CD based, so to cut down on the load times, then it's a good one. NBA Jam. Were you ever an NBA Jam dude?
I played it a little bit. I mean, just I'm not a big basketball, which I would probably get me killed in my state, but
Right.
I would play just for the fun. I didn't really always, it was a pick up and play. Well, you didn't have to know that much about it. It was fun.
Yeah. I'm the same way with football and basketball. I'm not particularly a huge fan of either, but I will pick up Blitz and I will pick up Jam because they're just fun to play with a couple of guys.
Sure.
So NBA Jam, definitely a cool pickup. Pitfall. So we're into the 1995 games now. I wouldn't say Pitfall is a particularly great game. It was released on 300 platforms. So if you have a video game system at home, it's probably been released for it. The Mayan Adventure we're talking about, not regular Pitfall. The reason I bring it up is because it's if it's not the hardest to find, it's top 2 or maybe 3 if you want to get depending on what your definition of like hardest to find, whether that's money wise or rarity, but a complete in box copy of Pitfall with the poster, and the poster has to say 32X on it because the poster that came with the Genesis version says Genesis and the 32X one says 32X, is you're probably looking a couple $100 easy. I was amazed to get mine for what I got it for off someone on SEGA Age of all places. I pretty much assumed that, the guy knew what he had, and I was, probably getting a decent price. I asked Shadow, who he's still looking for that as his last one, I believe. So if anyone sees it, he's your guy who wants to deal with you. But yeah, Pitfall it's one of those games that people who don't collect for 32X don't know is rare. So if you find a cart, if you find a box, if you especially find a box with a poster, even if it's like $40, $60, $80. Still buy it. That's a good flip.
There you go.
And Primal Rage. Were you a Primal Rage fan?
I played a lot of Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat.
Me too.
This one was always just kind of the one you went into when those machines were busy.
You know what? Like I feel the exact same way, and I really wanted to like Primal Rage.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Bad
game. It was just the characters weren't very likable, right?
Right, and the thing is, like they look different enough. They definitely you had like your lizard dude, your fiery red female dinosaur. You had your gorilla guy, but like they didn't have personality.
No, and you just went and did the fart attack over and over.
Right, and you can list almost every Street Fighter character from every game you've ever played, even if you didn't love the Street Fighter game, because those characters have personality. Like these are just kind of just. Dinosaur X, Dinosaur Y.
Yeah, just monsters. Who cares?
Yeah.
Right.
So, but just for the sake of, recommending a library game, Primal Rage is not terribly expensive. It's a decent looking, just side, 2D fighter. And it's dinosaurs fighting each other. So if that sounds interesting, grab it.
Yeah, it's okay.
And we mentioned Space Harrier.
Right.
So Space Harrier, again... now this one's interesting, and I just want to mention it for the Trekkies out there. Have you played Star Trek Starfleet Academy Starship Bridge Simulator?
I want to say I have, but I don't think it was on 32X. Was it maybe on Super
Oh, yeah.
Nintendo?
No. This is I own this on. It was on Super Nintendo as well.
Okay, I think I played the Super Nintendo version.
Okay, yeah. This game is ridiculous.
I remember not doing well.
Yeah.
That's about it.
It's so it was only released on the Super and the 32X. The interface was not easy to figure out. It's another one of those games like if you didn't want to read the instructions, you weren't really going to play very much of it. And it was almost like it gave you a bunch of situations and you had to do what the bridge commander would do. So it's more like it falls into this group of like interesting concepts, very poorly executed.
And maybe something that was just ahead of its time or better suited to a PC, right?
Right. Well, because you know what I would buy this game in a minute if it had like Connect voice commands.
Yeah, or like a keyboard support, right?
Yeah. Well, who doesn't want to be the bridge commander and telling the computer, just like in Star Trek, like to make it so?
Or like the Steel Battalion controller type thing, right?
Yep. Get a big combat.
Yeah, if you have like Chekhov and Sulu's, console and everything, and that would be cool.
So people have probably realized we've gone a little bit off of our original chronological mix there, but the last couple that I wanted to mention, and then we'll go to Duke's favorite 32X games, are here's the other two that are. I mean, Shadow always argues with me when I say this, and he's right. I don't want to say rarest, because Spider-Man's definitely not the rarest. There's almost always one for sale. Arguably the most expensive. I mean, the price on Spider-Man has gone up considerably recently. Just last Christmas, 2 copies in December sold for like $205 and $210, and the most recent copy that sold, I think, was like $380 or $400. So they've definitely gone up. Whether those are shill bids or real, it's tough to say.
Like the little Samson effect, right?
Yeah, it's like more people know what it is and what they're looking for. I really think the market will crash on this eventually because I can't see it being this crazy on 32X for this long. But you really never know. So if you come across, I mean, I think most people know about Spider-Man: Web of Fire. It was the last cart released for the 32X, the only cart released in 1996. And the cart alone, I think my local shop has it on sale for $199, which I think is a little bit high, but that's the kind of price that price tag that game has on it, with complete copies going for double that. The game is a 2D like side-scrolling platformery type game. It's not terrible, but it's not the best Spider-Man game you'll play.
Well, it does, obviously. Game quality doesn't have to reflect
right
value at all.
Right. No. Yeah. Not by a long shot. So it's all right. I don't think it's as good as Spider-Man on some of the other Spider-Man games, but still, if you're talking about rarity, that's one. And the other one that most people, almost everyone who doesn't know 32X doesn't know about, I will go out on a limb and say the hardest complete in box game to find. Some people will say Pitfall, but I'm going to say World Series Baseball starring Deion Sanders. And this one also came out in 1995, so it's not like it was a super late release like Spider-Man was, but it was a sports game. It was on a system that had already kind of been shown the door by the Saturn, and it didn't sell very well. So the cart goes for a good price, but a complete in box copy of this game is another one of those couple $100 titles.
Yeah, and I'm sure here can soon we're gonna move into there's some of the 32X Sega CD just by themselves, because there was a couple of those, right, that we didn't mention already.
Yeah, so here are the games that had a CD version that required the Sega CD. First one was Corpse Killer, so which would mean that like if there was a standard Sega CD version, it would have been sold separately. So Corpse Killer.
And Corpse Killer is interesting, right? Because it just came out on that and Saturn, right?
Yeah, yes. I think the Saturn version is called the Graveyard Edition. Is that right?
Yeah, it has like a slightly different moniker to it, but it's the same game.
Right, same game. So yeah, it's weird. It's because Corpse Killer is, and the only games that were released on these on CD for the 32X were Sega and Digital Pictures. Nobody else were making games on CDs for the 32X.
Yeah, really strange.
It was almost like Sega trying to, show the world like, hey, look what you can do. You can put a game in a bigger package and, put a CD in there, and it's the future.
Honestly, I think a lot of it was just because at that point in time, Sega of Japan was just like, forget this thing, right?
Yeah.
Because
yeah.
all the good CD games all came from Japan.
And I almost wonder if they either did this on purpose or if the public perception was, because the first two games that came out, they were both in 1994, so like the last, for November, December, it was Corpse Killer and Night Trap.
Yeah,
so
Night
the
Trap.
theme of those two games is mature, death. I guess you could maybe go with the sex angle with the slumber party with the girls and everything.
Hardly.
But no, I'm talking like a parent looking at, okay, so these are the 32X CD games. They look like mature titles, just looking at the covers of them.
Sure.
So I almost wonder if that turned anybody, if either Sega did that on purpose, like, hey, if you're old and cool and mature, you want this CD thing, or if they did it accidentally and parents were like, oh, I don't want that CD thing. That's only got mature titles on it.
I think it was far too gone at that point in time. It didn't matter. They could have put about anything, and nobody was buying it anyway.
No, except me. So Corpse Killer and Night Trap were in 94, and then in 95, just three more games to come out with that Sega CD. So there was Fahrenheit, which we talked about, was a single package that had both versions in
How
it.
strange, yeah.
Yeah, and then Slam City,
starring
with
Scottie Pippen.
Scottie Pippen. And then you had Supreme Warrior.
Supreme Warrior, yeah.
Which was it was a first-person fighting game.
Oh, so bad.
Which is ridiculously hard to play. It's like that first-person quarterback game for the Saturn.
Or the same thing like on Sega CD, that Prize Fighter game.
Yes.
Oh,
I'm
gosh.
sorry, I forgot about that. And then the last one was actually an exclusive to Brazil.
Really?
Yeah.
What's that?
I'm sure you've heard of Surgical Strike.
Yeah, really?
So Surgical Strike was released on Sega CD.
Yeah.
And if you remember, there was, and I don't remember this, but there was a 32X CD version that was like a mail away.
No.
So if you bought a Brazilian copy of Surgical Strike for Sega CD, there was and it wasn't even a sticker, it was like emblazoned on the manual. It says free 32X CD offer inside. So you had to go home, fill out this card, mail in for it, and then they would send you the 32X CD enhanced version. Now, for some odd reason, this doesn't seem to be a thing that, people are dropping like fat stacks of cash for.
Import, right? So
right. But I would think that, if you were an import Sega collector at the very least, or like an import 32X collector, that's got to be your grail. I mean, even though it's, Dark Side is one people talk about. I mean, a mail away CD. I mean, there has to be fewer copies of that than Dark Side, right?
Bill, you have to have one of these in your collection. You have to add this.
I'm never gonna find this thing.
You never know. eBay is a magical force.
It is. You just never
evil.
know. It's almost like the Daytona Netlink edition.
Oh yeah, you never know. Right?
You might just come across a Netlink.
I look in every package I come across.
Yep. I guess we should mention that for the people who aren't 100% on that. So Daytona Racing Championship, right?
Daytona USA Championship Circuit Edition on Saturn.
Right. So this was an extremely common game, but there was a Netlink edition that was it was only available on Sega.com, or you had to call 1-800-SEGA to get it?
I don't recall exactly what the crazy rigmarole you had to go through, but I think it was mail order.
Yeah, it was one of the two. Like, you couldn't buy it in a store; you had to get it from Sega.
Because Netlink was not well distributed either.
No. So then the thing is, they mailed you this copy. And the outside, the shell, the casing is identical, but on the disc itself, it says Netlink Edition.
Yep.
And that Netlink Edition is worth. I haven't looked in a while, but it was worth what, $150 last time I looked.
I haven't looked recently, but yeah, it's considerably more
Yeah,
than the other one.
yeah. Considering that regular Daytona is probably like $3,
$5-10 game at best.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, and again, there's some other games kind of sprinkled throughout the library that aren't bad. Like if you like wrestling, there's a couple of WWF games back when it was the WWF.
Right.
Tough Man Contest Boxing, which I never got into, but believe it or not, was the only Electronic Arts, EA Sports game published in this country. Obviously, FIFA was EA Sports also, but that was only in Europe.
There's a golf game too, right? 96 holes, or it's not 96 holes. But...
well, if you play several games, it's 36 holes.
96 holes.
90s, yeah. It's actually, and that game was Golf Magazine 36 Great Holes starring Fred Couples.
Oh,
man. Sega had this weird thing with like really long game names. Star Trek, Starfleet Academy, Starship Bridge Simulator, but yeah, there was 36 holes. And I'm a fan of golf video games. I was gonna say I'm not a golf fan at all, but I really do enjoy golf video games. Probably because they're more fun to play than it is to watch. But yeah, this game I'm not crazy about. I'll take Outlaw Golf over Golf Magazine 36 Great Holes starring Fred Couples.
It's a mouthful, right?
But yeah, so we talked a little bit about the library now. Talked about a little bit about the rarities. Hardware issues we mentioned, the crazy cables, the spacer. I guess we could mention the Neptune real quick if anyone cares about the Neptune.
Yeah, because we have to get into Sega code names for a minute, right? So 32X had its own code name and whatnot. So the 32X itself was codenamed Mars.
Yep. It was actually, I think the first time I saw it released, they called it Project Mars.
Yeah.
And I thought it was going to be called Mars when it came out. And if you want to go back even further, I believe because the Master System was out, right? And then when they were making the Game Gear, it was Project Mercury or Sega Mercury. So as they go further and further, you can kind of see where the naming scheme's going to head to.
Right. So that was Mars. And then they knew they were making the next big one, which they just left it the code name, right? They just left it as Saturn.
Yep. Now, they actually were working out. They did have a project called the Sega Jupiter, which was a cart-based system which was abandoned in planning stages for a disc-based system. So instead of just taking the same project name over, they just went to Sega Saturn, which was the working name. But everybody liked it so much, they just kept it.
Right. And then there was this other planned project, the Neptune, right?
Yeah, so the Neptune, and this is really weird because the timing just doesn't make sense. So the system comes out in late 1994. Middle of 1995, the Saturn comes out. So doesn't that seem like an extremely short period of time for like a console that's a combination Genesis and 32X in one unit to be like planned and manufactured and like released?
Yeah.
So I think it was a thing that they were going to put out there, kind of like the PS. I mean, obviously this is later, but kind of like the PS1. Like the PS1 was a product, well into when the PlayStation 2 had been released, but they figured, okay, well, let's slim it down, we'll give it like a little makeover and just keep it on the shelves for a little while longer. I think that's what the idea was. If we just take this one unit, get some of the cable, confusion out of it, just have one thing that plays all the stuff and that you can put onto a Sega CD, it'll probably, help out a bit. So they planned it, the shell was produced, it got into prototyping, and that was the end.
Yeah, because at that point in time, 32X was toast. It was, on discount aisles.
Yeah, it was already like $35 at KB and all the places that that sold video games at the time. So so Sega Neptune. So who knows if they would have kept the name Sega Neptune, because the prototype shell of the thing doesn't say Neptune on it. So they probably didn't even have a final name.
Yeah, I think the shell just says Genesis 32X.
Yeah. So So just an interesting little thing about the Sega name. So, but you'll notice that we know the Sega Jupiter was, at least planned and then scrapped, and then the Sega Saturn became a thing, and then we found out about the Sega Neptune. So that leaves one planet in between Saturn and Neptune that
Uranus.
It could be pronounced similar to that.
I wonder why they never went with a Project Uranus.
You know what? I wonder if it was planned and then they just couldn't stop like making fun of that word in the labs, and they said, "Okay, it's Neptune, everyone."
Yeah, exactly.
Like, stop
right.
it.
No, if you name your product Uranus, it's already going in the toilet, right?
Oh.
And then we looked not too long ago also learned that there was a Pluto, right?
Yeah, that Saturn. What was it?
Saturn Netlink combo.
It was two different prototypes that were found in the wild, right?
Yeah.
In pretty close. I think like one guy sold it, and the other guy was like, "Yo, I found this thing, and I thought it was fake. This is a thing."
Yep. I made a lot of money, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So the Sega Pluto. So but honestly, like if the company had even made it that far, once they ran out of planets, do you think they would have had to have just shut down shop?
I don't know. They went to codename for Dreamcast was Katana, so they went in a totally different direction there. Well, there was actually two different prototypes, and they ended up going with the one for Dreamcast.
Yeah, it could have gone to I guess the moons of Saturn. There's a whole bunch of those.
Sure. So that Neptune prototype, I saw that at CGE 2010, and
the shell, right?
Right, yeah, because I remember seeing it in the magazines, and it was that same exact mock-up is what's there in the museum, and when you get up close to it, it doesn't look nearly as good as it does in the photos, because you can really kind of, when you get closer, you can tell it's not a real console, and it's not fully formed. It's definitely a mock-up, right. But I mean, it was pretty neat to see it. You're like, oh, okay, yeah, I mean, that is the one. And I don't even know if there were multiple of these things. I'm going to guess that was probably just the one.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine, if you just kind of speculate that, just to kind of show them around to, the people who are, going to be making decisions on what the design is going to be like. I mean, there probably aren't very many people who get to look at it, before it's designed.
Yeah, and then as you mentioned a kind of a little bit, not completely, I think there was about one guy that kind of kicked it off, and now there's been several people who have kind of built their own Neptune, right?
Yes, if anyone's familiar with the Longhorn engineer, if you're not, you can Google him. There's a bunch of people, but he's just one of the cooler guys, one of the more recent ones I've kind of found. He does all sorts of stuff, not just video games. Video games is kind of like one of the hobbies he does. He and one of the reasons I think he's really cool is a little bit off topic, but for an Atari 2600 or VCS, the video chip, it is capable of outputting chroma, luma, and composite video and left and right audio, which is you just need a circuit to kind of take those signals and make them usable. So he created this PCB. He wrote up the circuit. He refined it. He did some hardware revisions. He had them produced. He sold them for a while, and then after he had kind of made enough, he felt like he kind of made some money for his time. He posted the schematics, the design, everything, just put it up free to use on his site. So if you just want to, download it, make it yourself, you can. If you want to take the schematic and go to a board manufacturer, have them make it for you, build it yourself, you can. So I just thought it was a really cool thing to do. He's like, okay, well, I made this thing, had some fun with it, made a few bucks, installed some. Now everyone else can take it and do whatever you want with it. So that's kind of how I found him. And then I just noticed a little link on the top of his page that said, my Neptune. I was like, oh, I thought he had like maybe a shell, but nope. So he opened up a 32X, took all the pieces out, and then he found a way to physically fit them into the Genesis shell, which entailed, because the thing is kind of, vertically like an L kind of formation. So he takes off all the connectors and he solders wire to every single pin on the cart slot, to every pin on like the 32X slot, somehow jams the whole thing into a Genesis shell, closes it up. He even has like region switches that he installed on the back of it, so you can play all the different region games. So it's pretty much a 32X inside a Genesis shell. So it's a pretty impressive piece.
And it's even like in a Genesis 2 shell. I mean, it's even smaller.
Yes.
I mean, you know.
Yeah, I mean, Genesis 1 is not quite as difficult. You kind of have like a bubble on like where the cart goes in. But yeah, he puts it into a Genesis 2, which the pictures are actually pretty impressive.
Yeah, that really amazes me that it's even possible to jam all of that in there.
Yeah.
But really, you know, that, I suppose if you, being the 32X lover that you are, Bill, I would say maybe that's a cool project for you to try at some point in time.
And you know, like I mean, I would give the credit totally to whoever's guide I kind of followed how to do that. And I'm not taking anything away from Longhorn Engineer, but it doesn't look like, now that he's done all the work for us, it doesn't look like it's terribly complicated. It's just a lot of soldering. So, I mean, yeah, it's one of those things that, like, if I get, like, a spare 32X and Genesis 2 that I know are both working, and I maybe put, I'll solder 5 wires a night. It might take a while, but it's not something that's out of the question.
Sure. And then, one thing we mentioned really briefly, but I want to talk about are those really annoying clips that you've got for that thing, right?
Yeah, and I've used the system both with and without, and it's been fine.
Sure, because technically they're just for grounding purposes.
Exactly, they're ground clips. They're to connect, and if you look at the I guess what would be like the male cart slot equivalent on the bottom of the 32X where it goes to the Genesis, there's like a exposed metal on the front and back that's meant to touch those clips. So I mean, I guess the whole thing is to prevent to make sure the thing's grounded. But I mean, it's just odd to me since the only part of the system that's ever exposed is plastic.
Well, I think you have to have common ground, just
between between the Genesis and the 32X.
Right.
Yeah.
Probably because I'm going to guess there's probably no ground on the cartridge slot pins.
That's probably a fair assumption.
And the other thing, though, about those clips is the really weird design, because they have to be used for either version, right? So you have to like flip them around just right to kind of get them to fit.
Yeah, and it's weird because the Genesis 1 and 2 both have like spring-loaded cart door covers.
Yeah.
So you need to kind of open the cover, but not all the way, because kind of like at a 45-degree angle, so that the metal clip can like kind of slip beyond the door, and then the whole thing can kind of snap into place. But you're right, like they try to do this dual design because of for universal compatibility, and I remember just messing with it for a while. And then, like, you think it's good, then you take your hands away, and the door just closes.
Yep.
But eventually, like, it's one of those things. It's kind of like, you ever have to replace the windshield wipers on your car?
Oh yeah. Ugh.
You're out there for 48 minutes. You feel like the stupidest person in the world, yeah. And then when you finally figure it out, you're like, oh my god, that's the simplest thing ever.
Yeah.
And then you can do it forever. So it's one of those things. Like once you get it once, you're like, oh, this is easy. But it takes you an hour to get it.
Yeah. Yeah. Just what an odd design. And I think we might have mentioned on previous shows, too, but there is that guy that makes power cables, right? So you can get rid of your 3 nasty cables, right?
Yeah, so, I mean, we kind of alluded to it when we talked about the big power situation. So I don't know this guy personally. I think it's a tremendous idea, and it's an idea that I'd love to steal if I had any knowledge of how to make these power supplies. But there's a gentleman. He owns the website. It's a Retro Game Cave,
mm-hmm.
and they make. It's called the SEGA Duo and the SEGA Trio. So it's a single AC adapter that can plug into any combination. Well, there's different versions, but so depending on if you have a Sega CD 1, Genesis 2, 32X, a Sega CD 2, Genesis 2, 32X, like whatever the combination, there's like 9 different adapters, and so it's a single wall plug that has just the 2 or 3 different power adapters. And the cool thing is the spacing of the cables is so good. If you tell them that it's either whether it's a Sega CD 1 or 2. There'll be a proper amount of spacing with a proper amount of slack to go from one to the other to the other. Now, at first I was a little skeptical of this because I know that not all of the systems, not all the AC adapters are spec'd exactly the same. But It's, everything I've heard about, like reviews, people who are using these things, they've been around for years. They work really well. They're UL listed, which if you don't know what that means, it's like a safety standard, so that they're not going to sell you something that's hasn't passed the test and is going to burn your house down. And also the cool thing about them is they're one of the only places that make a reliable AC adapter for the CDX, which requires more power than the standard Genesis 2 32X AC adapter can provide. They also make an XI adapter.
They do.
So, it's a Retro Game Cave. I believe all they make is power, cables, accessories, mainly for Sega stuff.
Yeah, no, I bought my the proper power cable I need for my PC Engine setup over there, too.
That's right. He does Turbo Express repairs. I know he did. I saw a review on there. Like he has comments from customers and stuff, and someone was thrilled that he got his Turbo Express running. I think it was just some bad capacitors.
It's usually recap them. Yep.
Yeah.
Notorious for those things.
So Retro Game Cave, and now here's the kicker with Retro Game Cave, and this is why I want to take this guy's company over and make $1 billion. They are never in stock.
How good it is, right?
Yeah, you're not going to go to the site and be able to order them. You're going to go to the site and it's going to say, let's assume you're listening to this in November. You're going to go to the site and it's going to say, I'm sorry, the November stock is sold out. And you can't pre-order.
No, he just does them in batches.
Yes, so it's he'll say, okay, the November batch will be coming up soon, and then you just have to you just kind of have to be going to the site or subscribing to an RSS feed and checking it every day, because when they go up, just a few days later they're done. So I don't know if it's an issue of him hand building each one of them or not making very many, or that he has to make so many that I don't know what the issue is, but it's a really, really great product, and it takes care of the issue of having 2 to 3 enormous plugs plugged in when you jack in your Sega CD 32X Genesis Battleship combo. So if it sounds interesting to you at all, and I think there's length options. There's a 36, a 72. So, and I think they're $22 and $28 for the 3-foot and 5-foot versions.
And they are very high grade. He doesn't use cheap parts. So, I mean, yes,
right.
They're a little higher. You might think, well, I can get some cheapy crap thing for $5. Well, again, though, you're going to get what you pay for. Yeah. So,
yeah, and also remember how far power technology has come in the last 25 years. So what they were doing, and remember they had to mass produce these, and price and cost is always a concern. So, and not only do these adapters work with the your Genesis like they should, they run much cooler. They're more efficient. They don't require step down or step up converters. They don't run hot. They run much cooler. So it just seems like an upgrade in every way.
Yeah, definitely. Another thing I wanted to touch on with a 32X is talking about its weird issues with some of the other oddball Sega setups, like the CDX and the Nomad, right?
It works with the CDX.
Even though it says it does not, right?
Yep. It says CDX not, and the coolest thing about the paper of the 32X, which I want to get framed, this one page, there's an adapter that they said they were going to be making that will, and the thing is, they don't say that it doesn't work with the 32X. They recommend you use this adapter for support, because they didn't want this really tall 32X on your CDX and then falling over and breaking your CDX off the the TV, because they were 10 feet high back then. So there's a picture of an adapter in the manual for it that just has this ridiculous picture of this just enormous base that went onto the CDX and the 32X went into. When I first saw that picture, when I grabbed my 32X a couple of years ago, my newest one, I was like, oh, did that thing ever get made? And I did some searching. It's no, they planned it, but they never made it. But yeah, it actually does work with the CDX. And speaking of Retro Game Cave, they do make a CDX / 32X power cable. So if you wanted to get a single cable for the two of them, it actually does work. I've actually, now that you mention that, I've never tried the 32X in a Nomad.
Yeah, I don't. The issue you get to, I think, is I don't know if you can pipe, because the issue, I think the real problem is the video out is on top where the 32X would have to sit.
Oh, so wait, okay, because here's the thing. if all it is a matter of that, I wonder if I could open up a 32X and extend the AV out, just so I could get that cable to a place where I could plug the AV out from it to the 32X. I'll do some work. That sounds like a pretty fun project.
Well, I think here's the downside, though, right? Because that would
You'd only
work.
be
You
able-
could play
you-
on your
you'd only-
TV. You just couldn't
on
play
your
on
television.
the screen.
Exactly.
Because there's
yeah,
no way to get
because
video into the.
well, you know what you'd have to do? Yeah, you'd have to hack in a video into that little screen, and I don't see that happening.
Yeah, you'd have to do some heavy modding I think,
Yeah.
to get. And no doubt you could do it, because I mean, there's plenty of people that do screen replacements for
Right.
Nomads.
That's one that falls into the mod category of like, why'd you do that? Oh, because I could.
Exactly.
I did it. I did it because it was possible.
I would love to see that. If that, you know, I guess technically it probably is entirely possible, but
Kind of like the people who stack up like all the Sonic games onto like Game Genies.
oh, yeah,
Sonic
like
and
10 feet
Knuckles.
tall, right?
Yeah. Why'd you do that? Oh, it all fits.
It works. Another thing that I want to just here's my thought, okay? The design of the thing. I think its design is definitely a product of the problem that there was a Model 1 and a Model 2 Genesis.
Sure.
And I think if Sega had stuck with just the Model 1 design and never redesigned it, the 32X could have been much better, because on Model 1 Genesis, just like the power base converter, that really sits very snug, and there's even a thumb screw in the back to hold it on.
Right.
And if it could have been designed around that, I think it would have been much better.
Yeah, I think that I mean you're probably right. Looking at it now, I would probably say that. At the time, I remember, you know, like just being like that Sega fanboy kid. Sega was releasing a new system, and I just thought it was the coolest.
Yeah.
You know, so I wonder if that's more marketing than anything else. Like you know, like change up the look of a thing, like maybe get a boost in sales. I mean, Nintendo does it all the time with a Nintendo DS revision.
Oh, yeah.
So just release another. Oh, DS sales have dropped like 10 million. Change a color. Oh, there's 30 more million sales. You know, it's and of course they do like actual, you know, like DS to DS Lite. You know, Lite to, you know, they do the hardware stuff too, but. I don't know. I don't know if it was a product of them, you know, wanting it to be sleeker, or just feeling that maybe that look was dated.
I don't know.
I don't know.
And then I wonder if there's any way, have you heard, is there any way to mod a Genesis 3 to use a 32X?
Not that I know of. And I think that comes from, I could be wrong, and I'll look into it, but I think it comes from, I know that the AV out is different. And the reason I know that is because a Genesis 1 and a Genesis 2 with just a simple, you know, Genesis 1 AV or Genesis 2 AV to SCART cable can all do RGB natively. The Genesis 3 cannot. It requires an internal mod. So I know that the video output is different. But the other part of it is I know that the Genesis 3s were not actually manufactured by Sega. So I think that might have to have something to do with it too. Those were licensed to Majesco to manufacture. You know, like all those Majesco re-releases of Sega of the Genesis games, they have the variants on RF. So I haven't seen any 32X on Genesis 3 stuff. I could look into it. I've never seen them running.
All right, so let's get into, I want to get a little bit of speculation here, maybe to start wrapping and winding this down. What did the 32X need, or what could Sega have done to make the 32X successful? Or what, you know, was it possible?
I honestly don't think in 1994, at that point in time, I don't think there was anything they could have done to make the 32X a success. I think what they could have done to have been more successful in the future was to do what the current, you know, kind of the current successful hardware guys are doing versus the unsuccessful ones. You go to the developers and you say, here's the system we're thinking about making. It's coming out in like a year and a half. What can we do to make it easier for you? What do you want more of? How do you want it to run? And that's so what they could have done is probably not release the 32X, focus on the Saturn 100% from, a couple of years out instead of putting like 50-50 focus on one or the other.
So do you think there's any title that existed at that time that if they could have put it on 32X would have made it a game changer?
I mean, it's tricky. Like because at that time, like some of the biggest games that were out there were were Mortal Kombat.
Sure.
Mortal Kombat was huge. Street Fighter was huge.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people will tell you the killer app for the 3DO, because at the time there wasn't a better version of Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo than the 3DO version, as long as you had a 6-button controller.
That wasn't the only version for a very long time. You could get it home.
Yeah, not for... Well, the 3DO was what, 93, 94?
93, I think.
I think so, yeah. So I remember reading, because I couldn't afford a 3DO. I wasn't a millionaire,
$700.
But I remember reading like magazine articles saying like this is the best version of Street Fighter 2, and I was a big Street Fighter fan. So I mean, you think of games like that because like some of the arcade titles that were really like the killer apps, and I mean I even look forward to like Dreamcast games, like some of the, and I know Sega has its roots in arcade, but you look at some of the best games on Dreamcast, and you still have some, you have, Hydro Thunder wasn't Sega, but, Crazy Taxi, and kind of those, like, arcade rootsy type games. I'm not sure if there was 2 or 3 games that if you had on 32X from, the moment it came out, that it could have been a raging success. I kind of feel like there's not a whole lot they could have done, really just kind of taking a Genesis and throwing some texture over some extra polygons.
Yeah, it's tough. In hindsight, it seems like a no-brainer. This was a terrible idea, but I think as we talked about before, at the time, that wasn't really the case. It doesn't really seem like that was a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, well, it's like, like how now, like right now, and we won't get into a whole, debate about, Xbox One, PS4, but Xbox One has, and a lot of it's deserved, so I'll give it that. Xbox One has a lot of terrible press. Not as much as it did right after E3, but a lot of bad press and a lot of, people who are like angry with them. They're still, kind of getting over the whole like being mad at Microsoft type deal. But you didn't have that with 32X. Like I almost think that like with the way the industry is now, if anyone in the industry now played this add-on thing that was coming out in 6 months, they would all come back and report that it was terrible. But you just didn't have that back then. Like every magazine, it was almost like these guys were paid to promote stuff, and you really didn't have as many people telling you what was terrible. I feel like all the magazines I read, except for like reviews of like Superman and N64, almost every review I read was like it was either good, great, or amazing. There's not a whole lot of reviews that was like this game is garbage, and there's a lot more of that these days. So I feel like maybe people gave stuff the benefit of the doubt more back then.
I don't know. I mean, EGM they could be tough back in the day, but yeah, a lot of the other ones like your Game Pros and whatnot were pretty. Yeah, they didn't have tight journalistic standards. I don't think. I think probably Electronic Gaming Monthly was the only one where you could get sort of a real sense of what things were. Good, bad, or otherwise.
That's the only one I read, and when they gave a game a 10, it was a big deal.
It was a big deal.
Big deal. People give stuff 10 these days on like websites and stuff, and it's like, oh, that guy must have really liked it. But when EGM gave it a 10, that was nuts.
Yeah, well, that's funny. I saw a graphic today, I think, somewhere, and it was talking about the modern video game review scale, like from 1, 0 to... Did you see that one?
Yeah.
It's like 0 to 7 is like sucks. And then
awful.
Yeah.
Like 8 to 9.5. Don't waste my time.
Which is true. I mean, nobody gives bad scores. But I remember like in EGM, I mean, you could find games that had a 1.0 rating. I mean, they used their scale.
Right, yeah, and it wasn't uncommon for like a decent game to get like a 6 or a 6.5 or a
Yeah,
7, and it
because
wasn't this.
5 was in
It
the
was,
middle.
yeah, and it wasn't this huge like. I know you know you start to show your age with this kind of stuff, but when I talk to people, there's a handful of things that I can't stand, and one of them's Metacritic. Like I
Yeah.
understand the thing, and I understand like why it's there and aggregate, and it goes. It's it's a way to measure your game, and I get that. But I'll talk to like a friend of mine, and I'm like, dude, I'd really like to get NHL 14 this year, but like I'd like to have someone to play with. Like, would you buy this game? And he's like, well, if it gets an 85 on Metacritic, I'll give it a try. I'm like, oh, and like I almost started to say like, and this wasn't in person, it was like over like a G chat or something. So I almost started to write like, so you're telling me if the average score that like a enormous number of anonymous people who may or may not have played the game is over a certain number, then you'll put $60 down on it. I didn't even say that stuff because he's the kind of he would just make a joke out of it and be like, "Yep, that's how I buy my games." but yeah, it's just one of those things where, and it's part of the reason why I think the scores are kind of ruining the way people shop.
I don't pay attention anymore. Don't do it.
Yeah, I don't touch scores. I don't touch reviews. I kind of, how like as you get closer and closer to when the game's coming out. I mean, if you can play it a little bit, that helps. But you know how you can kind of tell which games are going to be really good and which ones probably aren't going to be really good. I think that just comes with following the game, following the industry for a while, following the knowing the kinds of games you like, knowing who makes them.
Sure.
And I feel like that's something that I don't know if that's something that was around the time the 32X was out, and I was just too young to be in that mindset, or if it's something that's kind of happened over time with us kind of, maturing into the industry.
Yeah, well, things have changed a lot. I mean, at the time, new hardware was a big deal. I mean, it just, these days, I mean, it seems like, again, like we said, like there's a new Android console every other month. So,
right. And like the big consoles, I mean, they're still pretty spaced out. But yeah, you're right. Like it's I mean, you go to engadget.com, and if you just talk about, it's on a smaller scale, but you're talking about like, not just like, new video card, new Android console, oh, new virtual reality headset, oh, the Oculus Rift is happening, oh, Sony's putting some money into this virtual reality headset thing, oh, and they're also doing like, it's not just like the main hardware, it's just every little thing that they can put to kind of get your attention.
Sure. And I mean, you have to think about the time as well. I mean, there hadn't been tons and tons of these console generations. I mean, it's not like now where it's been going on for 30 years and there's a pretty clear path, right?
Right.
At the time, there was still, it's like, could you do this, right? Could you do a stopgap? Could you, you know what I mean? And maybe you could, right? There was no track record. Nobody had really tried to do it.
Right.
So, it could have worked well. I mean, obviously it didn't, but again, there was no precedence to go back to see, okay, how is this going to work out?
Yeah, there's been some really interesting articles to do with the video game industry. A lot of them with the kind of the theme of like, oh, it's too big to fail. This thing can't fail. It's too big. There's too many billions of dollars in it, and the point of the article is like, don't think that this is too big to fail, because it absolutely can fail. When you look at, and then again with the foreshadowing on the Phoenix book, reading about the video game crash, like the oversaturation of the market, like the dedicated consoles that, or they call them non-programmable consoles that just played one thing instead of having like changeable carts. There's definitely things you can do to the market that will cause people to just kind of look around and say, you know what, I'm out.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous. I'm not doing this crap anymore. Do it the right way. I'll come back.
Yeah.
And I really and as much as I don't like, a ton of negativity in like, the world of the internet and video games today, I do kind of wish that, instead of making excuses for companies that you like, people would kind of say, listen, I like this, I like what you're doing, but this isn't the way to do things. Like, I'm not going to put my money into this. But it just seems like there's, always someone willing to, put the money down for whatever they want to put out.
Yeah. And at that time, I guess there was that too, right? I mean, it's like you said, there's the Sega fanboys that said, hey, it's a Sega's thing. It's gonna be great, and we're gonna go buy it. And a few did, and didn't
A few
didn't work out so well. But
I think it was 100,000. I think it was like there was like 100,000 ordered by retailers like November, December. So
yeah, but what was the sell through though, right?
Or exactly, yeah, they're not talking about like completed sales. They're talking about ones that went to the retailers. So if you look at the retailers 6 months later that have like hundreds of them on the shelves, I mean, it's actually kind of surprising. There's as many in the wild as there are.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they produce so doggone many. They've just
Yeah.
And I think it was tough. It was tough to sell too because I mean, at the time, Genesis and Super Nintendo were not that expensive. You know, so.
And I think for the kids who was given to as a present, there's no big deal. It's mom's money. Like it's not like you spent $200 on this thing. But I feel like for parents, they dropped all this big money on this stuff. I mean, if you get the system in 2 or 3 games, even with the rebate, probably spend over $200 easy. And then you see your kids play a game or two. And then they just go back to the old stuff. I mean, what are they thinking? Are they going to buy any more 32X games?
Yeah. Definitely an interesting experiment. And
one that I still like to look at on the shelf and just remember those mid-90s.
Yeah. Yeah. Because definitely, the death knell was obviously the early release of the Saturn.
Oh, yeah. So we didn't really go over how the Saturn came out. So Saturn came out, I think, in July of 95.
E3.
Right. So it wasn't even a whole year.
Wasn't it even E3 at the time? It was CES, wasn't it? It might have still been CES.
I can't remember.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't in the loop of the electronic shows. I was still on my monthly EGM. That's where my news was.
Right.
Was in EGM.
I'm thinking that might have maybe, if not, it might have been. It was very early E3.
Right. So, but I don't know if you ever thought about it, but every once in a while, I've always thought wouldn't it be great if someone just didn't tell, if there was no lead up to a thing, wouldn't it be, and for some things it'd be great. Could you imagine if someone showed up at this big, Comic-Con thing and was like, we want to show you the trailer for the next Batman movie, and everyone's like, oh my god, a new Batman's coming out. And then when the trailer was over and everyone's like, oh, that's going to be amazing, and then they get up there and they're like, oh, guess what, it's in theaters tomorrow.
Right.
Everyone would go crazy, and that would be where everyone at Comic-Con or whatever was going the next day. So it's not like it wouldn't work. I mean, it'd be really hard to keep that secret, but it's not like it couldn't work other places. A video game console might not be the best thing to tell people, hey, this thing we're showing you, it's in stores tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because it produced more of a, what?
And it was only certain retailers.
You walked into a store, what the hell, what is this thing? Is this a Genesis? Is this a thing?
Yeah.
It says Sega on it.
Yeah.
It's got a cart slot in the back, so it plays Genesis games, right? What, it doesn't? What do you do with it?
It's $400.
Does it play Sega CD? Why is there... Who are you?
Right, yeah.
But you being in the know, you knew this thing was kind of on the horizon, and you went for it.
I did. Just saw it in the store. I was walking into the store
So wait. This was before they invented credit cards. So you had $400 cash on you.
$400 plus tax and money for a game or two. Yeah.
So no, I thought there was a Virtua Fighter bundle. Was that not true?
Virtua Fighter was packed in.
Okay.
The original Virtua Fighter. Eventually, they did a remix that was textured, but this one was just plain old Virtua Fighter. Came in the box. I bought that. I bought Daytona USA and Panzer Dragoon to go with it. All right, then dropped a lot of money.
Extra controller?
Yeah, I did because we played a lot of Virtua Fighter, 2-player.
I have a new. You're not going to like this. I have a new controller policy for new consoles I buy, current gen consoles I buy. I buy one controller.
What? Then your friends are forced to bring theirs over? Is that it?
if you would like to play, you can bring a controller. And it's not, I'm not trying to be a jerk, but for every system I've ever had, I've always bought like 4 controllers for it. And the number of times that I've had more than one person playing has been like maybe twice. So
all I gotta say is, Bill, you don't have kids yet.
No. That's when the third party controllers come in. You can be the cheapest controller you got.
I started out with one 360 controller. Now I have 3. So and when we bought the Wii, we had to have 4.
Oh yeah, no, you definitely, I mean, for sports, for all the, definitely had to have them for that. And what was it, Wii Play?
Yes.
Yeah, that was the best selling title of all time because it was just a controller plus $10. But yeah, definitely. We have like 5 360 controllers, and it's mainly because we have like the insurance on our system, and every time we swapped it, they just wanted the console back, so we got to keep the controller from like every previous system that we had, which is nice.
Yeah, but that's right. So Sega basically just came out. They said, "Hey, look, guess what? Saturn," and just that was it. They were like, "It's in." I think it was like Toys R Us or whatever. There was like 2 retail, like Electronics Boutique, Toys R Us, I think was it. They're like, go get it now, basically.
Yeah.
Because they knew Sony was coming and they were worried and they panicked. They panicked. Don't get me wrong, Saturn was fantastic, but I mean, at that point in time, there was absolutely no chance that 32X was going to have any life at all. And they realized, they just knew, okay, this thing didn't sell like we wanted to. Drive the nail in the coffin. Let's move on.
Right.
And they did. And 32X ended up as a weird, wacky footnote. In console history.
Yeah. It's I was actually trying to find like sales numbers for the first few months versus the first year versus Saturn. I've had some trouble finding it because they just didn't track the way that MPD does these days.
No.
So it's really hard. It's like you really have to guesstimate a lot of that stuff. But like I said, like they like Sega said that we have 100,000 units going out to stores. But I mean, just like we said a few minutes ago, 6 months later, you couldn't walk into a store. It's almost like the Wii U. Like a few months after launch, you saw it everywhere, and Nintendo, in classic Nintendo fashion, was kind of like head in the sand with it. Like, oh, you can't find these things anywhere. No, they're right over there. La 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 la.
Right.
But yeah, they were, you just couldn't find it.
Yeah.
And the interesting stat that I read just as we're chatting here. So if you completely bought into Sega's platform, it would cost you, at the time, it cost $650 for the Sega CD, the Genesis, and the 32X.
I could see that. I mean, I paid a pretty penny for my Genesis early.
Oh, and let me clarify. If you had bought it, if you had been with their platform the whole time, so the Genesis you could get them for less then. But if you bought like a Genesis 1 when it was came out, Sega CD when it came out, 32X when it came out, it was $650 total.
I could see that because I bought Genesis 1 basically when it came out, and I bought Sega CD pretty much when it came out. Luckily, I guess I dodged the bullet with 32X, but. Yeah, I don't know. Sega made a lot of money off me. I'll just say that for a long time. Yeah. They made a lot of money off me, but
they made a lot of money off my parent. Actually, I wanted the Sega CD so badly, the 32X so badly, but one of the big problems was we had a very loose power connection on our Genesis.
Oh.
And we had to stick a paperback book in between the power cable and the AV cable just to make sure it constantly made contact. But if every once in a while, if you move the wrong way, the Genesis would turn off, and it was always at a crucial point. We always got really pissed off. So I knew we were getting the 32X for Christmas because it was all that I asked my parents for. But they actually bought us one of the things I opened before that was one of those those big Costco blister pack combo console things. So it was the Genesis, but it was also in a big blister pack with another controller, a couple of games.
It was a big bundle.
Yeah, it was a pre-made, fastened together bundle. So they actually got us, because they knew ours didn't work very well, a replacement Genesis 2. And even though we already had it, I was so thrilled to have a better one. But yeah, it was. I mean, Sega was fun times. As crazy as some of their things that they did were, it was. I still enjoyed it a lot.
That's cool. So your Sega setup that you have now, you still have any of that original stuff, or is this all replacement?
Unfortunately, yeah, all replacement. So I went through a while. Like when I first got my job and I was old enough to kind of make my own money, I worked at Funko Land and I pretty much bought all the stuff. So like every console I didn't have, like all the good games, and I had like one of those Samsung GX TVs that I had them all hooked up to.
Right, yeah, we talked about that.
And yeah, it was great. But then I kind of got to this phase where I was like, you know what, I got to clear this stuff out. I got to go to college. I got to get a girlfriend, and I did all that stuff, and I sold like pretty much everything I had. I didn't even keep like like right now, if I sold stuff to get prepared for the baby or whatever, I'd keep like a handful of my favorite things that I thought were cool. I didn't keep anything back then.
Wow.
And then so I was kind of down to like really nothing, and then I don't know what happened, but I guess I realized like I could have all that stuff and a girlfriend. So then I started getting stuff again a few years later, and it was a slow snowball, but yeah, it's back up to now. That's one of the first couple episodes that I listened to when it was just you and Crabby. Hearing that you have some of your original Nintendo stuff is the coolest thing for me.
Yeah, I'm really glad that I was stubborn enough to hold on to a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I wish that when I had thought of, if I had like said that to a friend, I wish that someone had said to me, "Dude, why are you selling that?" And then I would say, "Well, I need like $80 right now." And then he would say, "Well, it's only money. Like you can always get more money. You can never get back the Nintendo your parents gave you in '85."
Right.
So, but yeah, so that's one of the things I will impart upon my kids when they try to sell whatever they sell.
That's right. So hold on to a little. It's okay to hold on to a little of your childhood. There's nothing wrong with that.
I still got my baseball gloves. So.
There you go. Well, I think that kind of puts a nice end to our 32X-a-thon.
Yeah. Well, that's it for part one. We can, when Crabby comes back, we can let him weigh in.
Oh, yeah, definitely right. I'm sure he has plenty to talk about.
Has he been here this whole time?
Yeah, it's
just sleeping.
Yeah, he's nodded off because that's how exciting this conversation is to him.
Wait, what?
Well, I mean, I would be really curious. So, if you're listening to the show, let us know. I mean, did you have a 32X? Were you one of those people that watched from the outside and went, "What is this mess?" Did you come to the 32X party much later in life and are trying to get into it? Do you like 32X? Do you like to collect it? I think we definitely like to hear your stories.
Yep, no 32X jokes. But yeah, if you want to, you can. I don't care. But yeah, no, I'm curious if there was anybody who actually was into it back then, or someone who just kind of found out about it, 10 years later and said, "What the hell is that thing mixed in with the Genesis stuff?" So yeah, I'm just curious about what the general perception of the system is out there for people who didn't live through it.
I've been surprised. It's been pretty varied. I've had a lot of women here, which I didn't expect. A lot of people that look like they're around retirement age have been in here, and a lot of kids even as young as elementary school in here. So it's been all over the place. We try to cater to everyone. So when you walk in, we hope you see things like coin-operated arcade machines, old Nintendo cartridges, PlayStation 2 games. Like we've got the couch set up with some systems, so if you just want to come and hang out, try something you've never tried before, play an old favorites, we got it set up to do that. Try and keep it family friendly. I've got a son myself, so I want him to feel comfortable here. So no mature games or swearing or anything like that. Try and make it really inclusive for everyone.
What do you think retro games have that the newer ones can't really offer?
A lot of them are really simple to pick up and play. You plug them in and you have fun. And a lot of the newer ones, you load them up, you got to do installs, you got to go through tutorials, you got to figure out complex controls. So it takes a while to get to the fun in a lot of the newer things.
On a personal level, what do you like about the older games?
The challenge. There's no autosaves or save states or anything like that. You gotta play the game like 100 times until you figure out how to get past that certain area. I'm really partial to Mega Man 3 on the NES. That's one of my favorites of all time. I also like the old classic role-playing style, kind of like Lunar 2 or Final Fantasy 3. As a kid, Mega Man was just the first game that really let you open up the world. Like, it felt like a whole planet to explore because you could pick which order you wanted to go through the levels. You didn't have to go through them the same way every time, depending on what weapons you had with you. It just blew me away as a kid, and that feeling's never left. Collecting games and playing games has been a hobby for about a decade now, and just started growing to the point where my basement looked like this store, and I had a lot of people joking around, like, when are you going to open up the store? And so I figured, why not give it a try, see how it works. I've just been really floored by the response in PG. When we opened up, we kind of had a worst-case scenario plan budgeted out, and we had a lineup down the block when we opened. It was insane. I didn't get a chance to really move from the till for the first 6 hours because the store had so many people in it that no one could move. I think everyone was kind of uncomfortable and it was starting to smell bad, but it was just amazing just to see all these people passionate about the same thing in one place.
Earlier today you were talking about old games and comparing them to old comics. Would you say it's kind of almost like a hobby or maybe a geek sort of pastime? Yeah, like geek in a good way.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think for a lot of people it goes even beyond being a hobby after a while, because unlike watching a movie or reading a comic, you're actually taking control of these characters, so you become they become part of you after a while. It's very, very different experience.
Okay, my name is Michael Rancourt.
All right, now just want to ask you, what is it that you love about these older retro video games?
Much like Kelsey, I grew up with these games, so they're a staple to my childhood. And back then, it was a lot of interactive play with other kids. It was a way for everybody to get together, and they could play games together. And I don't know. I guess it could come down to the lure of us person that likes classic cars over newer vehicles. It's just certain things that people have a really strong reference to as far as their childhood goes, and it's always something to come back. They're always fun games. Games like Mario, people can always come back and play them. They're always going to be fun. I love playing the new games too, but a lot of the times they get too involved and they take up way too much time. I mean, you could spend a month of your life trying to finish a PlayStation 3 or Xbox game, where you could just pick up Mario and you could have fun and play it and finish it in a matter of a few hours. So when it comes back to the original Nintendo, obviously the Mario games are my favorite. The Mega Man games, Castlevania, say Ninja Gaiden for the original NES. I remember I was glad I had a waterbed because I would swing the remote control in frustration, and the waterbed was a good cushion without destroying my controller. So yeah, that was probably my most frustrating early memory of a game, was Ninja Gaiden, trying to beat that game, which I never have. So there's still a chance.
All right, well, thanks, everybody, for sitting in with us on another episode of the Collectorcast. As usual, to wrap it up, just a couple different places that you can find us. So, Bill, where can they get us?
rfgeneration.com.
Yeah, definitely stop in, say hi, post your scores. We love to see them. Gives us stuff to talk about. You can also find the show at collectorcast.com. Where else, Bill?
We are on the Facebook.
Yeah, Facebook and Twitter, right? So catch us either way.
Twitter, yep.
I will have to apologize. Work has been hammering me here lately, so
I noticed that today.
I've not been on Twitter as much lately.
It's I haven't seen Duke on the Twitter, and actually I tweeted a few things today, and we had some good responses. It might have been someone who may or may not listen to. It might have been someone who doesn't listen to the show, because I used hashtag foreshadowing. And I don't know if they picked up, because I said I've got some boxed NES games coming in that aren't here yet, and I said something like, I just ordered 50 more box protectors. Why would I need these? Hashtag foreshadowing. And then someone responded like, well, if you're still collecting for the system, then you might still need those. I was like, literal Larry over here.
Yeah. But I will, when some time, hopefully we'll be easing up a little bit here soon. So I'll try to hop back and do a little more of that. And, where else can people grab the show, Bill?
I get it on iTunes. I got an iPhone. It's just easy. It just automatically downloads right to your thing. It's good.
Yep. I use the little built-in podcast app. Just takes care of it for you, right?
Yep.
But if you don't want to use that, or if you maybe have an Android device, there is another app that you can get the show on, right?
I'm actually not an Android user, so what do Android users go to?
You could use Stitcher, couldn't you?
Stitcher.
Stitcher.
Now, a friend of mine actually not too long ago said, I have an Android. How do I get your show? And I didn't tell him Stitcher, so I'm going to have to tell him that. He actually asked me, he's got an app that subscribes to podcasts via RSS feeds.
You could do that too.
Yeah, so I should send him the RSS feed. And we post that with the show thread,
Well, you can
right?
just go to collectorcast.com and there's a button right there
That's
for the
right.
RSS feed.
That's where the feed is. Yep.
Just go there. You can get the feed. It's also got links to Twitter and YouTube and all that stuff. So speaking of YouTube, that's also right.
Yeah, I was just gonna. Yeah, if we didn't mention YouTube, and as we always mention, Crabmaster's got his own channel where, as soon as he has more time, just like the rest of us, he will continue to post videos of him beating Nintendo games the way that you wish you could.
Absolutely. So. I would mention also Podcast Pickle, but I just checked it the other day and it seemed to be down. So hopefully it's back.
Maybe the RF generation bug was contagious.
I felt kind of bad. I'm like, oh, no Podcast Pickle, but
well, we still get to say it.
yeah, it might still be there. Well, who knows? We'll see. And maybe someday before the end of time, we'll get on Xbox Music. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal's going to be, but I mean, we've said it on the show before. If
anybody knows how,
it's to add the thing. So we send them the link, we send them the feed, we send them all the information, and so it's up to them to approve it and post it. It's literally out of our hands, but I don't think anyone's complaining about it.
And the weirdest thing about that is to do that, you actually have to download the old Zune software to submit.
I use that software forever, and I'm telling you, I know everyone makes fun of Zune. Zune was so much better than iTunes for such a long time. iTunes got so bloated and so awful, and so why is every song showing up twice? Oh, we automatically do that. It's a cool feature now. Literally, the Zune software was amazing forever. It's just the hardware wasn't as good as the software. So now it's gone, and I blame all of you because I miss the software.
Well, Xbox Music is now the thing, right? So
yeah, maybe I'll have to move all my playlists over there.
Right. But hey, catch the show, or if you find the places where you think we should submit the show, let us know, or you can just drop our RS feed over there, and we'd appreciate that. But thanks everybody again for listening, and we'll catch you next time.
See ya.